Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had the Past User's Quirks. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Sorry kid, not gonna happen. Izuku took a few moments to process what the doctor just said. A single toe joint, something so trivial, something that could go unnoticed for a person's entire life, is the reason he won't be a hero. It's the reason I don't have a quirk. I can still become a hero if I try hard enough. I can be the first quirkless hero. Then I can be just like All Might, saving people with a smile. Izuku didn't notice when they reached their apartment. He had been thinking about different approaches for quirkless heroics. Sir Nightie's quirk doesn't give him super strength or anything, and he's All Might's sidekick. I can search up more videos and interviews of him and learn how he keeps up. I can also probably learn about more heroes whose quirks don't help with fighting. He ran to his room and started scribbling different ideas down in a previously unused notebook he just titled Hero Analysis for the Quirkless, Volume 1. Inko peered into his room after ending her phone call with Hisashi. He took the news about as well as any parent would. She thought Izuku was just in a stage of denial, too young to fully understand the discussion with the doctor. Seeing the adorable look of concentration on her son's face made her reconsider. "Hey Izu, what are you working on?" she said with a smile. Izuku turned to look at her with the brightest grin she'd ever seen. "My quirkless analysis. I have to work really hard to be a hero, so I have to start early. I'm gonna show the world that anyone can be a hero." As he turned back to his notebook, Inko's eyes misted over. She didn't want her son to be a hero, and his diagnosis was almost a good thing in her eyes. She thought it would keep her baby safe from risking his life, but as fate would have it, he wasn't going to quit. Drying her face, she ran up and hugged Izuku in his chair. "You'll be the greatest hero ever, Izuku. I know it. Stupid Kaken. You can't go around telling people to kill themselves. What if I really did it, huh? Then you'd never get into UA." Izuku was trying to salvage his Hero Analysis for the Quirkless, Volume 13, notebook after Kaken burned it and threw it out of a window. Most of the pages were salvageable, so it wasn't the worst thing in the world. The cover was completely charred, however. You couldn't even read the title anymore. He had just entered a tunnel when Izuku felt like he was being watched. "Finally, a skin suit I can use to escape this guy." His eyes widened as he turned around. He was face to face with a sludge monster and it didn't look friendly. He turned to run, but his arms and legs were quickly bound together by the villain. Izuku let out a shout of pain when he tripped and his nose slammed into the ground. The sludge villain took advantage of the opportunity and started to pour himself into Izuku's mouth. "I'm gonna die. I can't grab anything since his body's made of whatever this goop is." Think Izuku. He was able to see and grab me from afar. Meaning he has to have some sort of sensory organs. His eyes. They aren't sludge, so either he can't transform them, or he can't see while they're transformed. They probably can't be moved too far away from the sludge or else they'd lose access to blood flow. Sludge flow? I wonder how it... Focus. You're suffocating here. Izuku pulled his right arm through his sleeve and stretched it towards the villain's eyes from the top of his shirt. His fingers found hold and he squeezed as hard as he could and tried to yank his arm back to himself. The villain let out a shriek of pain. The teenager was able to free himself and take a deep breath of air. He began stumbling forward, his left hip joint aching from the fall. Just as the villain seemed to recollect his bearings, Izuku heard a voice he'd listened to nearly every day for a decade. "Texas Smash." A sonic boom echoed underneath the bridge. The air whipped around him and he lost his already unstable footing. The wind was knocked out of him as he landed on his back. Taking a few seconds to catch his breath, he stood and saw the form of All Might scooping up the sludge villain and putting him in a soda bottle. My, I'm glad I got to you in time, young one. I was chasing this villain for a while in the sewers, but man, they are confusing." Izuku scrambled to grab his notebook that had fallen on the ground in the attack. He needed to get his autograph. "You already signed it?" Izuku had already forgotten about the sludge villain. He had All Might's autograph. All Might, After he finished bowing and thanking him, he saw the hero was gearing up to jump away. "All Might, sir. I really need your advice. Can I ask you a few questions about heroics?" All Might didn't even turn around when responding. "No can do, kid. I gotta get this guy to the police before he has a chance of escaping." The hero was running out of time. His muscle form had less than a minute remaining for the day. He always hated leaving fans behind after an incident, but it was just a part of being number one. And just like that, he jumped away. Izuku's eyes were following All Might's steadily shrinking form in the sky. He didn't listen to my questions. I guess it makes sense that he's short on time, having a villain in custody and all that. He can't listen to every fan he comes across. He said he was going to the police. He jumped off to the east. The police station isn't too far from here. I might be able to catch up with him and see him on his way out. So, Izuku started running. The station was less than 2 kilometers away. All Might was probably already there, but he'd almost certainly have to stay for at least a few minutes to give his statement and sign any immediate paperwork. Izuku could run 2 kilometers in around 7 minutes, so there's a good chance he could make it in time. All Might landed at the police station with Tsukachi already waiting for him, ready for the quick handoff. He must have moved poorly during that jump, because no sooner than right as he landed his body shrunk down to its regular state. After coughing up blood for a moment, Toshinori wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. "Man, my stomach really didn't like that landing." "You don't have a stomach, Yagi." Toshinori squinted at the detective, unable to tell if he's being sarcastic or serious. "I didn't realize you were already at your limit for the day." "Yeah, I had to push myself a little in order to catch up with this guy after getting lost in the sewers." Toshinori went to grab the soda bottle the villain was contained in, only to realize that the bottle was nowhere to be found. Katsuki kicked a piece of trash against the wall of the alleyway before scoffing at one of the extras. "I'm not gonna be caught dead around 2 lowlifes breaking the law. That'll get put on my record and hurt my chances at getting into UA. So get rid of those cigarettes before I blow your DMN head off." His hand was raised and small, sweet-smelling explosions erupted. "Oh sweet! This skin suit will be perfect." Katsuki didn't have enough time to turn around before he was enveloped in sludge. After 5 minutes of running, Izuku heard explosions in the direction he was headed. As he approached, he noticed the smoke rising in the sky and a large crowd of people surrounding whatever the source was. "Oh man, I wish I had time to check out what's happening. I really need to get to Almi." A large explosion swept through the alley. "You picked the wrong guy to mess with, a hole. I'll blow you back to whatever sewer you crawled out of." "Kaken?" "Oh no, it's the villain from earlier. He must have fallen out of All Might's pocket when he jumped. I hope the heroes can save him soon." Izuku made his way to the front of the crowd, pausing his search for All Might due to the current circumstances, and started analyzing all the present heroes. Kamui Woods was moving trapped civilians out of reach of the fires caused by Kaken's quirk. Backdraft was putting out said fires. Mount Lady was just standing around? Death Arms was the nearest hero to the villain, but was just throwing more punches into the sludge. None of them are helping Kaken. He's gonna suffocate if they don't do anything. Kaken's sleeves look like they were burnt away by his quirk, so he can't use the same trick I did. Why haven't Death Arms or Kamui Woods tried attacking his eyes? They're right there. As Izuku was looking between heroes, his eyes stopped when they met Kaken's. The look in his eyes, he'd never seen his childhood friends so scared. In that moment, Izuku didn't think. He ducked beneath the caution tape and ran towards his friend. "What am I doing? Why are my feet moving?" "It doesn't matter, I need to save Kaken. The eyes are gonna be way too hard to reach for me without risking getting caught in the sludge. I have to throw something." Izuku swung his backpack in front of him to grab a binder before throwing said binder towards the villain's eyes like a frisbee. He knew his improvised weapon found its mark when the sludge man let out a howl not too dissimilar from when he made his first attack on his eyes. After Izuku peeled the sludge away from Katsuki's mouth, he took a deep breath and coughed. "What the hell are you doing here?" Izuku looked at him with tears in his eyes. "Kaken, I couldn't just stand around and watch you die." He grabbed the explosive teen by the collar and was able to pull him out of the sludge, But they both ended up falling once Katsuki was freed. That's my second time falling. I should really work on my balance. I didn't need your help, you dumb nerd. Katsuki was fuming. First, this shitty villain shows up and tries to take over his body. Then, Deku ends up being the one to pull him out. Not that he needed the help. Katsuki was just about to build up enough sweat to blow this guy back to hell. You didn't think another poke to my eye would be enough to stop me, huh, you little sheet? Both boys looked at the villain, unsure of what to do. Getting pulled out like that wiped too much sweat off my hands. I have no clue where it ended up. Too risky to try anything. I don't have anything else I can try to throw. Even if I did, I doubt I'd get lucky again. Before either boy could act, a large figure put themselves between them and the villain. That was quite the heroic act, young man. You did a great thing, buying time for me to arrive. Detroit smash. 10 years of Kaken's explosions seemed like a busted speaker in the room next door when compared to the sound of All Might's punch. The wind pressure dropped around the boys as All Might's fist connected with the mass of sludge. So much so that when the resulting vacuum was filled, it changed the surrounding weather of the area. Bystanders went crazy at All Might's arrival. He changed the weather with a single punch. Did you see the tornado he made? All Might's the coolest hero ever. Young man, I'll locate you after I finish with the press. There's a matter we need to discuss. All Might's voice was just above a whisper. There was no chance Bakugo heard him speak. Izuku was taken aback, not expecting All Might to request to see him. He nodded his head and started to head back to the street when Backdraft and Death Arms approached him. What did you think you were doing, kid? You could have gotten yourself killed. Yeah, we had it handled, punk. Leave heroics to the actual heroes. Izuku was taken aback. These heroes didn't do a single thing that directly helped Kaken. Kamui Woods could have attacked the eyes. Backdraft could have hosed down the villain to dilute his sludge. Mount Lady could have done literally anything other than standing around in her giant form. Death Arms could have grabbed Kaken instead of punching sludge. You're lucky we don't get you charged with vigilantism. Know that if anyone had gotten hurt as a result of your actions, we'd be pressing charges. That's it. Izuku off. You would have had a fantastic time with that, considering I'm quirkless and those laws don't apply to me. The two heroes were taken aback by that admission. Izuku couldn't see the look on Backdraft's face, but if it was at all similar to Death Arms, then he was likely trying to remember the definition of vigilantism and if it mentions quirks or not. I know I'm not licensed for hero work, but I wasn't going to stand around and watch my friend die while you four ignored him. The heroes seemed to shrink at his words as the noise of the gathered crowd disappeared. Izuku glanced around and saw a news camera pointed at him and several mouths open in shock. Oh no. That was way louder than I meant it to be. I better get out of here before I make it any worse. Without another word, Izuku scurried away from the scene. Not long after turning down an empty street, he heard a familiar voice close behind him. What the hell was that, Deku? You think I needed you to swoop in and save me? Well, I didn't. I had everything under control before you stepped all over my plan. Now stay out of my way. As he passed Izuku, he shoulder-checked him with less force than the green-haired boy expected. Wow, Kaken's a lot calmer than I thought he'd be. He didn't raise his voice that much, and he barely even shoved me. He's probably just worn out from everything. Once Katsuki rounded the next corner, a tall, frail-looking, blonde man exited an alleyway near Izuku. Excuse me, young man, may I have a word? Izuku looked at the man and had a strange feeling of familiarity with him. Something about his hair and the clothes he was wearing. Yes sir, what do you need? I saw what you did back there, saving that other boy. Izuku blushed at this. He could tell from the way the man was speaking that he wouldn't be admonishing him for his actions. The teen was still a little uncomfortable with the attention. I had a question for you. Could you tell me what was going through your mind when you ran towards the villain? Izuku's face scrunched up in confusion. He didn't understand why the strange man would ask him about that of all things. Nothing I guess? I just saw that he needed saving and my legs started moving on their own. After that I dash. Izuku didn't get to finish his sentence due to the boisterous laughter escaping the man's mouth. Steam began to appear on his skin as he grew in size. All Might? Haha. Yes, young man, it is I. I needed to dash. All Might started coughing and deflated back into the smaller form with even more steam billowing from his body. As he lowered his hand, Izuku noticed blood. All Might, why, you're bleeding. All Might raised a hand to stop Izuku from approaching. Don't worry, kid, this is normal for me nowadays. He raised up the front of his shirt to reveal a massive series of grotesque scars and purple skin that covered his left side. About 5 years back I had a battle with an intense supervillain. Whole stomach and close to my entire respiratory system. I can only do hero work for about 3 hours a day now. Izuku didn't know what to think. He felt like his entire world was being shaken like a snow globe. Wait, 5 years ago? Toxic Chainsaw did that? All Might chuckled. No, this villain was so dangerous we had to cover up his existence. You got a good memory on you though, kid, you a fanboy or something. The image of waking up to the special edition, 30th anniversary All Might poster stuck to his ceiling appeared in Izuku's mind before he mentally swatted it away. Yes, something like that, huh? Well, I have an offer for you, but first, what's your name? The fanboy stood at attention upon hearing All Might's question. Izuku Midoriya, All Might, sir. All Might smiled at the boy's antics. All right, young Midoriya, I can't have you calling me All Might when I'm shrunk down like this, understand? My name's Toshinori Yagi when I'm off the clock. Izuku's brain was short-circuiting. All Might just told me his name. His real name. And told me to call him by it. Of course, Mr. Yagi. Earlier, under that bridge, you said you had a few questions for me. I apologize for having to rush away, but I was at my limit for the day. What might those questions have been? Toshinori watched as the boy wilted, ever so slightly, at the thought of the questions. Well, you see, Mr. Yagi, I'm quirkless. I wanted to know if you had any tips for me to become a quirkless hero. You used to work with Sir Night-Eye and he fights basically quirkless since his quirk is used primarily in reconnaissance, so I thought you might know a few tricks of his. It's really hard to find stuff online because of how quirk-oriented heroism is, and the amount of people discouraging quirkless people from becoming heroes doesn't help. Izuku was trying to gauge Mr. Yagi's reaction. He has a lot of faith in his favorite hero, but quirkless discrimination is too high for the teen to count out the chances of the number one hero being bigoted. Quirkless. Well, I can't say I know much about the specifics of how Night-Eye fights, but I can tell you one thing. The green-haired teen's heart skipped a beat. Your actions today prove to me that you don't need any insider tips. Everything you need for heroism is in your heart and your mind. Izuku fell to his knees, tears spilling out of his eyes as he gripped his chest. Young man, you are a hero. Everything Izuku needed to hear, all his life, was just told to him by his idol. The first person to support his decision to be a hero since his mother 10 years prior. It was a monumental weight lifted off the boy's shoulders. His chest felt lighter than it ever had been his entire life. Thank you, All Might. You don't know how much that means to me. He tried to wipe his tears, but they just kept spilling. All Might cleared his throat. I'm not finished, young Midoriya. I still have that offer I mentioned. Alright, I wonder what that is. I really hope it's a special edition, 10th anniversary All Might poster. I really wished I'd known about it when I was a kid so I could have gotten one. Know that you have the option of declining. This isn't something I'm going to force on you. What? I deem you worthy to inherit my quirk and become my successor. What? You should totally see the look on your face right now. Toshinori recomposed himself and held his fist out in front of his chest. I wasn't born with this power. My quirk is a sacred torch passed on from wielder to wielder. One person improves this power and hands it off to the next. With it, brave souls have fought against the evils that lurk in the shadows since the dawn of quirks, more than 200 years ago. Its name is One for All. One for All. It sounds too good to be true. Izuku was stupefied. How could this be true? Quirks don't work this way. I can assure you, young man, this is real. Meet me at Takoba Beach tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. There we can begin your training to inherit my power. Izuku was filled with excitement this morning while getting ready. He was shaking so much that it took 3 tries before getting his shorts on. Oh man, I'm really gonna get a quirk. All Might's quirk. I still can't believe it. Upon arrival at Takoba, Izuku noticed the large mounds of trash the illegal dump hosted. He also noticed an old pickup truck and Toshinori standing nearby. Hey kid. Glad you made it on time. I bet you're wondering what your training's gonna be, huh? Yes, sir. You're gonna clean this beach. Izuku blanched at that. But this beach is huge. There's so much trash here. That'd take like a year. Toshinori buffed up and smiled brightly. Fear not, young Midoriya. I have taken everything into account. This broke Izuku out of his spiral, so Toshinori could continue after shrinking back down. I wrote up a training regimen for you, my boy. I had a little guidance on this from a trusted physician, so don't worry about overdoing it. So long as you follow this plan to the letter, you will be ready to inherit my quirk in 9 months. Only 9 months. I call it the All-American Aim to Pass Dream Plan. A bit of a mouthful. There will be 7 parts to this plan. Combat, stealth, public relations, meditation, analysis, strength, and finally, rest. These are 7 key skills that a hero must master in order to save the most amount of lives. Your body is already in great shape. Truth be told, I could pass the quirk on to you right now and you'd be fine. Probably. Probably? But one for all is a heavy burden. It takes a tremendous amount of skill and willpower to hold back, so I'll only pass it on to you once I've instilled foundational techniques within you. So you don't accidentally punch away the city. Toshinori took a deep breath and grunted, growing in size. Now, I want you to clean this entire area I've marked off. It's about 500 square feet. You should be done in around 6 hours. All Might's smile was the only thing keeping Izuku from collapsing in a heap. 500 square feet. 6 hours. Izuku closed his eyes and calmly inhaled through his nose and exhaled through his mouth. He opened his eyes with a smile. I'll get it done in 5 hours. I'm not gonna let some trash get in my way of becoming a hero. Toshinori released his muscle form and had a genuine smile on his face as the boy started clearing the trash. I'm glad I found him when I did. Canceling Mirai's appointment on short notice was certainly awkward, but I know there's no one else I could call my successor besides this boy. I wonder if this is how you felt when we met, Nana? A warm feeling pulsed within Toshinori's chest at the thought of his master. He chalked it up to just deeply missing her. Oh Toshi, I wish I got to tell you how much you meant to me. Nana Shimura's vestige, 7th, as she prefers to be called now, softly wept at Toshinori's thoughts. Worry not, 7th, I'm confident that when we're next transferred we'll reach singularity. It should only be a month or 2 before the boy's body adapts and accepts the quirk. First, formerly known as Yoichi Shigaraki, laid his hand on the shoulder of 7th, hoping his attempt at consolation would be successful. So, what else are we going to be able to do besides talk in the kid's head? 5th was eating some beef jerky he had conjured within the realm of one for all. Don't you ever get tired of that stuff? You've eaten it for literally over 100 years. Did you ever get tired of staying in that dingy cabin for literally 3 decades? 5th raised a middle finger towards his predecessor. I swear to God, if you two start fighting again, I'm gonna figure out how to kill you from in here. Let me enjoy the last few months I've got before being transferred to some stupid kid's mind. 2nd glared at 4th and 5th. Come on, Chief, lighten up. At least we'll be able to actually influence the outside. That's gotta be better than just playing with Yagi's emotions. He tried to playfully shove 2nd, but fell to the floor due to the angry vestige making himself intangible. To answer your question, 5th, we should be able to visibly manifest in Izuku's mind. Meaning he'll be able to see us if he wants to when he closes his eyes. You all should also be able to manifest your quirk factors within him, granting access to all of your abilities. He'll have all of our quirks. Like hell he's getting my meta ability. It's bad enough this naive middle schooler is going to be walking around with 1 power to destroy cities. I'm not giving him a 2nd. 2nd retreated into the core of one for all and disappeared from sight. So, how will it work? Could he just manifest all of our quirks at once? No, he'll have to manifest them in order from last to first, so your quirk would be up first, seventh. I'm not too sure of the specifics, but I think it'll require an external push, something close to the conditions for a quirk awakening. The rest of the remaining vestiges stared at him in silence. They were all taking in exactly what this meant. Ninth is going to have to train exceptionally hard if he wants to master all of our quirks. Oh man, this kid's gonna be a monster. I can't wait to see what he can do. The past 9 months have been the most grueling, exhausting, painful 9 months of Izuku Midoriya's life. Every day consisted of 2 things: clearing out a bunch of trash and whatever specific lesson was planned. Saturdays were for combat training where Toshinori would teach him how to fight hand to hand. Izuku already had a small foundation for fighting. He had studied boxing for the past few years since that was the closest to All Might's combat style. Unfortunately, the teenager had a lot of bad habits that took time to break. Being self-taught had more downsides than he expected. Sundays were stealth practice. Izuku would clear out about half of his normal amount of trash to create obstacles and pathways for navigation, and he would have to move through it without being caught by Toshinori. Izuku was remarkably proficient at this. Unsurprisingly, hiding from bullies for 10 years teaches you to be silent. Mondays, Toshinori taught him how to handle PR. Everything from bloodthirsty reporters looking to ruin a hero's career, to terrified civilians needing someone to smile and tell them it will all be okay. The number 1 hero also assisted Izuku with his stutter and mumbling problems, finding a virtual speech therapist for the boy. Tuesdays were essentially a half day. The green-haired teen would clear out a small section of trash on the direct shoreline, then the 2 of them would sit on the sand and let the sound of the crashing waves guide them into meditation. Izuku learned to clear his mind and let stress exit his body through his breath. Wednesdays were Izuku's favorite. Toshinori brought recordings of villain attacks and UA hero course training sessions, courtesy of Nizu. Izuku was tasked with learning a villain's tells on the fly and predicting what they would do next. For the student recordings, he was given a brief description of a hero hopeful's quirk and asked how he would personally use it for heroics. Afterwards, they would compare the differences in Izuku's analysis versus the student's performance. There were a few times where the boys' estimations were far above what the student realized they were capable of, and Toshinori asked Nizu to inform their heroics teacher of their findings. Thursdays had intensive strength training. Izuku would clear out even more trash than normal, and afterwards he went through a variety of stretches and exercises, then finished the day with a 5-kilometer run. The run wouldn't have been that bad, except for the fact that it was on the beach and he had All Might on his back. Fridays were when he would rest. Toshinori would show Izuku the amount of progress he made for the week, and they would simply hang out for a few hours. It was so cool to the fanboy that he got to hang out with All Might. He asked so many questions on the first day that Toshinori thought his head would explode. Rest up, my boy. Tomorrow, you will become the 9th. All Might ruffled his successor's hair, incredibly proud of the progress he had made. The boy had exceeded every expectation set for him. Thank you, All Might. Izuku was trying to clean up his tears but was unsuccessful. His emotions overcame him and he decided to hug the giant of a man in front of him. All Might returned the hug and patted the boy's back. There's still one thing you need to do to inherit my power. Oh, what is it? Izuku backed away in order to get a better look at the man. All Might plucked a hair off the top of his head and stretched his arm out in front of himself. Eat this. What? You must consume some of my DNA in order to transfer the quirk. This is the least weird way of doing it. Now eat. Eat. Last night, All Might said it should take a few hours for One for All to settle in my system, so I should be able to use it today. I hope everything went well with the transfer. I've still got the feeling of his hair in my throat. Izuku was incredibly nervous. He didn't want to disappoint his hero. He put on his clothes for the day, a t-shirt that said t-shirt, some gym shorts, his favorite red shoes, and he was off. He decided to walk to the beach instead of jog because he didn't want to accidentally activate his quirk. He brought 2 notebooks with him, Hero Analysis for the Future, Volume 1, and Superpower Analysis, Volume 1. The first one was supposed to be a sort of sequel series to his original Quirkless analysis books. He started it right after his training with Toshinori began, since he wasn't going to be Quirkless anymore. The second book was going to be split between ideas for super moves and a guide on how to use one for all. He didn't want to forget anything accidentally, and he also thought it would be a good idea to have something to give his future successor. Upon arrival at Takoba, Izuku took a moment to truly appreciate his work. He admired it the day prior, but his head was too filled with the joy of being finished. Today, however, he took it all in. Every grain of sand, every wave crashing into the shore, every seagull squawking overhead. It brought tears to the boy's eyes. He held them back, wanting to be composed for when Toshinori arrived. A loud crash echoed from several feet behind him. I am here." Izuku snapped his head around and reared back his arm to throw a punch at the unsuspected booming noise, only to stop when he saw All Might standing in a small crater wearing a yellow pinstripe suit. Izuku, still tense from the sudden disturbance, didn't notice the red streaks running down his arm, nor the green electricity cascading around it. "I'm sorry for startling you, my boy. Just need to test and break in this new suit I bought. Pretty snazzy, eh?" All Might smiled at his successor before noticing the fading glow of his arm. "It looks like one for all transferred. I knew I felt it leave me, but that confirms that it's within you now." Izuku, confused, looked at his arm and marveled at the appearance. "Holy whoa, that looks so cool. I wonder why All Might doesn't glow like this? Maybe it manifests differently for every user. I'll have to ask him what his master looked like when they used one for all. What should we do now? Is there some kind of routine you want me to go through in order to see how strong I am? Should we go somewhere else instead of the beach, now that it's clean and people might show up? There's a fancy Quirk gym about 10 kilometers from here. I'm sure they have a bunch of dash." "Nonsense. You're going to punch the ocean as hard as you can. He can't be serious. We need to discover your maximum in the safest way possible." I pulled a few strings and made sure this section of the coast was completely clear of any boats or divers for a short while. I even got a few aquatic heroes to relocate all the fishes, so don't worry about hurting anything. Once I get a gauge for how much strength you can output, we'll head out to a more specialized training area that I'm certain you'll enjoy. Izuku stared at his master for a few moments before letting out a deep breath. "All right, All Might, I'll give it all I've got. You got any suggestions for how to activate one for all?" Clench your butt cheeks and yell, "Smash." Here goes nothing, I guess. Izuku steadied himself. He took a few steps towards the ocean, right up to the furthest point that high tide could reach, and placed his feet shoulder-width apart. He closed his eyes, trying to feel for the power that now resided within. He was met with a hurricane of energy, unstable and screaming for release. He pulled his arm back, concentrating as much of the energy as he could within it. His heart was beating out of his chest, his mind was racing at 1,000 miles an hour, his butt cheeks were clenched. Smash! A thunderous crack echoed for miles. The sand exploded around Izuku. The ocean split in two, the water disappearing from where it once resided. The force of the punch traveled for more than a kilometer before the sea returned to rest. And Izuku shattered every bone in his right arm. Oh my god, All Might, what happened? It hurts so much. Fuck. Izuku was cradling the jagged limb to his chest. It was the most agonizing pain he'd ever experienced. He knew it was beyond serious. He had an incredible pain tolerance, having grown up with explosions aimed at him weekly. He felt one for all's energy dissipate within him, waiting to be called on once more. "Izuku, I need you to keep your arm as stable as possible. I'm going to jump us somewhere you can be taken care of." All Might gently lifted Izuku into his arms, princess style, and after Izuku nodded his head, he leapt into the sky. He was lucky Yue was so close. He only needed one jump to reach the entrance to the school building. Once they landed, he burst through the doors and rushed to the nurse's office. "I really hope Chio isn't feeling angry today." Recovery Girl was startled by the frantic form of All Might with a screaming boy in his arms entering her office. "What the hell did you do, you big oaf?" All Might laid the boy down onto one of the nearby beds and turned to speak to her. His arm is broken badly, I need you to heal him please. I'll explain fully once he's taken care of. The youthful heroine hopped off her chair and made her way towards the injured boy and placed a kiss on his hand. Nearly immediately, the boy's wails stopped and his arm shifted itself back into place. She cleaned up the remaining blood on his arm and gave him a few gummies. These will help replenish your body with nutrients. Rest your arm for the rest of the day and you'll be good as new tomorrow, sweetie. Thank you, recovery girl. Your quirk is amazing, seeing it in person is so cool. How much energy does it take for you to use it? Can you use it on yourself? Have you tried to use it offensively? You could attack and kiss a villain repeatedly to make them super fatigued and then arrest them. Is human anatomical knowledge required to use your quirk, or does it just work automatic? That's enough questions, young man. Please, just lie down while Toshinori here explains exactly what happened to you. Izuku didn't think an elderly woman could look so angry. All Might closed the door and released his hold on his muscle form before turning back to face Recovery Girl. This is the boy I spoke to you about. My successor. He just inherited one for all and I asked him to show me his strongest punch. I didn't expect the quirk to have this much of a drawback. He's trained all his life and is in perfect shape. Izuku's heart warmed from the praise of his master. You mean to tell me that you had this boy use the maximum output of a quirk that can level cities, as his first assignment? Recovery Girl raised her cane as she was speaking. Toshinori's face was filled with fear. Yes. He lowered his head, accepting the consequences of his actions. Recovery Girl stomped her way towards the #1 hero and began wailing on his shins with her cane. It was quite a sight for Izuku, seeing his mentor in so much fear from a nurse. Well, at least I know not to get on her bad side. That cane looks like it hurts. You're lucky he didn't blow his arm off. He's good to go, now get out of her before I tell the principal that you have an unauthorized guest on school premises. You're lucky it's the weekend. I need to get back to my papers, now shoo. The two of them were ushered out into the hallway when Izuku realized where he was. Holy whoa. I'm at UA. This is so cool. I've always dreamt of attending here. Looks even cooler in person. Toshinori watched the bouncing form of his successor shake with glee. Young Midoriya, we're just in a hallway, it can't be that exciting, can it? Of course it's exciting. This is the place, this is the place All Might went to school. So many great heroes got their start here, it's amazing. Izuku was getting much better at hiding Toshinori's identity, but was still prone to slip-ups in moments of excitement. Well, we should get going. You're not technically allowed to be here, and I don't want Nizu getting his hands on you right now. Getting his hands on me? What's that supposed to mean? That rodent is made of pure will and wit. Didn't really answer my question. So, can you finally tell me where we're going now that we're in Tokyo? Toshinori asked Izuku if he would come with him to a special training area, and after agreeing, they ended up in Tokyo. We're headed to my agency. There, I have a gym set up underground and a bunch of different machines to help with quirk training. After a few moments of silence, Toshinori glanced at his successor, only to see a look of shell shock on his face. I get to see my tower? I get to see my tower? Izuku started vibrating uncontrollably. Oh my goodness, I get to go inside my tower and actually train there. This is so... Wonder how many heroes are there right now. Maybe it's empty because it's still morning, or maybe they're getting warmed up for their daily patrols and dash. Izuku spiraled into more muttering about heroes for the next 15 minutes before arriving at Might Tower. They pulled into the underground parking garage and headed towards an elevator. Just remember our cover story, yeah? I'm scouting talent for UA and you've shown some great potential and whatnot. Izuku nodded. Right. They had created this cover story not long into the boy's training when his mother asked where he was going every day. Toshinori came over to their apartment one evening for dinner and explained to Inko that he was All Might's personal secretary and one of his duties is to scout future heroes, and that All Might wanted to know more about the boy who scolded heroes on live television. After finding him, he saw familiar signs of a latent quirk and decided he needed proper training. When Inko asked about the price, Toshinori assured her that it was all paid for as part of All Might's future hero program. They made their way to the gym level and Toshinori gave Izuku some gym clothes to change into. The boy took them and headed to the changing room. Toshinori tried to make himself busy deciding on the first exercise. I suppose we should try just calling up the power and keeping it active while stationary. Don't want any more mishaps, huh? After a few minutes, the newly quirked teenager emerged in the new clothes. He jogged his way towards his mentor and looked around at the room. This place is seriously high-tech. The treadmills alone look more expensive than any gym I've ever been to. What do you have planned first? Those treadmills probably are more expensive than any gym you've been to. They're designed to withstand my top speeds. You gotta break Mach 10 before they even start to stress. Izuku's eyes widened at the statement. He began quietly mumbling something about amazing technology before Toshinori patted his back to bring him back to the present moment. For our first test, I think you should try calling up the power of one for all but keep still. Simply let the power flow through you. Izuku nodded his head and his face took a determined look. Got it. Let's grab a yoga mat so I can get into a meditative position. They went to the area meant for warm-ups and stretches and laid out a rubber mat for Izuku to sit on. He took his seat, crossing his legs and placing his hands on his knees, and closed his eyes. He called on the ocean of strength once more. The boy reached out towards the powerful strands of energy, connecting with the nearest one. Images flashed by of a life that wasn't his. He had a son, a little boy named Kotaro. He was best friends with Sorahiko. He trained Toshinori. He died at the hands of All for One. He was Nana Shimura. Whoa, guys, that feels weird. Is he looking through my memories right now? Hello? Can you hear me? Izuku was unsure of exactly what was happening, but he made sure to keep his cool. This had to just be something All Might forgot to mention, right? Holy shit, kid, you're actually talking to me? Like you heard me just then? Hi, I guess. Is this normal? All Might didn't say anything about voices in my head, so either he somehow forgot or I'm going crazy. Don't worry, kid. Toshi didn't mess anything up this time. I'm the vestige of Nana Shimura, the seventh wielder of One for All. I'm not too sure how long you'll be able to talk to me, but know this. One for All finally hit singularity. You've got all the vestiges of the past users in your mind watching over you. Don't worry about privacy and stuff. We know how to block out anything improper. Eventually, all of us will be able to speak to you freely and easily. It shouldn't take more than a month. Somehow that punch you through earlier sped up the process. Okay. That sounds really cool actually. I get to have a bunch of heroes in my head for guidance, and I guess I'll never be lonely, huh? Wait, is All Might in there? He should have a vestige too since he passed on the quirk, right? Something like that, yeah. Toshi's vestige appeared not too long ago, but he's different from the rest of us. He's just kinda ghostly? More of a ghost than the rest of us, I suppose. He can't really speak, only able to communicate through his eyes and sending vague emotions to us. We think it's either because he's still alive or because he was quirkless prior to One for All. All Might was quirkless? Izuku had never considered that possibility before. He thought Toshinori's quirk had to do with him buffing up or some kind of durability enhancer. That means I'll be able to get as strong as, if not stronger than, All Might one day. Holy whoa. Guessing he never mentioned that to you. My boy's getting old, I guess. Going back to what you said before, no, you don't have a bunch of heroes in your head. The only heroes in here are 5th, 6th, me, and now 8th. 5th was part of the first generation of heroes. Meanwhile, the world was different for the other 4. How are you feeling? Is One for All stressing your body right now, or do you think you can keep going? It feels like my brain is trying to run a 400-meter dash, I think. It's kinda hard to tell what's happening outside my mind right now. I think I'm in some kind of dreamlike state. Izuku was acutely aware that he hadn't moved since beginning his meditation, but everything felt fuzzy. Almost like he was in a sensory deprivation pod. Okay, well, I think you should wake back up and relax for the rest of the day. Practical experience will be your friend when it comes to our shared power, but you have to know when to take a break. We'll be watching over you, Izuku. I know you'll make us proud. Tell Toshi I said hi. The mental presence of the seventh wielder faded as Izuku relinquished his hold on the strand of energy. He opened his eyes and saw that Toshinori was sitting in one of 2 chairs he had brought over for when they were in between exercises. Okay, so, don't freak out on me, but I just spoke with Nana Shimura inside of One for All. She says hi. Toshinori looked like he'd seen a ghost, which isn't too far from reality. He leaned forward and spoke with a shaky voice. Why, you what? Nana, slumping back into his chair, he rubbed his forehead. You're certain that's what was happening, my boy? Izuku nodded. Yes. She said that One for All hit singularity when you passed it on to me, and that soon enough I'll be able to speak to all of the past wielders. They're currently watching us in my head, so Nana can hear you. You even have a vestige there, but it's different from the others. Toshinori scrunched his face. This is a lot to take in, young Midoriya. I suspected that One for All kept at least some parts of its prior wielders. I've had a few visions of my master during intense battles. She'd always remind me to remember where I came from, and to keep a smile on my face. I never imagined it would be of this caliber. Izuku stood from the ground and rubbed the back of his neck. I think I should call it there for the day. I don't want to go overboard, especially after Recovery Girl's treatment. Toshinori agreed and escorted them to the elevator, but Izuku noticed that he didn't push the button for the parking garage. Why are we going to the 40th floor? Geez, you must be more worn out than you realize. Let's just say I asked a few friends to stop by. Here, you'll want these. He handed the boy his Hero Analysis for the Future, Volume 1, notebook, and an All Might-themed pen from his backpack that he'd been holding on to. Izuku still hadn't connected the dots. As the elevator dinged at their arrival, the doors opened and Izuku saw 3 figures sitting at a nearby sofa. His eyes widened and he rushed towards them as he realized who they were. Oh my gosh, Gang Orca, Deadshot, and Best Jeanist. I can't believe you're all here. I have so many questions for all of you. Like, Deadshot, how much control do you have whenever you're stretched to your thinnest? How much force can you exert? Do you think you'd be able to puppeteer someone's body as a means of protecting yourself whilst further incapacitating an opponent? And Gang Orca, your hypersonic blasts are so cool. Have you ever thought about using support gear to amplify or focus them? Do you think you could improve your hero costume by implementing moisturizing technology within it similar to how Endeavor's costume works to cool him off? Best Jeanist. Could you use your quirk to lift your own clothes and fly around? Are you able to control people's hair? Could you manipulate a villain's muscle fibers to temporarily paralyze them? Izuku was vibrating in place whilst flipping between each hero's entry in his notebook. Each hero was taken aback. They had all dealt with superfans before, but this kid was a different level. All the excitement of a fanboy, but with actually thoughtful questions. Deadshot was the first to speak up. I'm amazed you were able to say all that in a single breath. Puppeteering was something I thought of in my second year of high school, but it wasn't very effective as a means of controlling a person. It was much less efficient than my 1,000-sheet pierce. Best Jeanist was staring at the ground in intense thought. I've never tried to fly before. His hands flexed and his costume tightened before beginning to float off the sofa. Thank you, young man, for removing the wool over my eyes that I failed to notice. He landed on his feet and bowed towards Izuku. To answer your other questions, I can only control woven fibers, so that wouldn't apply to the hairs on a person's head. If they were to tie their hair in a braid, however, I could manipulate it. And no, I cannot control fibers that I cannot see a portion of, so that excludes any internal fibers. He stood from his bow as Gang Orca spoke. Those are good ideas, kid. I never really considered support gear due to how much time I spend in the water, but having separate suits for land and sea could certainly make me more effective. You planning on being a quirk analyst or something? The boy shook his head. No, sir, I've trained all my life to achieve my dream of becoming a hero. Quirk analysis is just a hobby of mine. Izuku looked at the floor as he rubbed the back of his neck. Could I have your guys' autographs? It would mean a lot to me. The heroes smiled and took turns autographing their respective. Toshinori placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Thank you all for showing up on such short notice. I knew it'd make his day if he got to meet a few heroes. Izuku blushed at his words. Worry not, Mr. Yagi. My comrades and I were already in the area acquiring brunch. There's a fantastic new restaurant that opened up nearby. Their twisted pretzels are to die for. After leaving Might Tower, Izuku returned home for the day. His arm was still sore and he didn't want to agitate it, lest he feel the wrath of Recovery Girl. His mother noticed he was holding his arm strangely at dinner. Izu, is your arm okay? You've been using your left hand all day. Oh my gosh, I never told her that I got my quirk. Oh yeah, it's okay. I might have manifested my quirk this morning and broke my arm. Izuku wished he could shrink into himself. His mother slowly looked up from her plate of food. Oh my ears must be failing me. It almost sounded like you said you broke your arm after using your quirk. No, yeah, that's what happened. Inko took a long inhale through her nose. Izuku, why wasn't I informed as soon as it happened? The stare she sent in her son's direction would haunt his dreams for weeks. Mr. Yagi and I got sidetracked. Sidetracked? Sidetracked. Izuku, baby, can you remind me of the biggest thing my quirk has been able to attract? An 8-inch all-might action figure. Do you remember how I used to pull butterflies to you? Yeah. You know that means I can use my quirk on living creatures, right? Yeah. Please give me Mr. Yagi's phone number. I believe he's lost the rights to his eyeballs. I like her. So, why aren't we gonna tell the kid about him getting our quirks? Fifth was laying across a large couch facing First. It was First's idea to keep Izuku in the dark about the extra quirks. After watching him for 8.5 months, he had a good idea of how the kid operated. He'd work himself into the ground trying to unlock each quirk and eventually spread himself too thin. I don't want to overload him. You've seen how much he's been training since he became the 9th, it's borderline unhealthy. Not to mention the fact that he'd end up throwing himself into dangerous situations in hopes of a quirk awakening. It's best to wait until he has a foundational understanding of One for All. I agree. Once he gets the hang of his full cowling technique and into UA, we should let him know. Don't want him stressing about extra powers during the entrance exam. I'm more interested in why One for All is so much stronger than we expected. The boy is in near perfect shape, yet he can only access 3% of the stockpile before straining his muscles. This had perplexed the Vestiges for the past 2 weeks. Izuku's physique was as good as a quirkless teenager could ever hope to be, but it was somehow too frail for One for All. Yeah, if he'd gotten 7's One for All, he'd be able to handle full power off the rip. He'd have to take more rest days than 8th did, but he'd for sure be able to throw some punches. 8th, I know you supercharged the hell out of One for All, but there's no way you did that much, right? 8th shrugged. I have a theory. A game theory. Shut the F up. First stuck his tongue out at 2nd in response. Sure. Anyway, I've been looking at everything we know that's different for the kid. Number 1, One for All hit singularity, but that shouldn't be boosting the power more than a typical transfer. Number 2, 8th is in here with us, but all spectral and sheet. None of us were spectral like him, even when our living counterparts were still alive. Number 3, after using One for All for the first time, he started adapting faster than he should have. His body was on pace to adapt at around 50-ish days, but now he's gonna be there after 30. Number 4, both him and 8th were quirkless before One for All. And most importantly, number 5, he dash. Thanks man. I didn't know I was your favorite. 5th's joke left him with a smug look on his face. 3rd spoke through gritted teeth. Saying, Number 5, he can receive our quirks during moments of high stress or anxiety, so long as we're willing. 3rd looked at each vestige to make sure they were all following. Do you think him being quirkless made One for All stronger, since it doesn't have to use any energy empowering a quirk? That was their leading theory for why Toshinori was able to grow so strong using One for All. The quirk was able to put 100% of its power into enhancing his body, instead of investing a portion into a natural quirk. At first, I thought that the stockpile just hadn't been activated yet since Midoriya was being careful, that he hadn't closed any loops in the metaphorical circuit. But I'm very confident that that line of thinking is wrong, because he did use it before that first punch. When Yagi scared him on the beach, he channeled it into his arm, he just didn't release it. If the circuit theory were true, then One for All should have gotten stronger in that moment, but it didn't. It wasn't until he punched the ocean that it got amplified. Remember how he was feeling when that happened. Sixth leapt up from his perched position in his chair as his mind connected the dots. He was anxious and worried and stressed, the exact conditions he'd need to awaken one of our quirks. Seventh turned to her predecessor, confused. Wouldn't he have gotten my quirk then? First's jaw dropped, coming to the same conclusion that third and sixth had already arrived at. No. He's supposed to unlock the most recent user's quirk. I thought, since Toshinori was quirkless, that it would simply skip over him, but it didn't. He must have unlocked 8's quirk. Second put his hand up in protest. Hang on, old man. Yagi's a baseline, so there wouldn't be a meta ability for 8th to actually give him access to. 8th's eyes widened as the realization hit him. He wasn't the only one. 8th's quirk is One for All. Third snapped his fingers. Bingo! One for All meshed with his body better than any other user because he was quirkless. It was so ingrained within him that when his vestige arrived, One for All recognized itself as his natural quirk, meaning 8th has, essentially, a copy of One for All. 8th, how were you, not Yagi, feeling whenever Midoriya was charging up his attack? Desire. Acceptance. So the kid has, what, 2 for All or something? Third shook his head. No, not exactly. He has 2 copies of One for All, one that contains us, and another that just has the strength and power that Yagi possessed. Fourth raised a hand, a confused look on his face. How can you be sure that this isn't causing a recursive loop with 8th holding an endless number of our vestiges? First stepped in and cleared his throat. I think I'm best suited for that question. One for All makes changes to users' bodies, including their quirks. These changes are then stored within the quirk. However, the only changes that were made to Toshinori's body were the strength and durability adaptations. I believe those are what One for All recognized as 8's quirk, meaning he doesn't possess any copies of us. But when Izuku passes One for All to his successor, I believe that's when the recursive loop would begin. Since Izuku would be receiving all of our powers, and because he started off quirkless, One for All might pull the same trick again and give 9th a different copy, one that contains all of us. Since it's already attached itself to 8th, it might not happen again. We'll just have to wait and see. So what? You're telling me this child is gonna be over twice as strong as Yagi was? He gonna be able to transfer 8th's copy too? Second's eyes began to glow before he closed them and turned away. With the current information, we can't know for sure if he could transfer the copy. My gut feeling is that he can't, since it's still within One for All as whole, and it's always been an all-or-nothing transfer. However, rules as written, so to speak, I don't see a reason why he wouldn't be able to transfer it. It should still operate by the same logic as the original One for All, so the bestowal aspect would be part of it. Only time will tell. Third folded his arms. Second seemed no less frustrated than before he spoke. One for All just got way stronger. Nervous. If Izuku had to choose just one word to describe his mental state over the course of the last month, it would be nervous. He'd made great strides in using One for All, figuring out his mistake of concentrating power into just 1 or 2 limbs instead of throughout his entire body. He could reliably use 3% for an hour before getting too fatigued. He wasn't making any headway on communicating with the vestiges, however. He could only speak to one at a time for about a minute before a headache ensued. He was mostly guessing at which vestige he'd be speaking to whenever reaching for a strand. His favorite conversations were with First. He gave him recommendations for old shows and comics that surprisingly still held up. Second was still giving him the cold shoulder. First tried reassuring him that Second was just a grumpy guy, but Izuku had felt that kind of hostility before. Kaken had been that way ever since Izuku was diagnosed as quirkless. He hoped to be able to reconcile with the vestige one day, but it was too big a task to start right now. There it is, the doors of Yue. These nerves must really be getting to me, my skin hasn't stopped buzzing all day. Out of my way, Deku. Katsuki attempted to elbow Izuku out of the way, but he was fast enough to dodge before it connected. Katsuki looked at him with a mixture of anger and surprise before scoffing and heading inside. Man, Kaken's been a lot calmer ever since the sludge villain. I'm surprised he didn't yell at me for dodging. Oh well, nothing to complain about, I guess. Izuku took a deep breath in and began to walk towards the entrance. This is it. My first steps at officially becoming a hero. I've trained all this time to get here, my whole life dedicated to this one goal. He, after finishing his internal hype speech, tripped on his own foot and began to fall forwards. Or I'll just die. Before impacting, he felt a light tap on his left side and his weight disappeared. He started to spin uncontrollably before someone steadied his form and placed his feet on the ground. Sorry I used my quirk on you, but I thought it'd be a bad omen if you fell before taking the exam, you know? A girl is speaking to me? He watched her bring her fingertips together and mutter, "Release," before walking away. Good luck on the exam. I spoke to a girl. He does know that he didn't actually say anything, right? Fifth looked at the other vestiges, all of them shrugging. Weird. It felt like someone was mocking me just now. Oh shit, is it happening? I thought First said it would be another 2 days before we'd be able to fully manifest. First shook his head. No, Sixth, we're still on track for April 9th. It's just getting easier for him to feel us. If he tried speaking to us today, he'd probably last a lot longer than normal. Sixth nodded and thanked First for clearing his confusion. The written exam was relatively easy for the boy, having studied extensively over the years. He turned to Katsuki next to him, seeing he was staring straight ahead at present Mike on stage. He still hasn't said anything to me since we sat down. Izuku was nervous, but he didn't let that stop him from nudging Katsuki with his elbow. Hey Kaken, are you okay? You're normally not this quiet and I'm just feeling a little worried about you. That was the wrong thing to say, apparently. Katsuki's face held a variety of emotions. Surprise, disgust, anger, contempt. His hands were balled into fists as they began to smoke. Sir, I apologize for interrupting with a question, but I cannot wait longer. A blue-haired boy with glasses stood and asked his question, punctuated with arm chops. The UA Hero Course Entrance Exam Need to Know pamphlet says that there are only 3 types of robots we will encounter, with point values of 1, 2, and 3. However, the slideshow on stage shows the silhouette of 4 unique robots. If this is an error on behalf of UA, then I find it shameful. Izuku was surprised at the audacity of the boy to call out UA to their face, but the formal boy was not finished. And you there? With the messy hair. He knife-handed towards Izuku. You've mumbled several times throughout this preparation lecture and even tried asking your neighbor a question. If you are not serious about this exam, then leave. The 9th wielder felt as if the core of his very being was attacked. He stood and defended himself without thinking. Not serious? I noticed that my friend didn't seem to be acting like himself, so I was checking in on him. Meanwhile, you interrupted present Mike when he was in the middle of speaking, even after he had explicitly told us to hold our questions until the end. If anyone here isn't taking this seriously, it's you. Izuku blanched as his finished, realizing what he had done. The spectacled teen seemed to realize his mistake. He bowed, keeping his knife hand extended in Izuku's direction. I humbly apologize. You are correct. I should not have been criticizing you without complete knowledge of your situation. He raised himself and turned to bow towards present Mike, but he cut him off. You ain't gotta apologize to me, little listener. You had a decent question, even if I was just about to explain it. The 4th kind of robot is worth 0 points. It's meant to just be an obstacle you're supposed to avoid, so don't worry about it, yo. Izuku was standing outside of his test site when he noticed the nice girl from earlier. He swallowed his nerves and approached. I just, wanted to say thank you. For, when you saved me. He did not do a good job at swallowing his nerves. The nice girl, however, simply giggled to herself. Don't worry about it. I'm sure you would have done the same in my shoes. The nervous teen was about to respond when he heard Present Mike speak. "All right, examinees, you ready? Stay alert." Izuku wasted no time in powering up to 3%. He dashed through the entrance, searching for points. He saw two one-pointers waiting for an ambush in an alleyway, side by side. He ran towards them, arms crossed in an X shape. Carolina smash. He chopped off the robots' heads with a remarkable amount of ease. I guess they're made to be broken. That'd definitely help out anyone who doesn't have increased strength. Navigating throughout the mock city, Izuku was racking up points with little effort. He noticed a boy with spiky red hair had a two-pointer sneaking up behind him. "On your 6. Watch out." The boy snapped his head around and connected a rock-hard fist to the center of the robot, punching clean through it. The boy turned to Izuku with a smile and thumbs up. "Thanks, man." Izuku nodded his head to the boy and was on his way deeper into the city when he felt the ground shake beneath him. What the F is that? The vestiges watched as Izuku stared at the massive robot trudging through the city. Izuku was just about to head the other direction when he heard a familiar voice scream. "Ow, my leg! Help!" The pretty nice girl was trapped underneath a bunch of rubble. Her leg was pinned beneath debris that was kicked up from the street by the zero-pointer. Izuku wasted no time in heading her way. The zero-pointer is approaching too quickly for me to try to dig her out. If she can make some of the debris float, it might help, but I can't guarantee that she's still able to use her quirk in these conditions. I have to get rid of zero-pointer. I can't punch it from down here. 3% would do nothing and 100% would make it topple forwards from this angle. I have to attack it from high up. Izuku ran as fast as 3% would allow, before crouching down. One for all full cowling, 100%. He leapt into the air with both legs, cratering the ground beneath him. As he rocketed into the sky, he recalled the words of All Might from that morning. "Young Izuku, someone told me once that there is a difference between getting lucky and being deserving. One's an accident, the other a reward. You've earned this gift through valiant effort. Now, go out there and smash my expectations. This is my power. I've earned it." Detroit smash. His fist connected with the metal face of the giant robot. The zero-pointer's head exploded alongside the rest of its body being blasted backwards and toppling over. Sadly, Izuku understood the law of conservation of momentum, so he, too, was sent flying backwards. His arm and legs were shattered, flailing around uselessly whilst he was spiraling through the sky. "Oh no, what do I do?" I could try to a New Hampshire smash with my left arm to soften the blow of the landing, but I don't know how much strength it'll take, so I'm likely to overshoot it and just end up in the sky again. That's not even considering the people below that I might injure with the attack. Izuku's mind was working in overdrive, searching for a solution. 7th, however, already had one. "Come on, Izuku, use G-Direct. I believe in you." She was focusing as hard as she could on the image of him using her power. As luck would have it, Izuku began to slow his descent. The one-for-all wielder was filled with a sense of pride, as if his mother hugged him after taking his first steps. He felt like he had a bungee cord tied around his waist, stretching as it pulled against his momentum. There was a brief moment of complete weightlessness before he started to fall upwards. He panicked and felt the bungee cord snap, releasing him to fall the remaining few meters. He landed on his good arm, trying to soften the impact. Izuku rolled onto his back and propped himself up on one arm while looking back to where the girl had been trapped. He could see the indention in the street where he took off a few dozen meters away, but what he noticed first was the girl. She was limping towards him, holding her stomach in pain. "Hey, are you okay? Your arm doesn't look so good." The boy was purposefully not checking his arm. He knew it was broken, he certainly felt it. It was just easier to ignore pain when he kept it out of sight. "Time's up, examinees. Report to the nurse's office if you have any injuries, otherwise, get outta here, yo." Well, I did my best. I lost track of my points after 30, I hope that's enough to get into the hero course. Why? Yeah, I'll be fine. I just gotta get to recovery, girl. No sooner than he spoke those words, he heard a cane tap the ground next to his head. "I'm right here, young man." He watched as the nurse kissed his injured hand, causing a soothing warmth to spread in his body, fixing any damage he'd accrued throughout the exam. Izuku attempted to thank her, but it came out as "Eef" before he passed out. "Wake up. We need to speak." Izuku opened his eyes to see 8 figures before him. The scenery was strange. It looked like a room that had been abandoned for over a century, but the furniture was pristine. He recognized 2 of the vestiges, one being 7th, who Toshinori had shown him a picture of after he spoke to her for the first time. The other being 8th. 8th would have been hard to recognize as All Might to most people, but after 10 months of time spent with the man, Izuku tell it was him by his eyes alone. They were filled with inspiring determination. He also guessed that the man with spiky hair facing the wall away from them was 2nd, but he couldn't be too sure. "Hi everyone. To Finn. To you." Izuku's words sounded like he was speaking underwater. He tried to feel his mouth to see if something was covering it, but when he reached for it, he was met with a buzzing blackness. He looked down at himself and saw his entire body was covered in the dark haze, all but a few fingers on his right hand, his eyes, and a foot. He felt a twinge of panic as he remembered how he got here in the first place. "Don't worry, Izuku. You're safe with Chio right now. Your mind isn't yet capable of processing the power of One for All, so you can only manifest a small portion of yourself here. You're not a vestige." 7th was able to calm him down with those words. The other vestiges began introducing themselves. "Hey there, champ, I'm 5th. 5th was smiling at pointing a thumb at himself, his other hand holding. "Jerky? 3rd over here." 3rd raised his hand. 6th. 6th waved politely. "I'm 1st. It's nice to meet you properly. You're smart enough to realize that I'm not 2nd, based on the fact that I'm actually acknowledging you." "Wow. Need to. Eek." 1st approached Izuku and put a hand on his shoulder. "I haven't been entirely honest with you, Izuku. There's more to One for All that I asked the others not to share with you. I felt it would be best to wait longer, enough time for the shock and awe to begin to dissipate and for you to look at the power as your own." Izuku felt offended at the secrecy for a brief moment before shaking those thoughts from his head. "I can't be mad at them for whatever this is. It makes sense not to drop too much stuff on me all at once. They're telling me now so I can be prepared for whatever comes next." Izuku was not prepared for what came next. "Izuku, you're going to be gaining the quirks of every past user." "What? Past user? Quirks?" Izuku looked between every vestige, all of them returning a similar look, confirming the truth of 7's statement. "Now, that's a pretty big bombshell, but don't be too stressed. We can only awaken our powers whenever you're in a moment of intense stress or panic. That's how you unlocked 7's quirk. It also happens from newest to oldest edition, so you'll gain mine next." Izuku took this information in. "So, Bungie described. Fly." 7th smiled and stepped forward, gaining his attention. "Yes, the bungee cord was indeed my quirk. Never thought about it that way personally, but I'm not too offended. The power is called G-Direct. It allowed me to move the direction in which Earth's gravity was being applied to myself and anything I was touching. Essentially, it was simply having control over which way I would fall. I was even able to divide the acceleration in different directions, meaning I could hover in one spot as long as I split the gravity in opposite directions." Izuku didn't know how to respond. He was overwhelmed with pure glee at the prospect of being able to fly. 7th noticed this and chuckled. "It's certainly an exciting power, little one. Just make sure you train it indoors to start off with. You'll be able to reach nearly 300 kilometers an hour travel speed if you're maximizing for aerodynamics. Otherwise, you'll be around 240. This. Really exciting. RK hard. You proud. That isn't all we need to tell you. There's a symbol of peace-sized elephant in the room right now." This confused Izuku. Why does he sound so serious about All Might right now? "Yes, we learned that One for All did something unexpected. It duplicated itself." Izuku's heart dropped. One for All recognized itself as Toshinori's unique power, so when 8th arrived, he showed up with One for All as his quirk. There are now 2 stockpiles in which you gather your strength from. This is why you've had trouble with such low percentages, and why accessing the power has felt like you were fighting against a storm, rather than it guiding you. Long term, it shouldn't cause you problems, but you should still learn to distinguish between the two sources. Izuku listened to first and third as they explained the full theory behind what happened to One for All. He found himself wanting to converse with third more, the vestiges' words being easy to follow. Shortly after they finished, Izuku felt the realm around him begin to darken. You're waking up now. Make sure you write down everything we spoke about, just in case we can't speak to you easily. I like those notebooks you keep. Reminds me of myself when I was your age. Goob. 1. For time. Izuku was having a blast. Toshinori had given him an all-access training pass for Might Tower right before the entrance exam so he could train on his own, since the hero said he'd be busy for several days afterwards. He didn't think he'd ever get over just how cool it was that he had access to Might Tower's training facilities. Izuku tried informing him of a special development with his quirk, but his texts were left unanswered. After a full week of training with guidance from 7th, the future hero had a decent grip on G-Direct. He'd learned how to keep his acceleration pointed in a fixed direction, allowing him to maneuver his body in the air, as well as how to cancel his momentum in opposite directions, allowing him to float. He'd been able to converse with 7th for much longer after waking up from his injuries at the entrance exam. 7th herself was even able to initiate communication. The other vestiges were also easier to speak to, but only a small amount. They assumed it was because he had manifested her quirk, seeing as he could also communicate with 8th, although 8th wasn't able to communicate much in return, just feelings of overwhelming joy and pride. Izuku cried for 10 minutes after their first conversation. After he finished his training session for the day, Izuku returned home to find his mother waiting for him. Izuku, you got a letter a little while ago. I tried calling you but you didn't answer. Izuku checked his phone and saw 2 missed calls and a text from his mother. Oh man, she messaged me when I was on the train home. I was too busy talking with 7th to notice. Sorry mom, I must have been stuck in my head. Is it from Yue? Inko nodded her head and handed it to her son. He held it for a moment, processing the moment. He calmed himself with a deep breath and sat on the couch next to his mother, opening the letter. I am here. As a projection. The green-haired duo both yelped in surprise at the hologram of All Might that appeared on their coffee table. All Might? But this is from Yue? You're looking at the newest Yue faculty member. I was pulled from my last-minute teaching evaluations to come here to give a message to a special examinee. I guess that explains why he hasn't responded to any of my texts. Special examinee? Young man, you passed the written exam with flying colors, scoring 4th place. And for the practical exam, you scored 42 combat points, placing you in 22nd place. 22nd. UA has 2 hero courses of 20 students per year. That means I made it in. Izuku began vibrating happily and his mother began repeatedly tapping him on the arm as she came to the same conclusion. They both paused when All Might began to speak again. However, young Midoriya, that is not all. There is a hidden component to the hero course entrance exam that allows those with heroic hearts to shine. Rescue points. You assisted multiple examinees throughout the test, with no benefit for yourself. Recordings of Izuku appeared on screen. In one, he informed a kid with pincers to stab slightly above center mass to immediately shut down the robots. In another, he helped out the spiky red head. The biggest one on the screen, however, was when he saved the nice girl from the 0-pointer. Because of your actions, you were rewarded 67 rescue points, landing you in first place with 109 total points, breaking my record of 108 from over 40 years ago. The mother and son were stunned. Izuku. First place. I'm so proud of him. I got first place? I beat Kaken? Welcome, Izuku Midoriya, to your hero academia. Man, these hallways are really confusing. I hope I don't end up late. It was Izuku's first day at UA. He fanboyed over seeing Cementos and Snipe when he first entered and ended up with only 3 minutes to reach Class 1A. Upon approaching the door, he steadied himself. I wonder if Kaken's in 1A as well. I need to find out what's going on with him. Izuku's question was shortly answered. Were you born with that stick up your butt, or did you place it there yourself? Katsuki was leaning back in his chair with his feet propped up on his desk. The blue-haired boy from the lecture hall was scolding him. Well, what? How dare you use such crude language? What kind of school would allow that? Oh, are you some kind of stuck-up private school kid? That makes a lot more sense now for eyes. The spectacled teen placed a hand on his chest in offense. He turned to head back to his seat, but changed course when he noticed Izuku. You there, green-haired boy. I am Tenya Ida, and I must apologize once more for my behavior during the entrance exam. I recognize you as the superior student. You must have realized the rescue portion of the exam. I strive to reach your level of perceptiveness. Every sentence was punctuated with a different hand chop. Oh, don't worry about it. I didn't know about the rescue points either. I just saw someone that needed help, that's all. Tenya looked starstruck. That only proves that you are even more superior as a student than I am. I have much to learn. He's pretty intense. Izuku flinched when he noticed Katsuki staring at him. He had such pure anger in his eyes, but it didn't seem like it was directed entirely at Izuku. The green-haired teen felt almost as if Katsuki was angry at himself. Oh hey, I'd recognize that messy hair anywhere. Izuku yelped and turned to face the nice girl from the entrance exam. She looks pretty in that uniform. Izuku blushed as he realized what he was thinking. I never got to say thank you for saving me. I still can't believe you actually blew up the zero-pointer. I'm Ochako Uraraka, by the way. Every head in the class turned to stare at Izuku. His face turned as red, resembling a tomato as he waved his arms around. Oh, don't worry about that. I just, wanted to help out, that's all. It's Dash. If you're here to make friends, then I suggest you leave. Izuku leaned to see past Ochako to see who cut him off, only to see a homeless-looking man in a yellow sleeping bag with a juice box? It took you all 8 seconds before you calmed down. That won't do. The man loudly slurped his juice box and stood to emerge from his sleeping bag. My name is Shota Aizawa. I'll be your homeroom teacher. Put on those gym uniforms and meet me outside at the training field. He haphazardly gestured to the box on the desk in the corner of the room, then walked away, sleeping bag tucked under his arm. He's a homeroom teacher, so he must be a hero. Why can't I recognize him? His scarf looks really familiar. Aizawa-sensei, won't we miss orientation if we do a quirk assessment test? Shota turned to Ochako, smirking. Here at UA, teachers are allowed to structure things how they want. The orientation is redundant, everything you could learn from it and more is found in the pamphlets back in the classroom. I need to see a baseline of what I'll be working with. A standardized physical assessment while allowing you to use your quirks is the perfect way for me to determine said baseline. Now, Midoriya, you received the most points on the entrance exam. What was your farthest softball throw in middle school? Izuku felt the stares of his classmates again. He tried to stand tall, proud of achieving first place. 64.2 meters, sir. Shota nodded and tossed the boy a softball. Stand in that circle and throw the ball using your quirk. It has a tracking device built inside to measure your distance. Anything goes, just stay inside the circle. Izuku moved to the circle before turning back to his teacher. Anything goes? So there's no vertical limit to the circle, I just can't pass the boundary before throwing. The teacher nodded. Izuku steadied himself as he planned out his throw. Alright, I can use G-Direct to float into the sky so I can throw from a greater height. I just have to be careful not to float too high so as to not accidentally cross the boundary line. I can use one for all at 3%, then boost it to 5% at the last moment. It'll sting, but there shouldn't be any lasting damage. Izuku began to spark with green lighting as his hair raised up and he floated into the air roughly 20 meters. The class let out oohs and uhs at his ability to fly. All except Katsuki. That demon nerd's had a quirk this whole time? He's been lying to me his whole life? How the hell did he beat me in the entrance exam if all he can do is fly? His question was answered when the floating boy threw the ball. Smash! The ball soared through the sky as a gust of wind hit the students. Izuku was pushed back a few meters, and he softly landed. He rubbed his throwing arm as the green glow faded. 714.2 meters. Impressive. How the hell did shitty Deku get so dim and strong? Did he actually make up that quirkless sob story in order to trick me? Katsuki was breathing frantically as smoke and pops emanated from his palms. His red eyes were unfocused, darting to different positions on Izuku's body, as if it would reveal anything. One of the people Izuku assisted during the entrance exam, the one with red hair, approached the panicked teen. "Hey man, you alright? Your quirk looks like it's going off. Are those explosions?" "That's so manly." Katsuki snapped his head towards the boy. He focused on the scar the student had above his eye. He unclenched his jaw, taking a breath and relaxing his quirk. The techniques he'd learned in therapy after the sludge villain were actually proving useful. Not that he'd ever let the hag know. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just warming up." "Oh good. The name's Eijiro Kirishima, by the way." "You." "Bakugo. Katsuki Bakugo." "Well, Bakugo Katsuki Bakugo, it's nice to meet ya. I can't wait to see where I end up at the end of the assessment. This is gonna be fun." Katsuki scoffed at the enthusiastic teen. "Whatever, weird hair." Izuku took his place back amongst the rest of the class as their teachers spoke up. "Fun, huh? Let this be your first lesson. Treat this seriously, or you're going home. You've got 3 years to become heroes, and at any time, if I deem you unworthy or without potential, I won't hesitate to expel you." The crowd of students became tense at their teacher's words. They knew they had to give it their all if they wanted to stay in the hero course. "Alright, let's continue with the tests." The rest of the tests went by without issue for Izuku. He was near the top of each exercise, which he was immensely proud of. He, alongside who he came to learn were Mizo Shoji and Momo Yaoyorozu, even broke the grip testers, Izuku and Mizo using pure strength, while Momo used a clamp she'd created seemingly out of thin air. He even tied first place in the distance run. After an hour of running until he ran out of breath and then switching to flight while he recovered stamina, the only other contestant was Momo, who was riding an electric bike that she could hot swap the battery for. Shota asked them how much longer they had in them, and when they both replied with several hours, he told them to stop and that they tied for first. Izuku smiled and Momo muttered, "Acceptable." The end results were as follows. 1. Izuku Midoriya. 2. Momo Yaoyorozu. 3. Katsuki Bakugo. 4. Shoto Todoroki. 5. Tenya Ida. 6. Fumikage Tokoyami. 7. Mizo Shoji. 8. Mashireo Ojiro. 9. Eijiro Kirishima. 10. Mina Ishido. 11. Rikido Sato. 12. Tsuyu Azui. 13. Ochako Uraraka. 14. Yuga Oyama. 15. Hantasiro. 16. Kyokujiro. 17. Toru Hagakure. 18. Denki Kaminari. 19. Koji Koda. 20. Minoru Mineta. First place. That's incredible. 1 for all is amazing. That DMN nerd. He keeps beating me. I have to figure out what the hell's going on. Alright, everyone go back to the classroom and grab one of those pamphlets I mentioned. You're free to catch the remainder of orientation, but it'll be much better if you read through what's provided. Keep the gym uniforms, they'll be your personal ones all year. If you need to change sizes or something, head to Ectoplasm's office. He's in charge of all uniform-related matters. My contact number for both my personal and work phones are in the pamphlet. Send me a text message from your phone to both numbers with your last name so I can verify your information is up to date. Please do not contact my personal phone for any other reason unless I have not responded to my work one. I will expel you. So, no one got expelled? The pink-skinned girl named Mina rubbed her hands together as she asked her question. So far no. You all showed me at least a little potential. Keep it up, and you might make it through your first year with the same people you started with. Shota started to walk back towards the building when the frog girl spoke up. Aizawa-sensei, Ribbit, why do you wear that scarf? Do you need to keep warm because of your quirk? Ribbit. Shota turned around to face the class, hand on his scarf. Extra credit option. If one of you can tag me without being apprehended, I'll mark one test this year as a 100. Careful though, only one person gets to attempt. The class looked around at each other, curious as to who would step up. Izuku, however, knew exactly who would end up charging their teacher. Dai! Katsuki launched himself toward the hero with twin explosions. However, he was immediately caught. The student was wrapped up in the gray scarf of their teacher, with no room to attempt an escape. What the hell? Why can't I use my quirk? What the hell is this thing made of? Izuku realized, in that moment, who their homeroom teacher really was. The underground hero who instilled the fear of red eyes in criminals. Eraser head. It's my quirk, erasure. It shuts down the body's ability to interact with non-vital quirk genes. Don't make me overuse it. The teacher released his scarf's hold on the loud student and pulled out a bottle of eye drops. It gives me terrible dry eye. The scarf is my capture weapon. It's made of steel wire alloy with special carbon nanofibers. The hero rewrapped the support item around his neck. Katsuki was hyperventilating. Are you okay, Bakugo? I didn't intend to harm you. Twice in one day I've been beaten. He took my FNG quirk away like it was nothing. Like I'm some weakling. I have to get way stronger if I'm gonna be the best. Katsuki composed himself and nodded. Yeah, just didn't expect you to be so fast. Katsuki began stomping towards the school building, ready to get his stupid pamphlet and leave. Don't beat yourself up. None of you had a chance at ever succeeding at that task. I've been doing this for too long. After the students exited the field, Shota turned to face the corner of the building. Come on out, All Might. I know you're there. The giant of a man in his yellow pinstripe suit stumbled from behind the corner. Oh, hello there, Aizawa. Funny running into you here. Shota held a blink for multiple seconds, wondering if it was worth it to just walk away. You've been watching my class the whole time. Now, care to explain what exactly interests you so much about my students? Shota raised an eyebrow at the symbol of peace, clearly undeterred. I just wanted to see how the first real students I'll teach perform. I was worried for some of them after I heard about you expelling an entire class a few years ago. The smaller hero rubbed his palm up his face with a yawn. Those students would never have become heroes. Any of them that got a license would have ended up buried within a few years. I did them a favor by expelling them. However, I don't believe you're being completely honest with me. I noticed you were paying more attention whenever Midoriya was active. There isn't anything improper the school should know about, right? The erasure hero glared at the number one. All Might began coughing and choking on his blood. Quickly, he glanced around to make sure they were alone and released his muscle form. No, of course not. I just wanted to see how an experienced teacher interacted with their students. Young Midoriya just seemed to be the most impressive of the group. Shota relaxed his gaze and walked past Toshinori. Something's up with that guy. I don't think he has bad intentions, but I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. Midoriya, I am requesting to walk to the station with you. Tenya was speed walking towards Izuku. Oh hey Ida. What makes you want to walk with me? Izuku waited for the fast-paced boy to catch up. To be completely transparent, I find you impressive. Despite only knowing you for a few hours, I can see a fire within that drives you forward. Izuku blushed at the boy's praise. He actually seems pretty nice. Don't forget about me, guys. The boys turned around and saw Ochako lightly jogging to reach them. Your name's Ida, and yours is Deku, right? Izuku's heart dropped for a moment. He started wringing his hands together, tugging on different fingers and attempting to clear his throat. No, my name's Midoriya. Oh, I thought that's what Bakugo kept muttering under his breath at you. Izuku shook his head a little too quickly. No, Death is what Kaken calls me to make fun of me. It's a misreading of my given name, Izuku. Ochako's face quickly turned to one of regret. Oh no, I'm sorry. Well, I kinda like Deku. Gives off a total, you can do it, kind of vibe, you know? Plus, it's kinda cute. Deku Ice. Tenya turned to his newfound source of admiration, instantly realizing his predicament. Well, I at least hope the two of them don't dance around it for a decade like Tensei and Nemuri have been. Oh, I was meaning ask, how does your quirk work? It looks like you've got two, with the whole flying and super strength thing. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. I hope the cover story I came up with works. Well, I can guarantee it's not two quirks, haha. Not off to a great start. It's a form of ergokinesis. I call it superpower. I have a stockpile of energy stored inside me that I can manipulate and use as super strength. I can also use that stockpile as fuel for manipulating my own gravity, as well as the gravity of things I'm either in contact with or extremely close to. I'm a pretty late bloomer, so I've hypothesized that I'll be able to do more with my quirk once I get more training with it. Ochako and Tenya both looked amazed. What a remarkable power. I'm sure that UA, the prestigious institution that it is, will be able to draw out all of your latent potential. Wow, your parents must have some pretty crazy quirks if that's what you ended up with. Izuku laughed nervously and shook his head. No actually, My mom just has a minor telekinetic quirk that attracts small things towards her, and my dad has a super efficient fire-breathing quirk. We know I get the telekinetic stuff from my mom, but we think the stockpile of energy is a mutation of my dad's quirk, acting more like energy output than fire breath. Izuku was really hoping that they would believe his cover story. You really hit the genetic lottery, huh? You said you were a late bloomer though. How late was it, if you don't mind me asking? Izuku stared at Ochako, contemplating answering her question truthfully. Tell them the truth, Izuku. If they don't respect you afterwards, then they should get the hell out of this school. 7th. I'm just nervous about them making fun of me for training all my life, even when I thought I'd be quirkless. They don't seem like the type to mock someone for pursuing their dreams, now do they, Izuku? Izuku couldn't find himself disagreeing with 7th. Now hurry up and answer her, before she gets the wrong idea. You've been staring for quite the moment now. The boy's face went bright red. Oh, I've only had my quirk for 6 weeks. Tenya's eyes grew to the size of saucers as Ochako's jaw dropped. Only 6 weeks? Tenya's chopping was nearing supersonic speeds. Midoriya, I find your level of skill with your power to be incredibly high. The fact that you have had less than 2 months to train with it is nothing short of stupendous. Oh, it's not that crazy. I have a really good group of personal trainers. Why the hell did I say that? Midoriya, my older brother and I share many similarities with our quirks, right down to fruit juices being our fuel supply. He is very accomplished with his quirk, and it still took me years of personal lessons before I was able to do half the things I'm capable of, so unless these personal trainers of yours have the exact same quirk as you and telepathically communicate how to use it, I wouldn't discount a fraction of your effort. Izuku swore he could hear all 8 vestiges laughing inside his head. Alright, we peaked. Nothing's gonna be funnier than that for at least 20 years. This was the first time the vestiges had seen Second's smile since the transfer occurred. Later that day, Izuku was halfway finished with reading through the UA pamphlet when he came across handwritten words. If you're reading this, immediately text my work phone the phrase, "Spring reading complete," so I can verify. Do not share this knowledge with another classmate. Aizawa-sensei really was serious about us looking through the pamphlet. He sent the text to his teacher, curious about what would come of it. Class 1A was fervently chatting amongst themselves the next morning. I wonder when we'll get to start our heroics lessons. I hope it's soon. Mina Ishido was swaying her head back and forth, speaking to Tsuyu Azui. Didn't you read the pamphlet, Ribbit? It says our first heroics PRD is next Monday. Mina looked as if she'd tasted something sour. I might have skipped over reading it. She recovered and brought the smile back to her face. Besides, we'll be told about anything we need to know. I wouldn't be sure of that. The classroom became silent as all eyes landed on Shota. 3 seconds. You're improving already, nice. The teacher took to his podium and cleared his throat. Yesterday, I suggested you all should read the pamphlet. I hinted at it more than once, and there was a reason. You're all aiming to be pros, and as pros, you cannot allow small details to be overlooked. If, for example, you hear someone mention a very specific topic, or make a strange request, but they aren't elaborating further. It could be a hidden message. Inside each pamphlet was a message that I'd put there. It was on a different page with a different password for each copy, to ensure no one cheated. Out of 20 students, only 5 responded. Azui, Ida, Koda, Midoriya, and Yaoyorozu. As a result, these will be the only students eligible for becoming the class representative. Cast your votes. You have until the end of homeroom. Students gazed between the 5 named individuals. Koji was shaking his head, full of nerves. Tsuyu was blank-faced. Momo had furrowed her eyebrows, staring at Izuku. Tenya was trying to organize the voting papers. Class representative? That'd definitely put more eyes on me from hero agencies. Is that what I want though? I still get pretty nervous when it comes to interacting with people. Izuku, I'm gonna give it to you straight. You are the most qualified out of any student, let alone the other 4, to lead your class. The only one that'd even come close is the Ida boy, considering his family history. Family history? Wait, Engine Quirk, Ida, blue hair. He's Ingenium's little brother, isn't he? Izuku couldn't believe he hadn't noticed their resemblance before. Ingenium always talks about his family and how much he cares for his little brother. Yep, he looks just like his grandfather too. Were you friends with an Ingenium? A friend of mine was a friend of his. They'd race each other up and down the length of Japan. We did race one time, but he got all frustrated that I wasn't honoring the rules and shouldn't have flown above every turn. But anyway, you're an incredibly talented boy with a heart of gold. You'd be perfect for the job. Not to mention the fact that you've got a bunch of experienced veterans in your head for advice. Thank you, 7th. I didn't even think about how I'd have all the vestiges to help me out one day. You wound me. 7 votes. Izuku was surprised to see that he actually won the election. Tenya and Momo tied with 5 votes each, Koji receiving 2, and Tsuyu receiving 1. I mean, come on Midoriya, did you really expect to lose that? You're like the coolest guy ever. Minoru was poking the back of Izuku. The green-haired boy stood and took his place in front of the class. Thanks to everyone who voted for me. I promise not to let you down. Shota emerged from his sleeping bag. Since Ida and Yaoyorozu tied for 2nd place, you get to pick which one will be your vice representative. Choose now. Izuku looked between his options. I'm definitely closer to Ida, and he seems more approachable than Yaoyorozu, but that might just be because I haven't gotten to know her yet. She's extraordinarily capable. I heard her mention to Jiro that she was the top scorer on the written exam, plus, she's a recommendation student. Aizawa-sensei, can I choose both? The 2 of them could share the responsibilities of vice representative, and if I'm ever unable to perform my duties, for whatever reason, they could fill in for me and we wouldn't need to worry about one person shouldering everything. The sleepy hero shrugged. Sure. Ida, Yaoyorozu, you heard it. You're both vice representatives. All 3 of you will have to attend the meeting with the other first-year representatives to establish a connection, but for now, it's time for dash. It's time for English, yo. The door slammed open and Present Mike strode in. After setting down his lesson plan, he made hand symbols towards their homeroom teacher, who sighed and made a smaller gesture back towards him before leaving. I wonder if that was JSL or something. Tenya and Koji were both left blushing. Man, I can't wait to see what's planned for our first heroics lesson. I hope I get to use some of All Might's training. It'd be nice if he were here to watch my lessons, then he'd be able to remind me of anything I'd forgotten. Does he not realize that Yagi's going to be his teacher? I thought his acceptance letter made that pretty clear. 6th was looking between 7th and 3rd for an answer. Successor. Busy. Excited. Distracted. Alright, place your bets, folks. Over under 2.5, oh my gods when Tashinori walks through. 3rd and 4th place differing bets. I highly doubt that Midoriya would be unable to contain his excitement. He's already had 10 months to get used to training with him. 3rd shook his head. Thought I trained you better than that, little buddy. Think about it, kid hasn't had any real interactions with Yagi since he got into UA. Now, he finds out he gets to learn directly under him again, And at UA with his new friends and classmates? Boy's lungs are gonna look worse than Yagi's from hyperventilating. 8th shot a look of annoyance at 3rd. Hurtful. Either way, you're both wrong. The two shared a glance, confusion in their eyes. How the f do we both end up wrong? It's over-under, there's literally two options. 7th smirked. He's gonna say it exactly 2.5 times before cutting himself off. Watch. As if on cue, the classroom door slid open. I am here. Coming through the door, like a responsible teacher. All Might was standing in the doorway in his Silver Age costume. The class erupted in cheers whenever he approached the podium. Izuku covered his mouth with his hands, but continued to squeal. I can't believe he's our teacher. I remember he mentioned the teaching lessons a few times, and that he'd be at UA. I just thought it was going to be to instruct other heroes, not students. This is so cool. Oh, god damn it. 3rd and 4th accepted defeat. 7th chuckled. Alright, settle down and listen up, zygotes. All of you have passed the safety tests, which means you can finally get started on heroics. And what better way to start than by diving into the deep end with a battle trial? All Might held up a jumbo index card with battle written on it. Class 1A as a whole seemed excited, but one student in particular was more than thrilled. Perfect. I hope I get a chance to crush that nerd into the dirt. They say the clothes make the pros, and looking at all of your hero costumes, I am proud to have you all as my students. Izuku's costume had already gone through several iterations. During his month of training with One for All Might had offered to get him a hero costume early so he could get a little practice with it. Izuku wanted to say no, that him getting practice with his hero suit before any of his future classmates wouldn't be fair. But he was overjoyed by the prospect of having his own costume, so he agreed. Their final design was a green jumpsuit with gray accents, long white gloves that provided compression for his arms so he could use full cowling for longer PRDS, black armored leg guards so he could protect them whilst kicking, a red utility belt, first insisted on the name, filled with first aid supplies, and finally, his favorite addition, a respirator that doubled as a mouthguard. It was bright white and shaped to look like All Might's smile. Toshinori was flattered by the boy's imitation, if not a little worried about people making a connection. As Izuku looked around at the rest of his classmates, his eyes stopped on Katsuki. There's no way. There's no FNG way he's using my ideas. Izuku rarely swore, even in his mind, but this was a special occasion. Katsuki had large gauntlets on his forearms, shaped like grenades. Izuku couldn't see his wrists, but he was pretty sure there'd be tubing that siphoned off portions of his sweat to store in the gauntlets. I wonder if he even remembers that being my idea. We were pretty young and, put your sweat in a bomb, is easy enough to come up with. Focus. So, 8th was getting better at communicating, he'd upgraded to concepts beyond emotions. Of course. Sorry 8th might. But, alright zygotes. Today we will be doing indoor battles. Statistically, the most heinous villainy is committed away from prying eyes. Since you all passed the entrance exam, which was outdoors, I thought it would be best to start you off with an indoor session. This should let those with more close-ranged and stealth capabilities shine. You will be partnered up randomly into teams of 2. Does anyone have a guess as to why it is random? Momo and Izuku both raised their hands. Not wanting to play favorites, All Might selected Momo. It's to represent how heroes might have to team up together on the scene of a crime. All Might gave the young girl a thumbs up. Absolutely. Young heroes often won't have prior knowledge of who they'll be working with. There will be 2 teams, heroes and villains. The villain team will head inside this building and hide a fake bomb. They will have 10 minutes to fortify their hideout and come up with a defensive strategy. The hero team will wait outside, and will only be able to prepare a plan of attack. The hero team's objective is to capture both villains by wrapping their torso in capture tape, and to touch 2 hands to the bomb within 15 minutes. The villain team's objective is to simply run out the timer or capture the heroes. Any questions? Multiple hands went up as several students began asking their questions. What kind of bomb is it supposed to be? Can we destroy it as heroes and still win, or would that be a fail? Can we move the bomb from its hiding spot once the timer begins? Isn't this stacked in the favor of the villain team? All Might latched onto the last question. Yes, young Uraraka, the hero team is at a disadvantage. Such is the case in real-life heroics. This exercise will not be graded on who wins, but by the effort put forth and tactics used. So long as everyone involved has good sportsmanship and tries their best, you will do fine. Ochako nodded and set her face in a determined grin. Izuku turned to notice her in her hero outfit for the first time. But she's so pretty. I hate teenagers. Third slung his arm around Second's shoulder. Come on, Chief, I was still a teenager whenever we met in the Resistance. Second raised an eyebrow at his comrade. I fail to see the contradiction. Third's eyes flashed red and he elbowed his superior in the exact spot where his liver stuck out between his ribs. No FING fair, using your quirk when I can't. Third shrugged. To be more accurate, I'm using my quirk whilst you're choosing not to use yours. It isn't my fault you're afraid of your power. Second looked betrayed. Low FNG blow a-hole. And just like that, Second faded away, back to his portion of the core of One for All. Yeah, Third, that was kinda F'd up. Sixth nodded in agreement. I'll go speak to him. Try to cheer him up some. Third, I know you didn't mean it, but try not to set him off again. Third had crouched and was staring at the ground. Yeah, my bad guys. 150 some odd years of existence and I still F up my words. Fourth placed his hand on his back for comfort. It's alright, Ajisen. We all slip up here and there. I'm sure Second won't hold it against you. For long at least. Eighth's eyes widened at the words of Fourth. Family? Oh, forgot to tell you I guess. Third is Fourth's uncle. Bruce didn't mean to get his nephew wrapped up in this mess, but circumstances forced his hand. Izuku could tell something was happening within One for All. He felt a range of emotions, but he tried to push them down. He had just drawn Team A and was waiting to see who his teammate would be. Ooh, teammate. That's you, right, Deku? Ochako approached the boy while holding her ball that had a written across it. Oh, well, yeah. Looks like we'll be partners for the L lesson. She's really close. Awesome. I was really hoping to have you on my team. You're really smart and powerful. This'll be a breeze. Izuku's blush looked like the world's worst sunburn. Thank you, Uraraka. That means a lot to hear from you. Too serious. So, while the others are still determining their teams, can you explain how your quirk works for me? I know it cancels out gravity, but I haven't had a chance to see you in action. Izuku had pulled out a pocket notebook and pen from seemingly nowhere. Sure thing. It's called zero gravity. I can remove the pull of gravity from any solid object I touch with all 5 fingers, including myself. I have to touch somewhere on my body that isn't my hands though, so making a fist doesn't work. I can restore all removed gravity by touching all 10 fingertips together. My current limit is around 3 tons before I get nauseous, although if I use my quirk on myself or repeatedly remove and restore the gravity of things, I get sick much faster. Izuku was quickly writing down everything she said with great speed. He already had a few ideas on how to use her quirk. I think there's a hidden aspect to your quirk. When you caught me before the entrance exam, you only touched my shirt, not my actual body, and that was enough to float everything I was carrying. I think you have a mental aspect that relies on what you perceive to be an object. Can I have you test something real quick? Ochako was looking at the boy in a new light. She hadn't seen this side of him in their week at UA. She'd only been privy to the parts of him that fanboyed over every hero. She quickly nodded and agreed to his test. I'm gonna turn the sleeve part of my glove inside out while keeping my hand inside, that way there's a bit of distance between me and it. I want you to only touch the inside-out portion of the glove, but try to imagine floating me. When Izuku confirmed he was ready, Ochako placed her fingers on the boy's glove. Immediately, his entire body lifted off of the ground, hovering in the air. Ochako placed her hands on her face, keeping her pinkies raised, and gasped. It worked. I can't believe you figured out a part of my quirk that I hadn't even noticed so quickly. She released her quirk and gave the boy a hug. Thank you. This is sure to help me out as a rescue hero. Izuku stood there, body stiff as a board as he rebooted. Pretty girl. Confusion. Panic. He stepped back, breaking the hug and turning towards All Might. He'd just finished setting up a whiteboard that had all the teams and battles listed on it. Izuku, noticing his team was up first as villains against Team D, searched the board to see which of his classmates he'd be facing. He felt his voice get caught in his throat as he saw Team D's members. Edent. Kaken. This is going to go poorly. Scanning the room, he noticed Katsuki staring at him with the most excited expression he'd seen on the boy in all 12 years they'd known each other. Team A, take your places inside the building. Team D, wait outside. The preparation time will begin as soon as the villain team enters their hideout. I'm gonna break you, Deku. Preparation phase over. The trial begins now. Team A had placed the bomb on the 3rd floor, the direct center of the building. They figured Tenyo would search each floor room by room, but they didn't know if he would start at the top and make his way down, or simply start on the 1st floor and head up, so they split the difference. Izuku had warned his teammate that Katsuki would ignore the objective and focus entirely on him, so he should head out on his own to keep him away from the bomb. She didn't like the idea, but she couldn't come up with a better plan in such a short amount of time, so she begrudgingly agreed. He took his position in a small room on the 1st floor, hoping Tenyo would head upstairs first. He had his comms open with Ochako so he could alert her if the speedster was headed her way. As soon as the hero team entered the building, a loud explosion rang out. Get out here, shitty D. You too scared I'll kick your butt? Yeah, that's pretty much what I expected from him. He heard a frantic voice from Katsuki's direction, followed by engines whirring and footsteps that grew quieter. Ida didn't seem to know Kaken would do that, meaning they didn't have a plan. That's good, it'll make them easier to defeat. He whispered into his earpiece. Uraraka, Ida's on his way upstairs, look out. Understood. Good luck, Deku. Izuku activated full cowling. He was prepared to wait until he could tell Katsuki was nearby on the other side of the wall, but the explosive boy had different plans. I said fight me, you demon nerd. Izuku had only a moment to dodge before an explosion devastated a portion of the wall next to him. He took a defensive position and waited for the smoke to clear. You want to hide your quirk your whole DMN life, fine. But today I'm gonna show you exactly who you've been looking down on all these years. I'll show you who's better, you useless D. Katsuki rocketed towards Izuku, propelled by his explosive hands. Right hook. Pivot left, get inside his guard, grab, twist, flip. Katsuki shot his right arm forward, just as expected. Izuku followed his plan and slammed the blonde boy into the ground, cracking a few tiles upon impact. I've analyzed every amazing hero all my life. Especially you, Kaken. I always wanted to be a hero, and now that I have my own quirk, I'm gonna show you and the rest of the world that I'm not some useless kid anymore. From now on, I'm the Deku who wins. I can't tell what they're saying. Is there any audio to this thing? Denki was trying to read their lips, but it was hard on such a small screen. I chose to mute the audio for you observers so you could try to guess what each team might do using your own analytical abilities. I'm still listening in, however, just in case an emergency comes about. Oh man, analysis is hard. Mina nodded along. Yeah, I'm glad that isn't part of the grade. Katsuki stood from the ground, catching his breath. His mind was replaying painful memories. Kaken, are you okay? I thought you might have hit your head or something. You scraped your knee, Kaken. Let me rinse it off so we can bandage it. You should relax on your quirk training. Your body can only take so much damage, Kaken. Kaken, I couldn't just stand around and watch you die. He thinks he can look down on me? I'll show that BSTRD who the real weakling is. Die. Katsuki released a powerful blast from his left hand. He darted forward and let off another explosion, but he didn't see him anywhere. He heard a small crinkle of fabric and immediately shot off an explosion in its direction. He knew it connected when he heard Deku yelp out in pain. You really think you could sneak up on me, Deku? Chicago smash. Izuku brought his hands together in a powerful clap and blew away all the smoke in the room. Having eyes on Katsuki, he channeled all of G-Direct in his direction, flying feet first in a sideways drop kick. Dakota smash. When his feet met Katsuki's chest, he kicked off of him and reoriented himself to the ground, leaping forward once more. His attack was countered, however, when Katsuki used an explosion to launch himself into the air over Izuku, exploding the green-haired teen's back. Since you were always scribbling about my quirk in your creepy notebooks, why don't you tell me what these gauntlets are for? Katsuki raised his arm parallel to the ground as he pulled back the large slide of his gauntlet, activating the first stage of the firing process. All Might was watching carefully. He wanted to call off the match right now before anyone could get too hurt, but deep down, he wanted even more for Izuku to prove himself. He wanted his successor to face this threat head-on. Run, Izuku, he's going to dash. I'm not running. I have a plan. I've waited a long effing time for this moment, but I never thought I'd get so lucky as to have it fall on my fucking birthday. Dai. Katsuki's face held a manic smile. Izuku knew he had to time this perfectly. He waited for the moment his opponent pulled the pin, sparking the gauntlet and sending a wave of explosive force towards him. As soon as Katsuki could no longer see him, Izuku jumped as hard as could at 5%, using G-Direct to add to his speed. He burst into the second story and landed on the ceiling of the room above them. He landed in a crouch and pushed off the ceiling, reorienting his gravity and aiming for the spot Katsuki was last seen on the floor below. New York smash. He shoulder-checked the floor, creating a big enough hole for his body to fit through as Seventh's quirk carried him downward. Seeing the surprised face of his former best friend, he went in for a punch. New Jersey smash. The one for all user intentionally aimed too far to his left, dropping low and catching Katsuki's ribs with a surprise elbow. Eighth, have you ever used any of these moves? Eighth shook his head. Successor. Inventive. Proud. Katsuki doubled over and began wheezing, but Izuku didn't let up. He was striking Katsuki all over, weakening him bit by bit. After dodging one more explosion, Izuku ended their duel by wrapping Katsuki in capture tape. Happy birthday, Kaken. I'm sorry it ended up like this. Young Bakugo has been captured. 5 minutes remaining. Looks like I'm all on my own now. I only have time to search a few more rooms on this floor, then I have to move. Fortunately, Tenya was on the 3rd floor, soon to enter the bomb room. His engines were prepped for maximum speed, ready to make contact with the bomb as soon as he spotted it. Unfortunately, Izuku had other plans. Missouri smash. Hey, I recognize that one. Izuku flew in from behind Tenya and chopped the back of his neck with enough force to slam him into the ground face first. Now Uraraka. As Tenya raised himself up, his eyes scoured the immediate area. Can't see her. What is she up to? His question was answered when he heard the muffled voice of the girl say, "Release," as a giant pillar crashed through the wall and into him, pinning him to the ground. She then ran towards him and wrapped him in capture tape. Young Ida is out. Villain team wins. Ochako quickly removed the gravity from the pillar once more and helped Tenya to his feet. That was certainly surprising. I cannot say I expected a sneak attack from either of you. Tenya had a slight limp, so Ochako removed his gravity and Izuku held onto his waist to keep him from floating away. Yeah, it was all Deku's plan. We both knew I'd have to catch you by surprise in order to take you down, since you're so fast and all, but he was the one who came up with the idea of using one of the building's support pillars as a projectile. He broke it off at the top and bottom, and I waited until I heard you reach the floor to float it. I was gonna wait until you opened the doors to throw it at you, but Deku was able to catch up and tell me where I should aim. Remarkable plan, Midoriya. As expected of a class representative. Great performance on your part as well, Uraraka. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck with a blush. Oh, it's not that crazy. Uraraka did all the hard work of actually floating and throwing it. I just had to punch some concrete. The boy did not realize that punching through several feet of solid concrete would be considered impressive on its own. They searched for Katsuki, but he had already left the building. He beat me. He pummeled me into the ground. How the hell did he get so strong? It doesn't make any DMN sense. Why did he hide his power all these years? Could it have beaten me at any time? Katsuki's spiraling thoughts were halted when All Might placed his hand on the boy's shoulders. Young Bakugo, you need to slow your breathing. Whether you win or lose, there is always something to gain. So long as you're open to learning. As Izuku was leaving that day, he told Tenya and Ochako to head to the station without him. Don't worry guys, I just have to do something. I'll be fine. Okay Midoriya, good luck in your endeavor. Yeah, good luck Deku. Izuku stood still as the two left the hall. I know you're there Kaken. Katsuki stepped out from behind the wall and approached Izuku. Explain. Now. Izuku sighed, knowing exactly how this was going to go. You wouldn't believe me even if I could tell you. Katsuki furrowed his eyebrows as his hands sparked. How long have you had a FING quirk? How long have you been looking down on me, laughing behind my back? Is that what you really think? That I've been hiding my quirk and laughing at you? Even after you'd leave me burnt and bruised, simply for the crime of standing too close to you? Katsuki was taken aback. When the hell did the nerd get a backbone? Of course. What other explanation could there be? You always thought you were better than me. Now I know why. The blonde boy grit his teeth. You got off on hiding your DMN super quirk our whole lives. Well, it doesn't effing matter. I'm still gonna be number one, and you'll stay beneath me. Kaken, can we make a deal? Katsuki scoffed. A FNG deal? What the hell are you on about? I promise that one day, I'll explain everything. But until then, I need you to believe that I've never once looked down on you. You were always an inspiration for me, someone full of confidence, someone I always wanted to be like. Katsuki looked down, his hair covering his eyes. However, this did nothing to hide the falling tears. That's how it's gonna be. You expect me to believe any of that crap? The real reason you were trying so hard all those years is that you had a quirk and was training it the whole time. All that bullshit about being a quirkless hero was you trying to get under my skin. Katsuki stuffed his hands in his pockets and stomped away. Izuku spoke under his breath. I swear, Kaken, one day I'll let you know. A little more than a month had passed since the battle trial. It was the start of June and Shoto was wrapping up for the day when he informed his class of the upcoming event. In 2 weeks, you all will head to the USJ with myself and 2 other teachers. He tried to continue, but he was cut off when Denki raised his hand and spoke. Universal Studios Japan. You is the best. Shota activated his quirk, glaring at the outspoken student. It's not too late to transfer you to general studies. Knowing their course load and your current grades, I guarantee you wouldn't have the chance to make it to the sports festival to transfer back to heroics. Denki gulped and bowed his head. Sorry, Aizawa-sensei. As I was saying, we'll be visiting the USJ, the unforeseen simulation joint. There, you all will participate in various rescue exercises. Due to the various environments of the USJ, you'll have to pass an advanced safety test in order to participate in the more dangerous zones. You'll have multiple opportunities to take and pass this test, just like the standard safety test you took at the start of the year, but you must have passed prior to June 15th, the day of the training. You're free to go home now. The teacher picked up his sleeping bag and exited for the teacher's lounge to take a nap. Several students were panicked. Mina spoke first. Oh man, I had to take the first test 4 times before I got a 100%. This one's supposed to be harder. She slumped forward onto her desk as Denki spoke up. Crap man, it took me 7 tries. I was lucky President Mike let me take it during his class on the final day. What are we gonna do? He turned to his right to face Mina as they wailed together. The purple-haired teen to his left jabbed his side with her quirk. I don't know jamming way, maybe you could study for it, like the rest of us? She chuckled to herself as his wails grew louder. I do study. Everything just falls out of my head as soon as I enter a classroom. The only class I can get work done in is English. It's so weird, ISEKD at English in middle school, I don't know why UA is so different. Izuku was scribbling in his new, hero analysis for the future, class, notebook, idly listening in on the loud conversation when he got an idea. He quickly flipped to Denki's entry, rereading the portion about his drawback of overloading his brain. Kaminari, can I ask you something about your quirk? Denki turned to face the student, despair in his eyes. Sure, Midoriya. Whatcha wanna know? So, your quirk lets you absorb, create, and release a large amount of electricity, but if you release too much at once, it hurts your head and puts you in a lower functioning state. Denki pouted. Geez, class rep, are you trying to fry me? Izuku waved his hands in front of him. No, not at all. I was just thinking, since you have, like, a passive absorption element, and your quirk directly affects your mental capacity, maybe there's a way to combat or reverse it. What if, instead of lowering your intelligence, you could find a way to use your quirk to increase it? Denki looked at the boy with stars in his eyes. A trickle of electricity shot across his skin. That's so cool, Midoriya. I never even thought about something like that. How would I figure something like that out, though? Stick a fork into a toaster or something? Izuku shook his head. Well, Midnight Sensei is the certified quirk counselor for the school, so you could probably bring it up to her. I'm sure she could come up with something. The stars in the blonde boy's eyes changed to hearts. Miss Midnight, I'm gonna go do that right now. The boy packed up his things and rushed out of the door. After a few seconds, he meekly stuck his head back inside. Where's her office? It's on the 3rd floor, but she's probably in the teacher's lounge right now. That's where everyone tends to go at the end of the day for debriefs and stuff. Denki gave the representative a thumbs up and left the room once more. Another few seconds passed before he opened the door again. Where's the teacher's lounge? Kyoka busted out laughing as Izuku answered his questions. At the very end of this hallway on the left. With a double thumbs up, the blonde boy exited the room. Kyoka spoke up. So, do you think that'll actually work? He'll stop going on us? Well, I'm not entirely sure. I have a few ideas, but Midnight Sensei is more qualified to figure these things out than I am. Ochako stood and walked towards Izuku's desk. I wouldn't discount yourself, Deku. You taught me about an entirely new aspect of my quirk after seeing it once. The boy in question blushed at her praise. So, Mina and Kaminari aren't the only ones stressing about the safety test. Would you guys want to have some kind of study group? I learn best by bouncing off of others, and I'm sure at least one other person here does too. Ijiro was looking towards his class reps. When Toru noticed something. Wait, you called her Mina. That's her given name. Are you two dating already? The pink girl blushed a deep purple while the red-haired boy laughed. Oh no. We're just good friends, grew up together and stuff. Also, I don't exactly swing that way if you catch my drift. No one could tell, but Toru was immensely relieved at the two of them not being a couple. Mina groaned and jabbed her finger into Ijiro's chest. Yeah, and you just had to figure that out after kissing me in Truth or Dare. I still don't think you realize how embarrassing it is to have a boy run away after kissing you. The shark-toothed boy blushed and rubbed the back of his neck. I said I'm sorry, Mina. It's not like I wanted to make a scene. Momo cleared her throat and gathered the attention of the rest of the class. I believe a class-wide study session would be a wonderful idea. We can host it at my estate sometime this week, preferably soon, if that works with everyone. Mina nodded enthusiastically. That sounds awesome, Yamamo. Do you think we could do a few of them for all our classes? The semester finals are coming up soon and I am not feeling confident. Momo smiled, happy to be useful. Of course, I need only to inform my servers of company. My parents are out of town for the next few weeks due to a merger they're closing. Everyone in the room remembered exactly how rich Momo was at that. So, you don't think my quirk can make me smarter? Denki was feeling dejected. He was happy to have a one-on-one session with Midnight, but it quickly turned into a bunch of questions and tests. It doesn't seem like that's within your quirk's capabilities. Your decreased intelligence comes from electrical interference within your mind, not the lack of a charge. Denki threw his head back and groaned, hands pressed into his eyes. Oh man, I was hoping I'd get better at stuff other than English. Nemuri quirked an eyebrow. You're good at English, you say? Have languages always come easy to you, or is this a new development? Denki dropped his hands and faced forward. It's a new thing. I've actually always been really bad at it. I guess Yamada-sensei just does something different. I always feel more relaxed in his class. The quirk counselor narrowed her eyes at the boy and steepled her fingers. Have you felt relaxed in other classes in the past? Have you experienced this feeling in other places, or just when he's around? Denki seemed confused. No? No other class has been like his. I feel the same way at home though. I've always been able to focus better when the lights are off, and he likes to dim them when he teaches. Nemuri's eyes widened as she developed her hypothesis. Kaminari, I'd like to perform a test. The boy groaned. Don't worry, it should be the last one for the day, and it might help you tremendously. The boy seemed a little more hopeful. I want you to complete a math worksheet, once with the lights on and then a different paper with the lights off. Sit by the window so that when the lights are off, you'll be able to still see. Denki hesitantly nodded. Okay, not really sure what this is supposed to do, but I'll give it a try. Just do your best, sweetie. As he was working on the papers, Nemuri texted Shota. More than a sleeper hit. Heads up, Kaminari's gonna need special accommodations. No sleep. Elaborate. More than a sleeper hit. I'm like 90% sure that electromagnetic waves have been interfering with his intelligence. No sleep. God damn it. Schedule him for daily sessions with either me or you until he can figure it out. More than a sleeper hit. Oh, bestie, wink with tongue sticking out. No sleep. You're Zashi's friend, not mine. Nemuri was pouting the entire time Denki was testing with the lights off. Luckily, they had moved to her personal office whenever he asked for quirk help, so as not to disturb any of the remaining teachers. Nemuri also removed all phones and unplugged all electrical devices, wanting to get as much of a control as she could. The electric boy did significantly better, working through problems and equations nearly twice as fast. His body wasn't as tense, he let his shoulders slump and jaw unclench. He was truly able to focus on his work, not looking around for distractions. The counselor quickly graded the papers, and just as she suspected, he had improved by a large margin, nearly 30%. So, I think we can safely assume that your quirk is affected by outside interference. We'll run more tests as time goes on trying to determine what exactly has the largest impact. Until you learn to combat this issue, all of your classes will have the lights dimmed, similar to Yamada's, and they will be recorded for your own further viewing at home, in case you end up needing it. Try to avoid things that are actively producing an EM field, or anything with current running through it. I have a meeting to attend very soon, so I'll send you on your way. She placed her hand on one of the boy's shoulders. Thank you for coming to me with your issue. If anything else comes up, my door is always open, Kaminari. He smiled and nodded. Thank you, Midnight Sensei. This is awesome, I don't have to be a dunce anymore. He exited the room with a newfound pep in his step. This place is FING crazy. Izuku had just arrived at the Yaoyorozu estate, alongside Kyoka and Fumikichi. They had all taken the same final train in the Aichi prefecture, from which they walked to the wealthy girl's home. Holy shit, is that gate made of effing gold? There's no way this is like a regular level of rich, right? Fifth and sixth were both aghast. We're all in agreement that she used her quirk to make her family exorbitantly wealthy, correct? Yep. Absolutely. Duh. For sure. Can't see any other way of having this much money. Positive. Agreement. Izuku felt one for all pulse within him, feeling unified for the first time since he'd received it. Geez, I knew Yamamo was loaded, but this is unreal. Jiro was tapping her earphone jacks against the gate, wondering if it was solid gold or just plated. An adult man's voice rang out from the intercom attached to the gate. You must be the acquaintances Yaoyorozu-sama was excited about. Just follow the path up to the main entrance and someone will be there to take you in. Fumikichi faced the ground. What a mad banquet of darkness. Dark shadow peeked out from his shoulder. He means this place is crazy and he wants to know if Yamamo would make him a black sword. The bird-headed teen scowled at his quirk. Silence, fiend. Izuku and Kyoka giggled to themselves. As the trio was walking towards the front door, Izuku got curious. So, Dark Shadow, Did you manifest when Tokoyami was born, or did you come in at a later date? The sentient Quirk twisted around their host's neck to get a closer look at Izuku. Speaking to me directly? Not Fumi. Its glowing yellow eyes narrowed in suspicion. Of course. You're sentient, right? At first I thought you were some kind of subconscious thought being projected into the world, but from everything I've learned, you and Tokoyami are separate beings. The Quirk's eyes grew wide as it stretched and tackled the boy in a hug. You're on my favorites list. Right next to Mezi. It released him from the hug and returned to its host's personal space. I manifested when Fumi was 4, but I was born with all his memories at the time, so I'm kind of like a clone, but we just call each other siblings to make it easier. Izuku pulled out a notebook and began writing. That's so cool. So, do you two have some kind of telepathic connection? Can you turn it off? What happens when Aizawa-sensei uses his quirk on Tokoyami? Can you pick yourself up and fly? Fumikage answered. Our minds are linked, however we both can close communications whenever we desire. When Aizawa erases my quirk, Dark Shadow is sent back to within my vessel. I can still communicate with it, however, as they are able to see out of my eyes. The boy tilted his head to the side in confusion. I don't see why you think we'd be able to fly. Well, Dark Shadow's able to pick up really heavy stuff, like several tons, but it doesn't weigh on your body at all, or else your legs would get crushed. If that's the case, then why couldn't they pick you up by the shoulders or wrap themselves around you and start moving? The boy and his quirk slowly turned to face each other. Without a word, Dark Shadow wrapped themselves around their sibling's body and lifted him off of the ground. Fumikage floated for several moments, staring at the ground beneath him. He gently landed and turned to the class representative. We shall repay this debt in due time, Great Green One. You should totally hear his thoughts right now. He wants to hug you so bad. The bird boy grabbed his quirk and forced it inside his chest. Begone, foul demon. Izuku was blushing as Kyoka spurted out more laughter. Eventually, the trio reached the front door. There was a butler standing outside to greet them. He bowed with grace and began to speak. Greetings, I am Mino Atsushi. Please remove your shoes and put on the provided house slippers. I will escort you all to Yayarosa-sama's study. The three of them did as they were told and followed the butler. They entered a large room where, from ceiling to floor, every wall was lined with filled bookshelves. The group was unable to spot any labels signifying what types of books were where. It was all seemingly unorganized, but they knew better than to think that the recommendation student would haphazardly store her books. They spotted Ochako, Tsuyu, and Momo gathered at one end of a large table with several textbooks and papers strewn about. The butler cleared his throat to announce their presence and Momo lit up. Oh, hello everyone. I'm glad to see more of you make it. That leaves just Koda, Shoji, Kirishima, Ashido, and Kaminari until we're all here. Fumikage took a seat next to Tsuyu, shooting glares at Dark Shadow any time they would stick their head out. Kyoka sat by Momo at the head of the table, immediately requesting help with her schoolwork. Izuku took his seat across from Ochako, next to Kyoka. After some time, all of the expected students had arrived. They finished all of their currently assigned homework and studied for an extra couple hours before Mina got bored. Guys, I'm so bored. We're supposed to have fun. Mizo pointed an eyeball and a mouth her direction. I'm pretty sure the express purpose of this gathering wasn't for fun, but for learning. Mina rolled her eyes and groaned as she dropped her head onto the table. My brain feels like Kaminari's that one time Blasty spooked him during training. Denki winced. Please don't remind me of that. He nearly blew my head off when I shocked him. The blonde sighed. I'm definitely on your side though. I know my brain's gonna be working better now, but I'm still scared I'm gonna overload myself. He had explained to everyone his recent discovery about his quirk. Thanks for recommending me to Miss Midnight, by the way, Midoriya. Totally saved me there. Izuku waved his hand meekly. Oh, don't worry about it, Kaminari. It was nothing really. Fumikage spoke up. First you removed the veil over Uraraka's eyes, then you assisted our electric acquaintance with his intellect issues, and just a few hours ago, you broadened mine and my demon's horizons. All with just a few words. You really are remarkable, green one. Ochako joined the conversation after hearing Fumikage. Oh, how'd Deku help you in Dark Shadow? He taught us how to take to the skies, like a true bird of prey. Everyone was stunned for a brief second before Mina piped up. He taught you to fly? She leaned over the table towards the green-haired boy. Midori! Teach me how to fly. Please. His face flushed red as he played with his fingers. It's not like how I fly. It's just Dark Shadow picking him up and carrying him through the air. I don't think you could create enough propulsion in order to lift off of the ground, but maybe you could do a kind of double jump or something if you put enough acid into it. Her eyes glossed over, mind racing with new possibilities. I've never even thought about using the momentum I get from releasing my acid. I only ever skated on it, but now I could, like, dodge with it or something. Thank you so much, Midori. No problem, Ishido. Ijiro stood up to get everyone's attention. Midoriya, do you think you could do a quick analysis of everyone here before we head home? It's so cool and manly how you're always helping us out and reassuring us. Acceptance. Friends. Successor. Izuku, feeling the comforting presence of 8th, pushed past his anxieties. Sure ya. I can start with you if you'd like. The enthusiastic redhead nodded. Okay, so, I've noticed that you never roll with punches or anything. You just stand still and tank the hit. Well yeah, that's what my quirk's for. Izuku nodded. Yes, your quirk makes you incredibly durable, but it's like having a really good phone case and dropping it on the floor anytime you're not using it. Sure, the case is supposed to protect it, but eventually it'll wear down. The same applies to your hardening. You should, ironically, learn how to be more fluid. Whenever Ida and I are sparring and he kicks me, I always move in the same direction the kick is pushing me, almost letting it guide my path. It dramatically lessens the impact than if I were to plant my feet into the ground and just let it hit me. The redhead nodded, listening intently. I never even thought about it that way, but that makes a lot of sense. Thanks, Midobro. Mizo raised one of his hands. I would like to be analyzed next. Izuku thought to himself for a moment before speaking. Are you able to extend your membrane when you're growing your arms? Yes. Have you ever thought about using your arms like a wingsuit? If you grow them out far enough and spread them wide enough, you should theoretically be able to glide or fall slowly. I will try that at the next available opportunity. Thank you for the insight, Midoriya. Mina pouted. No fair. You taught Tokoyami and Shoji how to fly. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry, Ishido, your quirk just isn't exactly suited for sustained flight. You're much better in close quarters. She continued to pout. Koda, you could also theoretically fly if you gathered enough birds to lift you up. You could even carry a whip that splits into many different ends so that you could hang from them like balloons, which would prevent your vision from being obscured. Koji nodded shyly. Tsuyu softly ribbited as if she was giggling. Koda with a whip sounds really funny. Izuku and Koji both blushed at the implication. That's not what I meant. Moving on. He turned to Momo. I'm sure you already know that you could just create a jetpack and fly, so you don't really need my help in that department. However, there's a few things I've never seen you use that I am curious about. Oh, and that might be Midnight's sleeping gas. Momo seemed confused. But that's her quirk? It's her quirk byproduct. She has her night-night grenades where she stores a condensed amount of gas within a sphere, so her gas doesn't seem to decay after releasing it, suggesting that it isn't organic. You should be able to create it as long as you had the chemical formula, right? Not for the first time this evening, Izuku was looking at a classmate whose world was turned upside down. It's so simple. I can't believe I never thought about that. Thank you, Midoriya. I'll use this knowledge to become a better hero. He smiled softly. You're welcome, Yaoyorozu. He turned to Tsuyu. I was actually gonna ask you what your training regimen is like. The frog girl blinked asynchronistically. Like lifting weights and stuff, ribbit? Not too much really, I mostly just swim and jump to keep in shape. Ribbit. Well, I ask that because most animal-type heteromorphs have much stronger bodies and muscles, even if the animal that their quirk is based on isn't particularly powerful. Take Mirko, for example. She's the second strongest hero in terms of body strength, second only to All Might, even though bunnies aren't known for having crazy muscles. I was thinking that you might be able to train like her and grow your upper body strength and stuff. Thank you. The girl nodded. Ribbit. Geez, Green. You're on fire today. Got anything for me? Izuku nodded. Well, if you had the right support gear and amplifier of sorts, you might be able to propel yourself in the same way that Kaken does. You could plug your jacks into speakers on your hands or feet, or a system that connects them all together, and if you can output a large enough noise, you could also fly. Kyoko was taken aback. DMN. You really like flying, don't you? Well, it's just the thing I've been focusing the most on in my training, so I have a lot of fresh ideas on my mind about it. He looked towards Ochako. And, Uraraka, I was thinking if you were able to train the new part of your quirk, you might be able to install cords or wires in your gauntlets. You could send them into something you want floated, and if you can picture the cord as being part of the person, you should be able to float them from far away. It'd give you more options at range other than throwing things. Ochako smiled brightly. Oh wow, thanks Deku. That's super cool. I've got a lot of training to do, huh? We all do. No one should be beating themselves up because they have things to work on. So how FNG long do I have to do these sheets here? I could be training right now. Katsuki had just started his first therapy session with Mut-sensei. UA offered to cover his therapy sessions once they learned of them, since they were uniquely qualified to handle hero students. His parents agreed and Katsuki thought it would be better, since he wouldn't have to drive halfway to FING Tokyo to see the nearest therapist that didn't drop him after a single session. He thought an actual hero would understand his drive to be the best and he'd be able to put this sheet behind him. Until I deem you no longer in need of my assistance. It could take a while, or it could be only a few weeks. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Fine. Let's just get the introductions done with. I'm gonna be the #1 hero, better than All Might, and no one's gonna stop me. Except Deku. Katsuki grit his teeth and shook his head. Shut the F up, I'm gonna be way better than that nerd could ever dream of. That only means you're not better than him right now. His breathing became unfocused, and Mut-sensei spoke up. You seem to be carrying a lot of stress at the thought of being #1. Perhaps you should aim a little lower. Katsuki's eyes focused on the shrink. Like hell I should. I'm aiming for the top, anything less makes me a FING failure. The dogman raised an eyebrow at this. A failure? So every hero besides All Might is a failure? Even Endeavor? And when All Might eventually returns, would that suddenly make Endeavor not a failure? If some 2-bit hero trying their best isn't capable of making to the top, then nah, they're just weak. They become a failure when they stop aiming to be the peak versions of themselves. Surprisingly mature, from his perspective at least. He's reconciled that not everyone can be at the very top, but he's convinced himself that he needs to be the strongest in order to be the best version of himself. So, it's about trying your best. What if your best isn't good enough? Katsuki scoffed. Yeah right, I know I've got what it takes. Known it my whole DMN life. Oh, you know it, huh? Please tell me how a 4-year-old knew he'd be the #1 hero. The teen looked confused. The hell do you mean? Don't you know what my quirk is? Explosive sweat from your palms, more or less. Katsuki looked at him like the answer was obvious. Exactly, so of course I knew I'd be the best from day one. It's the perfect quirk for a hero. The boy crossed his arms. Everyone in my life has said so. There it is. And how many of them were pro-heroes? You've been listening to civilians your whole life, what the hell do they know about being a pro? For the first time since the session started, the boy looked like he was truly contemplating the words Hound Dog had said. I don't say this to discourage you, your quirk is certainly powerful. However, everybody has their limits. For example, I reached my prime physique by the time I was 16. No matter how many weights I lifted or how far I ran, I never got better. I simply maintained. My enhanced senses came next. Stopped improving in my second year at UA. I could only get better through widening my skill set. honing my techniques. I'd reached the limits of my quirk. Yeah, but you're a heteromorph. Your guy's training is almost entirely based around your physique. I'm an emitter, it's a different story. Hound Dog shook his head. Not quite. All quirks are like muscles. They can't grow infinitely. It's just easier to recognize that limit when it's an actual muscle, instead of something like fear. So what, you think I've peaked already or something? The boy was growing more agitated by the second. No, not at all actually. I'm saying, what if you reach your peak and it's not enough to become the number one? How would you react? Katsuki thought about his question for a moment. He spoke with uncertainty. There's no way. My explosions are crazy, I have to hold back nearly all the time so I don't level everything in sight. Yuri not answering the question. I'm not answering the DMN question because it's FING pointless. Like asking for a square circle or some sheet. He really believes in his own hype that much? Fine. I've gotten all I needed from that line of questioning anyway. I think this is a good place to call it for today. Same time next week. Katsuki scoffed, standing and placing his hands in his pockets. Sure, whatever. As he was closing the door, he turned to face Hound Dog. You're a lot better than my last shrink. Not that it's a high bar. The explosive teen closed the door and made his way to one of the training grounds being watched by an ectoplasm clone to blow off some steam. Reach my peak without being number one. What FING joke. I'll show every one of these BSTRDS that I've got what it takes. I just have to surpass Deku. Katsuki shouted and started his daily training. Fear not, citizens. But because I am here. Villain attacks were popping up everywhere this morning. All Might had to step in as backup after the local heroes got overwhelmed. He'd been at this for nearly 3 hours at this point. I'm already near my limit. Gonna have to call out of the USJ training today. Aizawa's gonna be said. Okay everyone, you have the option of using your gym uniform or your hero costume. I recommend using your costume since this is a good time to see if there's any changes you might need to make to accommodate rescue work. Still, bring your gym clothes as a backup. Meet me out front by the bus in 7 minutes. Everyone made their way to the locker rooms to get dressed. They had all passed the advanced safety test, Mina and Yuga being the only ones that needed to take it more than once. Gathering up outside the bus, their homeroom teacher did a head count. Alright, everyone's here. Get on the bus and let's go. Tenya went in front of the class. Everyone, we should enter the bus according to our class numbers in an orderly manner. Tenya took to the side of the bus and began ushering everyone in. I'm really glad I chose him as a vice representative. He really fits the role of a diligent leader. The bus's open layout ruined my boarding strategy. The blue-haired boy was sulking in his seat when Momo patted his back. It's alright, Ida. Your plan was a good one, the situation just didn't pan out as you hoped it would. He regained some confidence after her words. If we're pointing out the obvious, Ribbit, there's something I'd like to say. About you actually, Midoriya? His heart rate increased at the mention of his name. Oh, what is it, Sue? She stared at him blankly. How are you so much stronger than the rest of us? You seem like you've had specialized training from a pro. His face went ghost white. Din, fucking, sniped his butt. Third nodded. She's got a good eye on her. Good to see this generation isn't completely screwed. Oh, I get what you mean. I was, scouted out by a talent coach for UA. Katsuki started paying attention. They helped train me over the past year or so. They're the reason I'm as good as I am. Katsuki's palms started smoking. So this fucker was training in secret. IFING knew it. How the hell did he get a talent scout to notice him? Hey Baku bro, you warming up already? Ijiro elbowed him from his left. I was wondering, do you have to drink a lot of water to make sure you can sweat enough? Katsuki relaxed his hands. Yeah, loads of electrolytes too. My body makes the rest of the sheet from the air I breathe, so I gotta take deep breaths in a fight. Oh, that's cool that the explosive part is self-sustaining. Why does your smoke smell so sweet though? The blonde boy groaned. It's leftover genes from my mom's quirk. She sweats a glycerol-like substance all over her body. It's basically the same stuff as regular glycerol, except that it actually has a smell. It makes my nitro smoke smell like her. The redhead laughed. Oh, that's so cool. It's like always being reminded of your mom when you're in a fight or training. That's gotta motivate you, right? Katsuki stared at his palms, eyes focused on something that wasn't there. Yeah, something like that weird hair. The bus halted after pulling into a parking lot. Everyone out. We're here. The students exited the bus and entered the USA. They all marveled at the sheer size of the facility. Hello everyone. I'm 13. Izuku and Ochako were both gushing at the sight of the space hero. 13. My favorite hero. She's the reason I want to be a rescue hero in the first place. She's so cool. She's been a part of rescue operations all around the world. She's saved thousands of disaster victims with her awesome quirk. She's one of the best rescue heroes. Shota rolled his eyes. Quiet down, and that's 13 sensei to you too. He turned to the space hero and whispered as the pair of teens paled at the reprimanding. Where's All Might? He was supposed to be here. 13 held up 3 fingers discreetly. He was very busy this morning dealing with villain attacks. He has matters to attend to at UA. Shota nodded, understanding the message. Diminute Yagi, blowing all your time like that in the morning. Let the local heroes deal with villains. You have a responsibility to these students first. All right everyone, All Might won't be joining us today, so it's just me and 13. We'll start in the mountain zone, since it's the most ish. He cut himself off when the lights inside flickered. Aizawa-sensei, who are they? A large dark portal appeared in the center of the plaza, and dozens of people emerged from it. The most notable were the 2 coming from the middle. A large obsidian-skinned creature with a beak and exposed brain, and a man with light blue, greasy hair, and pale hands grabbing all over his body. The greasy man spoke first. So, All Might didn't show up according to the schedule. No fun. Maybe if I kill a few of his students, I'll trigger his spawn conditions. The man grinned from underneath the hand on his face, eyes crinkling as dead skin fell to the floor. These are villains. 13. Get the students out of here. Kaminari, use your headgear and see if you can contact UA. Eraserhead began running towards the villains and Izuku stepped forward. But, Eraserhead, your fighting style isn't suited for large fights like this. You'll be overwhelmed immediately. Eraserhead raised his goggles to his eyes. Take this to heart, Midoriya. No good hero is a one-trick pony. The hero jumped and slid down the stairs on the handrail, flipping and connecting his boots with the faces of 2 villains. Several villains went to fire off their quirks, but to no avail. The Erasure hero's hair was levitating around his head and he was throwing villains into each other using his capture scarf. By the time the students collected their bearings and began to flee, he had already taken down 7 villains. I cannot allow you to leave. The villain that was generating the portal had appeared in front of the exit, blocking their path. We are the League of Villains, and we demand to know where All Might is. Izuku activated full cowling at his new sustained maximum of 9%. How did you get access to our class schedule without setting off any alarms at UA? The warp villain scoffed at the green-haired boy's question. Irrelevant, as far as I'm concerned. Now, scatter. A large amount of mist emerged from his body, enveloping nearly every student. Izuku used G-Direct to grab Ochako, Tsuyu, and Minoru, and flew them to the side. When the mist dissipated, the only students remaining were Izuku and the ones he grabbed alongside Mizo, Tenya, Hanta, and Rikido. Izuku started strategizing. Ida, you have to escape and run to UA to alert them. We have no idea how large of an area the communications jammer covers, and you're faster than me. It has to be you. Tenya looked conflicted. I cannot run away and leave my comrades in danger. I must stay and fight. Diminute? Ida. This is an order as your class representative. Quit being stubborn and start your DMN engines. Live up to your family name and run. Every student was taken aback by Izuku's assertiveness. None of them had seen him act this way, even during combat training. A low rumble was heard from the calves of the fastest student at UA. Understood, Midoriya. I'll get there as fast as I can. The mist villain laughed at them. You think it wise to strategize in front of the enemy? The villains sent their mist towards the group, but 13 activated black hole and began siphoning the gaseous substance. You really should have focused more on combat, 13. Rescue work can only get you so far. A portal opened up behind her and the back of her costume began to turn to dust. She tried to shut off her quirk, but by the time she did, she'd already been permanently maimed. Blood gushed from the stump where her left leg used to be. She fell to the ground, unconscious and bleeding profusely. The students were all stunned. They weren't prepared to see such a violent injury, especially not on a pro hero. The group of classmates didn't know what to do without a pro. Luckily, they had one nearby. Izuku, distract the warp villain. Keep his eyes on you while Ida runs away. Now. Izuku snapped out of his daze. Ida, go. The one-for-all wielder flew to the side, facing the villain while perpendicular to the exit. Zero, make a tourniquet for 13. Sato, tie it as tight as you can. Uraraka, float her to lower her blood pressure and elevate her leg. Tsu, Shoji, Mineta, slow the villain's movements to ensure Ida can make it outside. Izuku flew towards the villain. Chicago smash. Izuku clapped his hands together and a large gust of wind disrupted the villain's attempt to warp Tenya. He repeated the attack as he flew through the air, avoiding the attempted warps. Mizo was able to grab Tenya and redirect him out of the path of a portal, as Tsuyu wrapped her tongue around the metal brace the villain wore and threw him to the side. Minoru was still in a daze, staring at the now bandaged leg of 13, courtesy of Hanta and Rikido. Ochako's eyes were watering at the sight of her gravely wounded favorite hero, but she did her job in floating her and keeping her leg elevated at the proper angle. As Tenya reached the exit, he had to stop to pry the doors open. The warp villain closed in, nearly capturing him, but Izuku flew in and tackled the villain out of the way, getting himself warped in the process. The last thing he heard was a faint shout of "maximum boost" and engines roaring. Eraserhead was in bad shape. The hand villain had started counting after he activated Erasure the first few times. By the time the hero understood the reason, it was too late. He blinked and the villain was instantly on him. 5 fingers gripped his elbow, slowly disintegrating it. He was able to kick the villain off of him before too much damage was done, but several layers of skin had already been destroyed. Unable to use his scarf without both hands, he wrapped it around his injured arm to staunch the bleeding, and pulled out his combat knife. I hope none of the kids see this. Wow, you're so cool, Eraserhead. The hand villain's voice felt like walking barefoot on a gravel road. By the way, Shota felt an earth-shaking footstep from behind him. I am not the final boss. Izuku loudly crashed into an office desk. He quickly righted himself and listened for what he could hear. It sounded like a thunderstorm outside, and he heard lots of footsteps in the hallway. Okay, I got transported to the downpour zone, which most likely means the rest of the class is still in the USJ. There's a lot of footsteps outside. I can assume they're villains since it wouldn't make sense to warp me to the same place as a bunch of my classmates. We're likely all split up, groups of 2 or 3 at the most. I have to get back to the main plaza. You did a great job back there, Izuku, but it looks like there's more to come. Yeah, I just gotta take these guys down, search for any other classmates in this zone, and head to the main plaza to regroup. His confidence has gotten a lot better in the past few months. His growth is honestly impressive. The rest of the vestiges nodded in agreement, absent second. The sound of doors opening and closing was fast approaching. Where the hell are they? I know I heard a noise around here somewhere. Just hurry the F up. I want to get a piece of that pink beach on the roof before the others are through with her. Several villains laughed at that. Yeah, honestly at SCKS we only get the money for killing them. Would love to take a few home with me. Izuku reacted without a thought as he activated full cowling and sprinted for the point of the wall he could hear the noise coming from. Hastings smash. He exploded through the drywall and collided with 2 villains, sending them to the floor. Hastings? That's a place in England, isn't it? I thought all his moves were named after places in America? Eighth blushed as well as a golden silhouette of fire could. Nebraska. Could. All of the odd-numbered vestiges began laughing. Izuku counted 5 villains, including the 2 that were starting to get back up. You're going to tell me exactly what's going on here. A man with a boar head snorted in laughter. Or what, Pipsqueak? You really think we're gonna just dash? The boar man didn't get to finish his sentence before Izuku charged towards him. Detroit smash. He was punched directly in the snout and crumpled to the ground. 1. The boy turned, green eyes glowing in the darkness of the mock office building. The villains regained their composure and launched their attacks. Giant razor blades flew through the air from a woman's fingernails. Izuku dodged and darted towards her with another Detroit smash, knocking her out instantly. 2. One of the villains began to run away, a man with spikes on his arms like a porcupine. The other 2 stood their ground, a snake man with venom dripping from his fangs and a large man that was made of stone. Carolina smash. The green boy leaped forward and used G-Direct to increase his momentum as he chopped both villains in the sides of their necks. 4. He kept flying and grabbed the porcupine man by the back of his neck and slammed him into a wall. I said, "You're going to tell me what's going on here." He turned the man around so he could see his face. I don't know nothing, man, I swears it. I just got told to show up and that I'd get paid big for it. His grip tightened. Paid for what? The villain gulped. For killing you kids. 5 million ahead. Izuku faltered for a brief second. They put bounties on us. He put himself back together and slammed the villain's head into the wall, knocking him unconscious. 5. Dim, that sheet was straight out of a movie. It really was straight out of a movie. TV show to be more specific, one from my teenage years. I liked it a lot actually. It's about a blind guy who gets powers similar to your Quirk. 4th. I'll have to request for Midoriya to find it once he unlocks my Quirk. It might end up giving him some ideas. Alright, I have to get to the roof to find Ashido in case something ends up happening to her. Izuku used another hasting smash to break outside of the building and flew to the roof. He found 3 villains on the ground, all unconscious with a variety of acid burns on them. Midori! Mina rushed to Izuku and wrapped her arms around him, thankful to see another classmate. These villains were total JRKs. Honestly, they're lucky my acid was getting washed away by the rain. I went pretty low with the pH to defend myself. Izuku moved them towards the edge of the building, scanning through the rain for any activity. Over there. I think that's Dark Shadow and Tokoyami. The boy pointed to an alleyway. He couldn't see much inside of it due to the rain and it being in the shadow of a building, but he did see dark colors rapidly moving. Hop on my back and I'll get us to him. Mina listened and hopped onto Izuku for a piggyback. He held onto her calves out of decency and they made their way to the alley. You cannot silence the abyss. Dark Shadow was making light work of a couple villains, but Fumikage looked like he was struggling. When Izuku arrived, still glowing from full cowling, the bird-headed boy relaxed slightly as Dark Shadow returned to its host, eyes lightening back to yellow. Thank you, Green One. Your light has tamed the demon within me, if only allowing a brief respite. Dark Shadow rolled their eyes. Whatever, Fumi. I was having fun taking down those bad guys. I wasn't gonna kill them or anything. Probably. The group paused for a second before refocusing. Alright, Tokoyami, if you don't think you're in a stable enough environment to fly, I can carry you and Ashido. We need to search for more of our classmates. Fumikage shook his head. No need, I heard these villains talking about how it was only 2 groups, them and one in an office building. I assume that's where the 2 of you just came from. The pair nodded. Good. We can simply run to the exit from here then. We shouldn't waste our stamina on flying if it is unneeded. Almost there. Just a few more seconds. Tenya's engines were screaming at him. His exhausts had warped from overheating, reducing his efficiency but not his speed. His lungs were on fire, coughing up leftover exhaust that couldn't escape from his legs. He didn't even bother slowing to open the doors to UA, running straight through them. He leaped up the stairs, leaving impact craters in each wall as he climbed to the 14th floor. He exploded through the door to the principal's office, thankful it was at the direct end of a hallway and not on the side, like other offices. Sir, there are dozens of villains present at the... Our communications have been jammed and we need assistance. 13 is critically injured. Hurry! Toshinori was lucky that the boy's vision was obscured by the amount of smoke exiting his mouth, keeping his true form hidden. He wasted no time in buffing up and jumping through a window. Nizu had begun alerting all heroes in a 30-mile radius of the USJ before Tenya finished speaking. The boy collapsed on the ground and began sputtering. Please, sir, save them. How could I be so foolish? I should have realized something was up when I couldn't get in contact with 13 or Aizawa earlier. Is this why there were so many villain attacks this morning? To keep the heroes distracted while the heavy hitters went after the USJ? His earpiece alerted him that someone was calling. En route to USJ. Who's speaking? Nizu here. I've sent a distress signal to all nearby heroes, but I cannot guarantee how large the jamming signal reaches. The UA staff will arrive in roughly 15 minutes. You'll be their only backup until then. Good luck, All Might. Understood. I'll be there in 3 minutes. All Might out. Please be safe, Izuku. Oh my god. Mina had to cover her mouth to prevent making any more noise. The trio had just left the downpour zone and were crouched behind a bush in the central plaza. They saw their homeroom teacher's arms snapped backwards. He was being held face down, pushed into the concrete by the large obsidian-skinned creature. Shota's cries of pain were only growing weaker as time went on. The creature started sniffing the air and turned towards them, alerting the greasy villain who was seemingly having a panic attack next to the warp villain, violently scratching his neck and drawing blood. Oh, what's this? A couple of kids I can turn into corpses to break All Might's spirit. The man dashed forwards at insane speeds, hand reaching for Mina. None of them knew what his quirk was, but that wasn't going to stop Izuku from acting. He pushed himself in front of the pink girl and reared his left arm back, filling it with one for all. 100% Texas smash. Izuku's fist connected with something large and solid, like a brick wall. The dust kicked up by the swing of his arm cleared, and he saw the giant creature standing in front of him, unfazed by his attack. What? How did it move so fast? How is my arm not broken? How is it still standing here? Hehe, do you like him? He's genetically modified with multiple quirks to take down the symbol of peace. I call him the Peacebreaker. Izuku felt a stirring within one for all. Impossible. Exploded. Corpse. We saw his head get popped like a DM grape. There's no way he's still around. No. No. There's no chance in hell that he made it out of that fight. Brother. You seem like an All Might fan. With how strong you are and how you're using his moves, I'd almost say you're his special disciple. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. He knows about One for All. It wasn't a question, but a statement of fact. Izuku, you need to get out of here. Toshi is on his way, we can feel his presence. We can explain things to you later, but right now, you're in the most dangerous spot you could possibly be in. Hey, Peacebreaker. Break his bones. Keep him alive but miserable. The hand villain stepped away as Peacebreaker pulled back its fist. Izuku, hold your breath now. Izuku didn't expect Six's voice in his head, but he obeyed regardless. He held his breath and felt a tingle throughout his entire body. Peacebreaker paused its attack, tilting its head like a confused puppy. The hand villain spoke. Where? Where the hell did he go? Izuku looked down at his body, but saw nothing. Just the ground where he was standing. You're using my quirk. It's called Blink Breath. You and anything you touch or are close to can turn invisible for as long as you're holding your breath. It uses your air supply as fuel, so don't expect to be able to keep it active for extended PRDS of time. Now fight. Izuku grabbed Mina and Fumikage by their waists and flew them towards the barely breathing body of Shota. He had to inhale within seconds of turning them invisible, the toll on his lungs too high, but it was enough to get them out of immediate danger. Grab Eraserhead, get him to the top of the stairs, now. All Might will be here any second. I can hold these guys off until then. Mina shook her head. Oh, look at what this guy did to Aizawa-sensei, there's no way you dash. I said go. Red lines flowed across his skin as his electricity grew more violent. The heteromorph pair grabbed their teacher and started to carry him to the entrance. Midoriya. Stop. Shota was fighting to stay conscious. He felt like his head was split in two. You can't. Fight dash. Save your strength, Eraser. You fought well. I just have to buy us 1 minute. 1 for all full cowling, 18%. Izuku took a defensive stance, waiting for the slightest sign of movement. From the Peacebreaker. Kill him and Quirk be damned, I'm not letting this raid be a complete failure. The newly named Nomu shattered the sound barrier with its dash. Izuku was barely able to activate Blink Breath in time to dodge. All Might's successor leaped on top of the beast, raining down smashes on the exposed brain, to no avail. He wasn't even feeling the impact of his punches, only a slight tearing from his muscles contracting. He gasped for air as the warp villain spoke. Tamura Shigaraki, I suggest we retreat immediately. Reinforcements will be arriving any se dash. Shut the hell up, Kurogyri. I'm not leaving until either this kid or All Might is in a body bag. Throwing a tantrum? Like a little kid. How the hell did he organize this thing? That confirms it. He's still alive. You don't think this is his actual kid, do you? There's not much of a resemblance beyond the red eyes. He looks familiar. I can't tell where I recognize him from. My brother would never risk having a biological child. Not when there's a chance of them inheriting his quirk, or worse, a stronger version. He must have found this person elsewhere. The vestiges feared what this person might have gone through to end up in the hands of the Demon Lord. Punching him is useless, kid. He's got shock absorption. He's the ultimate tank, and he's got several strength enhancers to make him as strong as All Might, so he's the perfect DPS as well. I'm barely keeping up, my lungs are burning, and my legs are coming apart at the seams. There's gotta be a limit to this guy's shock absorption, right? Maybe I can overload him. Izuku started using more and more of 1 for all in his punches. He kept his body at 18%, raising the percentages in his arms right at the moment of attack to minimize damages. It still hurt like hell. He could feel stress fractures throughout every bone in both arms. He was reaching his limit. 100%, Detroit Smash. Izuku flew several feet in the air while invisible, right in line with the creature's head. His fist connected with jawbone as he felt his arm break. A massive dust cloud was kicked into the air, blocking the sight of the contenders. The students watched from the top of the stairs, worrying for the safety of their class representative. Come on, Deku. You can do it. Their homeroom teacher started coughing once he had first aid applied to him. Yura.Raka. The girl faced her teacher. I need you to float me. Head towards Midoriya. Hurry. She quickly obliged and gently moved the injured man to face him towards the dust cloud. As the cloud faded, they saw Shigaraki sprint towards Izuku, hands outstretched. The boy wasn't looking and was gripping his broken arm in immense pain. By the time he'd turned to see the villain, it was too late. He'd wrapped his hands around Izuku's neck. But nothing happened. You really are a badass. Erase her head. Izuku sputtered and coughed as he kneed. The villain in the gut at 10%. The villain was pushed back, but not as far as Izuku expected. The Nomu was lying on the ground, twitching, with its head having been snapped backwards. Minute. He's stronger and faster than a normal person, but what does that have to do with his hand quirk? I still haven't seen it, but it's clearly touch-based, likely 5-finger contact. Does he have multiple quirks like the Nomu? How do they have multiple quirks? Izuku heard a loud crash come from the stairs. He turned and saw exactly who he'd been hoping for. Fear not, students. Because I am here. All Might. And he's not smiling. All Might quickly dashed down the stairs and knocked a group of villains unconscious in the blink of an eye. He stopped by the side of his successor. Izuku, my boy, what happened? Izuku had never seen him look so worried. Had to fight that thing. He pointed with his good arm at Peacebreaker. It has multiple quirks, one of them being shock absorption. I had to go all out. I can turn invisible now. That guy has some kind of contact-based quirk, but he's also faster and stronger than a normal person. Not sure if he has multiple quirks. All Might's face paled at the mention of multiple quirks. He felt another stirring within one for all. Why do you look so worried about their quirks? Is someth dash? Izuku, I need you to get out of here. That's an order. You know who will inform you of the rest. All Might was deadly serious. Izuku nodded and began to fly away, but the Nomu started to stand. Its head snapped back into place and the teeth that Izuku had knocked out reformed. You didn't really think Sensei would send him out without regeneration, right? Peacebreaker, do your job. The Nomu screeched and charged at All Might, landing a powerful blow in the center of his chest. All Might retaliated with a flurry of blows to its body. Didn't your little successor tell you? He's got shock absorption. Successor? Multiple quirks. Is back. And he knows about Izuku. Haha, I heard my student mighty fine, villain. But you said he's got shock absorption, not shock nullification. That means there's a limit to how much he can take. I'll just have to go beyond that limit. All Might grabbed the villain by its shoulders and flung it into the air, then jumped after it. As he reached his apex, he started somersaulting forwards and released a massive punch. California smash. The Nomu was sent barreling into the ground, cratering the area and sending a shockwave throughout the entire UI. All around the landslide zone, pink gas was sent in the air. All Might landed with a crash. Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll show you what they really mean. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Peacebreaker was rocketed into the sky, punching a hole through the dome of the USJ. No. It wasn't supposed to be this way. Kurogyri, get us out of here. Shigaraki was stomping his foot like a child. When he was warped away alongside Kurogyri, All Might glanced around, not seeing any villains nearby. He quickly darted through the entire USJ, as fast as his body would allow. He took down several villains in each area besides the landslide zone, where everyone was seemingly asleep, even 4 of his students. He checked the pulses of Denki, Jiro, Yaoyorozu, and Koji, relieved to see that they were all alive and well. After returning them to the central plaza, he checked more of the surrounding area and spotted Katsuki, Ijiro, and Shoto also all asleep and unharmed. What the hell happened here? He gathered all of his students and brought to the entrance. He was checking on 13's wounds when more heroes arrived. Recovery girl, over here. 13 lost a leg and Aizawa's head is critically injured. Young Midoriya has the most severe injuries of the present students with a broken arm. She quickly made her way to the heroes and started treating them. All villains are taken care of, but the 2 that seem to be in charge got away. They can create portals at will, no data on range. I have to leave. Nizu, take it from here, sir. All Might quickly left the building, hiding inside of the turbobus designed by Powerloader that brought the UA staff. Toshinori relaxed his body. Pushed myself a bit at the end there, but it shouldn't be too bad. Probably lost a few minutes in my muscle form though. Recovery girl set Izuku's arm and gave him a kiss, knocking him out almost instantly. Come, little brother. Stand at my side. You need not resist. The wielder of One for All was split in 2. Izuku Midoriya stood to the side staring, body wrapped in a dark haze. Yoichi Shigaraki fought to stand from his forced kneel, the warped visage of his twin brother in front of him. What's happening? I can't move. What you're doing is wrong. I won't let you corrupt the world. Oh please, I'm trying to compromise with you. Your rigid intolerance would be the death of society. That's first. Is this some kind of memory? Why did this guy call him his little brother? You're only interested in your own selfish desires. I'll never join you. I can't possibly understand why you would think that way. 2 men appeared before the taller figure, his brother. Take these 2, for example. This man's meta ability forced fangs to grow from his mouth. His own mother doesn't even want to look at him anymore. This man, however, has no meta ability. He was the victim of a brutal beating at the hands of a gang of metas. Watch as I solve both of their problems. The man-brother placed a hand on each of their foreheads. What is he planning on doing? They're calling quirks meta abilities, so is this the dawn of quirks? First look so young. Stop, brother. There's no turning back if you do this. A red glow washed over both men. The first man's fangs fell off of his body, revealing a regular human face. The second man, however, had those same fangs sprout from his jaw. When the white-haired man-brother pulled his hands away, Izuku noticed thin tentacle-like appendages retreat into the center of his palm. A small mark was left on both men's foreheads, smaller than a 1-yen coin. If I am ever in a time of need, would either of you be so kind as to lend me aid? Yes, of course. I can finally see my mother again. She won't hate me anymore. Anything you need, sir. Thanks to you, I can face my attackers and make them pay. See, little brother. I'm using my power to bring joy and order to the world. I fail to see how that's corrupt. He smirked as first Yoichi began to speak. Did he just change people's quirks? I'm not a fool, Hozen. You don't give a DMN about them, you're just adding lackeys to your collection. I think you might feel differently if you had your own meta ability. And you know what, I have just the one I think you'd enjoy. One that stockpiles power. Maybe after enough time, your body will finally stop being defective. A stockpiling quirk? Is this how One for All was created? No, get away from me. I don't want anything to do with a stolen power. Zen slowly approached first Yoichi and grabbed his forehead. Pain shot through his body as he struggled against his brother. As the snaking tendril was exiting his head, first Yoichi pulled away and grabbed it, yanking downwards. This movement caused a sliver of the appendage to break off within his body. One day, you'll come to see my perspective. I still care deeply for you, Yoichi. You're the only family I have. Izuku blinked and he was back in the dilapidated room with all the vestiges. His body was more solid than the last time he'd been there, his entire head and a full arm being visible. I'm sorry you had to see that, but it was the easiest way to show you what you needed to know. First was leaning forward, arms on his knees, while sitting in his large chair. Honestly, we should have told you way sooner, but first, 7th, and 8th thought it should wait since there wasn't a reason anymore. 3rd scoffed. That man with the red eyes. He called you his little brother. First nodded. Yes. We're twins, but he was the first one born. We were 16 in that memory, but he was physically older than me due to a vast amount of body enhancement quirks that he stole. He goes by the same name as his quirk, nowadays. All for one. He gave you a power stockpiling quirk. He created One for All. First shook his head. Not exactly. He did indeed force a quirk onto me, but it was not One for All as you know it. That part came after. I was born quirkless, but my brother never wanted to believe it. He thought I had some kind of undetectable meta ability, but that wasn't the case. When he was forcing the stockpiler onto me, I disrupted the process. His quirk works by cutting out part of a person's quirk genes and splicing it into himself after shutting down their body's ability to manifest their quirk genes. That's what the tendrils that came out of his palm were. He was finishing the splice into me when a piece of them was broken off, and it remained a part of my genome. As the stockpile grew within me, so did the portion of my brother's quirk. That's what allows One for All to be transferred. Izuku was dumbstruck. So, if he stole the stockpile quirk from someone, and a portion of his own quirk was left behind, why don't either of them have vestiges here? First's ever-present smile faltered ever so slightly. I believe it's because of how One for All was transferred to second. I hadn't been entirely aware of my ability to pass it on, just that I knew I couldn't let my goal go unfinished. Second rescued me from the prison Zen kept me in. I'd held One for All for 20 years by then. We were able to escape and his resistance group had me on the run for another 2 years. One day he found us. He tried to kill Second, but I jumped in front of the attack. Kudo was injured, but still standing. He held me as my life faded, and I placed my bloodied hand on his face, and begged him to carry on my dream of saving the world from my brother. We got lucky that my blood trickled into an open wound, transferring One for All for the first time. It took until 5th inherited the quirk before we could communicate between vestiges, and between the 4 of us, we reasoned that because One for All had spent so long in my body and because my brother's quirk was damaged, any vestige he would have had was destroyed. I'm not sure about the original wielder of the stockpile, but there hasn't been a sign of them in 200 years, so it's safe to say they aren't here. Izuku tried to take all of this in, wishing he had a notebook in his hands. All of this to say, you don't have to worry about it. Even if there was a ghost of that BSTRD around here, we overpower him 9-1. Well, 8 I guess, since I'm not sure if you'd be able to purge him out of here. Izuku nodded his head. So, I'm guessing you all think All for One is still around, if the multiple quirks of the Nomu are anything to go off of. Which is FING insane. Yagi blew the piece of sheet's head clean off. I can't understand how he survived that. His corpse was sent flying into FING space at Mach 20. This was the first time Izuku had gotten a look at Second, and the first time he'd acknowledged the boy's presence. No one else in the history of quirks has developed an ability like his. Even the quirk of that rude boy in your sister class is nowhere near his level. Most Dawn of Quirk abilities are like that. They were either ridiculously powerful or weaker than a toddler. It only makes sense that the first quirk is that strong. Izuku locked eyes with Fourth. First quirk? But the glowing baby in China was the first quirk. The vestiges shook their heads, all but Eighth. Me and my brother were born 11 years before Aoging Huang, the glowing child. Zen had his quirk from birth, it just went unnoticed. He was always a greedy person, but whenever quirks started appearing and he discovered what he could do, it got much, much worse. He stole nearly every quirk in our hometown by the time we were 13. He killed our parents and kept me as some kind of keepsake, his first true possession. He dragged me all across Japan, gathering as many quirks as he could before settling in Tokyo. After he killed me, he realized my body didn't possess the quirk he'd given me. Ever since then, he's hunted down each wielder, stopping at nothing to steal our quirk. Izuku couldn't believe what he was hearing. That's terrible. He squared his shoulders. So, that means it's my job to defeat him, since he'll be targeting me. Eighth raised a fist. Duty. So, responsibility. Seventh placed a hand on Eighth's shoulder. I believe he's trying to say that Toshi will take care of it. He wants nothing more than for you to never deal with that monster. Eighth nodded and rested his head on Seventh. Hang on now, we can't count the kid out of the fight. With how strong he's getting and how weak Toshinori's becoming, the job may fall to Midoriya. Eighth furrowed his eyebrows and shook his head. Eighth, be rational about this. You can feel the few embers remaining in Yagi. He's not lasting another year as All Might. At best he has 2 good fights left in him, less if he keeps pushing himself. He got lucky that Midoriya was able to soften up Peacebreaker. Good job on that, by the way. Can't wait until you unlock my meta ability, you'll take to it like a fish to water. The praise felt nice, but it did little to ease the concern the boy felt for All Might. He felt like he was taking the symbol of peace away from Japan. Seventh shook her head and jabbed his shoulder. Quit moping, Izuku. Toshi's body was going to fail on him regardless of whether or not he found a successor. You inheriting one for all when you did was the best thing that could have happened. If Toshi started unlocking all of our quirks, it would have been too stressful on his injuries and likely would have killed him. Izuku moved closer to Eighth so he could lean onto him. Thanks, Seventh. Thanks, Eighth Might. Eighth had fiery tears escaping his eyes. We need more information. How is this League of Villains connected to All for One? Are there any other Nomu that are near the strength of Peacebreaker? Does the Shigaraki boy have the freedom to call his own shots, or does he simply do what he's told? Midoriya, make sure you get Yagi to inform you of any leads the investigation finds. We all have a treasure trove of information on All for One's habits and behaviors. We'd be able to spot something before anyone else. Understood, sir. I'll do my best. Eighth still looked uncomfortable. Regret. Failure. Dereliction. Izuku wrapped his one visible arm around Eighth and hugged him. It's okay, I knew I'd have targets on my back if I accepted your quirk. Even if I'd known about All for One from the beginning, it wouldn't have changed my answer. I'd have fought him the same day if I had to. Honestly, you're insane enough to make me believe you. Several of them chuckled. It feels like you're waking up. Here soon we should be able to communicate with you nightly. Work hard, Izuku. Izuku waved goodbye to the vestiges, getting various gestures in return from all but second. Izuku! Izuku was immediately tackled by the crying form of his mother. He had barely moved after waking up, not even having a chance to speak. "Hey Mom, I'm okay." She spoke into his shoulder, her voice getting partially muffled by his costume. "Oh sweetie, I was so worried when the school called and said you had fought real villains. I came here as fast as I could, but you were asleep already. The nice nurse said you'd be fine, that you were just exhausted from her healing, but I was still really scared." He patted her back. "Yeah, I had to defend my friends. Both of my teachers got injured pretty bad. I saved them though. I had some help towards the end, but I actually got to save real people." Inko pulled away and smiled at him. How long have I been out?" "Around 3 hours. A bunch of your friends were wanting to see you, especially the stiff boy with glasses. There was also a sweet girl with brown hair. Anything you care to tell me?" She smirked at her son as his face turned red. "Oh, I should go see them. Do you know where they are?" She nodded. "They're all out in the waiting room. None of them are badly injured, but the glasses boy is temporarily in a wheelchair because he hurt his legs or something." Izuku's heart panged for Tenya. "He ran all the way to UA to get us help. That's a 30-mile run in a handful of minutes. The fact that he even made it is incredible." The mother and son made their way out of the hospital room. When he rounded the corner, he saw Tenya, Ochako, Mina, and Toru. Tenya immediately wheeled over to him and began chopping his arms. "Midoriya, it is wonderful to see you up and about. I wanted to be sure I was here to say thank you when you woke up. If not for your words, I would have continued to hesitate and likely would not have made it to UA to recruit backup. It was you who ensured the survival of our class. I've never been prouder to have you as my class representative." He bowed as best as he could in the wheelchair. Mina stood and moved closer. "Yeah, thank you so much Midori. That hand guy nearly killed me. If it wasn't for you, I would have been disintegrated." She put on a brave face, but her eyes showed that she was immensely shaken by the events. Toru had gotten up alongside her and held her hand for support. "Deku, you were amazing out there." Inko narrowed her eyes at the girl's use of the nickname. "The way you gave everyone a job to do and made sure we weren't just standing around, it showed how great of a leader you are." She approached and bowed to Inko. Hello Midoriya-san, I'm Ochako Uraraka, one of Deku's friends. Why are you calling my son that word?" Ochako rose from the bow and flinched at the sight of Inko's glare. He said it was okay? He mentioned that it was originally a mean name, but that I gave it a new meaning for him after a misunderstanding on our first day. I'm sorry if it's rude." The pink blush marks on her face grew darker out of embarrassment. "Izuku, baby, is she telling the truth?" "Oh, of course, Mom. She's not making fun of me, I swear." The mother relaxed her stare. "Good. Now that that's dealt with, it's nice to meet you Uraraka. I'm Inko. It's good that Izuku's made so many friends." "Mom." The woman giggled and ruffled her son's hair. After speaking for a while, the group noticed the door to the waiting room open. A man in black and white armor with mufflers coming out of his elbows entered. He spotted Tenya and speed-walked towards him, taking his helmet off. "Tenya, I left Hosu as soon as I could. My patrol only ended a few minutes ago. You said your mufflers were warped." The face of Tensei Ida, the current Ingenium, made Mina do a double take. "Whoa, that's what Ida's gonna look like in 5 years?" She whispered her next statement in Toru's ear. "Yamamo better lock him down quick, or she's gonna be fighting off a lot of people." The invisible girl nodded her head, but it just looked like her earrings were shaking. Tensei chuckled. 12 years, but thank you regardless." Tenya smiled, not realizing the insinuation the pink girl made. "Isn't my brother the coolest? He took over the Ida 10 agency 9 years ago, allowing our mother to retire. He was the first Ingenium to break top 50 within 3 years of his debut." Tensei handed his helmet to his brother to hold onto while he pulled out his phone. "I'll let Mother know that I'm here. Show's about to be out of surgery, which means you're next. You gotta get your mufflers pulled out sometime today or else you'll start to scar." Izuku was confused. Wait, are his mufflers permanently damaged? Won't that hurt his ability to be a hero? Tensei put his hand up, silencing the boy's line of questioning. He'll be fine. Our grandfather discovered that removing our mufflers causes larger and more efficient ones to regrow. Normally, he would have waited until he was older to undergo this process, but extreme stress like what he went through earlier can also do it. We can only get said boost a few times in our life, so we can't just repeat the process indefinitely. Izuku was encapsulated by the hero's words, writing down every letter in his pocket notebook that miraculously survived. Tenya drew everyone's attention with a hand chop. All right, I must get prepared for surgery, so I bid you all farewell. Tensei wheeled his brother towards the preparation room. Brother, ever since I woke up earlier, my torso and arms have been itching and uncomfortable. Have you ever had a feeling like this after exerting yourself beyond your limits? Tensei thought to himself. For a moment, I don't think so. Never felt like that anywhere other than my engines. You think you might have some physical trauma that they missed? No. It's not a painful sensation, not like my legs. I can't help but feel like I've experienced this sensation before, I just can't remember when. Well, be sure to tell the doctors. Hopefully it won't affect your surgery. It had been several days since the USJ incident. UA was facing some backlash, but since the only major injuries were that of 13 and Eraserhead, they still held positive public opinion. Principal Nizu was currently in a staff meeting with the teachers. I think now is a perfect time to implement the dorm system we've been preparing for. Originally, it was to be completed by the end of the winter break this year, but we can certainly fast-track it with increased funds from the HPSC. They want the complaints against UA to disappear almost as much as I do, and this is a wonderful way of doing it. Most of the teachers agreed. Shota spoke first. So, are we starting all students on campus right away, or are we focusing on the hero course before moving to the others? Nizu folded his paws. Given the fact that this has been in the preparation phase for some time now, and that we have the wonderful Cementos on hand, we should see the completion of all first-year dormitories in 2 weeks. Second- and third-year dorms should only take another week each after that. That means you and Kan-san would have to get all of the student guardian signatures in that time frame. Good luck. Shota and Sekijiro made brief eye contact, neither looking forward to the event. You kidding? Hell yeah, get this brat in a dorm. Well, I see where he gets it from. You hag, hit me again and I'll kill you. Mitsuki smacked the back of her son's head again as they began to struggle against each other. Please you two, no fighting. We don't want to scare your teacher away. Hush, Masaru. Can it, old man? Don't talk to your father that way, mister. Katsuki's hands began to smoke. If you even think about using your quirk, I'll pull you out of UA and transfer you to Canada's National Hero School. But Canada's Hero School sucks, but they don't even teach combat. That's the point. Why did I start with him? Oh Izuku, please text and call me every day. I just don't know what I'm gonna do here now that I'm all on my own. Izuku could hear his mother sniffling on the phone. It'll be all right, Mom. I can still visit whenever I'm not in class as long as I get my travel pass approved. I know, but it's still scary, sweetie. You're growing up so fast. You'll always be my baby. I know, Mom. I have to finish unpacking right now, but I'll text you before bed. Love you. I love you too, Izu. Izuku hung up his phone and started unpacking and decorating his new room. Do I put the special edition, 30th anniversary All Might poster above my bed like before, or should it go on the wall next to the special edition, 20th anniversary All Might poster? It'd make the room more symmetrical that way. After around 30 minutes of decoration, he went down to the common area to check it out properly. He was one of the first students moving in. Since he was the class representative, he had to have a rotating chore schedule put up by the end of the week. He wasn't looking forward to it. He saw Momo sitting on the main couch, uncharacteristically slumped. Hey Yamamo. I've noticed that you haven't been the same since the USJ. Do you want to talk about it? Most of the students had bounced back after the USJ. It was only Momo, Minoru, and Katsuki that were still affected. Minoru had been a lot more skittish and Katsuki was much angrier. Momo, however, just seemed sad. I guess it's responsible to speak to a peer about my woes. Not how I would have worded it, but at least she's receptive to help. I just feel like I should have done more during the incident. I know I technically took down over 24 villains, but I left 7, including myself, of our classmates completely defenseless. Izuku understood her situation. When her group had been warped, they were all surrounded by a bunch of villains. She created a large amount of somnambulist gas, putting everyone in the landslide zone to sleep. The problem was that she did this almost immediately, knocking out her and the rest of her group, alongside Shoto, Katsuki, and Ijiro when they were caught off guard by the gas. I've been having troubles in all of our training classes, always hesitating and second-guessing myself. Truth be told, I had the same issue at the start of the year, especially after seeing you outperform me at every turn. Izuku didn't expect her venting to take that turn. I wasn't outdoing you all the time. You've always been ahead of me in every academic subject, and there've been plenty of exercises that you outscored me in. Your mind and Quirk are an incredible combination. Momo softly smiled and straightened her posture. Yes, but so many of your abilities and talents are instinctual. You do such amazing things almost subconsciously. I had just started to get over my feelings of ineptitude, but the USJ set me back. She crossed her arms and faced the ground. I'm not making progress. Not like you. Not like Ida. Not like anyone else in our class. Even Kaminari has made leaps and bounds since the start of the year. Izuku wagged his finger at her. Oh no you don't. I'm not gonna let you compare yourself to someone who had a literal life-changing discovery involving their quirk. You're wise enough to know your situations are not comparable. He grabbed her biceps so she turned towards him. You still made all that progress. Your training, your effort, everything is still within you. It's just lost in a fog of doubt. I know you can clear that fog and pick up right where you left off. You just have to view it as any other learning experience. He let his hand fall back to his. Said, Thank you, Midoriya. You really are inspiring. She stood and patted Izuku on the shoulder before heading up to her room, standing a little taller than she had in the past couple weeks. No, please. I can get you anything you want, money, women, fame, anything. Please, just don't dash. The fake would never get to finish his sentence. His head was liberated from his shoulders. That made 20 false heroes that had been purged. The hero killer was headed to Hosen next. Hey Ida, I was wondering, would you want to train together over the summer? I need a partner to help me prepare for the sports festival. Izuku wasn't progressing much beyond raw strength with his solo training, so he wanted to get someone else to help him out. Luckily, Tenya was just the right person for him. I wonder why he's been wearing just long sleeves the past few weeks. That would be wonderful, Midoriya. I have to warn you, I am an extreme distance runner, even without engaging my quirk. That's kind of what I was hoping for. I need to increase my lung capacity. I was gonna ask Sue if she'd help me with swimming, but she has to watch her siblings for most of the break. Would you be okay with sparring too? I need someone who can keep up with how fast I am. Tenya nodded. That sounds wonderful. I am in need of more combat training, so I certainly wouldn't be opposed to a few rounds of fisticuffs. There's no way in hell this dude just said, fisticuffs. Honestly, it's not even surprising anymore. Guys, remember that I can hear all of you now and that you're very distracting. My bad, little man. Fourth nodded mentally. Hey Deku, Ida, are you guys talking about sparring? Ochako made her way to the two boys from the kitchen. She had a plate of homemade mochi that Rikido had prepared at her request. Because I really need to work on my hand-to-hand skills, my only strategy right now is to just get close enough to float my opponent away. Izuku pulled out an analysis notebook from the ether. Yes, and I've actually been meaning to talk to you about that, but I've been busy with class rep stuff. Keeping track of where everyone's going to be over summer break is a lot harder than it seems. I have a few tests I want to run with you and your quirk. Would Saturday be good for you too? Both students nodded. Great. We'll start at around 4 in the afternoon at Gym Gamma. Izuku returned to his room, but passed by Shoto on the way. Hey Todoroki, you getting settled in all right? Shoto stared blankly before continuing down the stairs. Ida, Uraraka, and I are all training on Saturday. You're invited if you'd like to be there. I'd love to analyze your queer dash. I'm not here to make friends. Shoto shot him an icy glare and left the stairwell. Well, that's it. I really need to figure out what's going on with him. I still have no idea why he hasn't used his fire for anything other than melting his ice when training's over. Hey guys. Sorry for being a little late. Mina kept me behind. The girl was not going to inform the boys that the reason Mina had kept her behind was because of a bunch of personal questions about Tenya and Izuku that she wanted answers to. Since this is an informal meetup between friends, I will not harp on your tardiness. Let's get started. Uraraka, can you float me real quick? She approached and placed her fingers on the boy's sleeve, levitating him slightly above the ground. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can still fly around or not. He tried to call upon G-Direct, but nothing happened. Normally, he can feel how much gravity is affecting him and the things he brings with him, like having several separate dials that he adjusts to move things. But right now, none of the dials were doing anything. He was trying to move directions, split gravity, everything. After a few seconds, he noticed Ochako turn green and grab her stomach. Ergum. Release. Izuku landed softly and approached Ochako. Are you okay? What happened? I don't know, it felt like my stomach started fighting me. Her face returned to its natural color and stared at her hands. Do you think it was your quirk that did that? Izuku put his hand to his chin and furrowed his brows. HM. I was trying to move around using my quirk, but nothing happened. I was still able to use it, it just felt like I was turning the steering wheel with the car off. I wonder if the nausea you experience is directly from the force of the gravity you're negating, not just the effect of exerting yourself. He pulled out a notebook and began scanning through, marking down and crossing out different ideas while his mutter storm continued. Do you think you could return the gravity to an object without touching your fingers together? Ochako looked up in thought. I don't think so. The only time that's happened is when Yamamo put me to sleep during training. Tenya pushed his glasses up. I'm glad I was there to catch you. Such a fall from that height would have been devastating. Izuku continued. Have you ever tried to manipulate an object's gravity, instead of simply removing it? Ochako shook her head. I think you should give it a try. We already know that the gravity of whatever you remove affects you in the form of discomfort, and that when that gravity is manipulated, you're able to feel it. You might have only been using one half of your quirk your whole life. Ochako stared at the boy in disbelief before taking a deep breath. She grabbed and floated a nearby exercise ball. The girl focused on the feeling in her gut, the constant pressure of using her quirk, and willed it back into the ball. After a few moments, the ball fell to the ground as if she had released her quirk entirely. I did it. She began jumping up and down and hugged Izuku and Tenya tightly. When she released them from the hug, they all noticed that the ball was floating once more. Tenya cleared his throat. It appears that it requires concentration to maintain the gravity of anything in your control. She furrowed her brow and focused on making the ball heavy again, succeeding much faster than just a few moments ago. Izuku tossed the ball into the air and caught it. It feels like its normal weight. Now for the next test, try to change the direction of its gravity. Ochako was taken aback. Do you really think I can do that? The green-haired boy smiled and nodded. I'm fairly sure, yes. You demonstrated that your body can tell the difference in the direction gravity is being applied, so there's a good chance that you can manipulate it. The girl focused on the ball and imagined it falling onto the ceiling. It immediately began to float under the normal conditions of her quirk, but after a few minutes of trying, the ball fell upwards and bounced around the ceiling. Wow, that's so cool, thanks Deku. She wiped her misty eyes and smiled brightly. I can do so much more as a hero now. I can't believe it took her 11 years to figure this out, and she had to have help to do it. Aren't you guys supposed to have counselors for this sheet nowadays? Society is just as close-minded today as it was in your time. Third, most public counselors look for a single thing about a quirk in order to categorize it. They don't spend time testing. People see someone touch something and float it and call it there. If you say so. Third mentally shrugged. September 1st, the day before the first year sports festival. In the past, the sports festivals were broadcasted all across Japan, and even on some international channels, but it was halted after the death of a student at the hands of a villain. The villain had learned the intricacies of the students' quirk by watching their first and second year performances. They stalked and killed them during their second year work study. Oboro Shirakumo's body was never found. UA sports festivals, as well as events hosted by other hero schools, are now only broadcasted pay-per-view on highly secure hero networks. Direct family members of participants and anyone looking to scout a student for any reason are allowed to watch in person, but they have to get approval months in advance. The recordings can be purchased by heroes for a large sum up to a month after the festival. Afterwards they go in a secure vault alongside all school records. Hey Uraraka, I never asked, why do you want to become a hero? The girl blushed and rubbed the back of her neck. To be honest. For the money. Izuku and Tenya were taken aback. My family isn't very well off, I just want to be able to take care of them. Being a hero is the quickest way of doing that. I hope you guys don't think any less of me. What a noble ambition. Taking care of one's parents is a perfectly admirable goal. Tenya was clapping his hands above his head. Yeah, we'd never judge you for something like that. Ochako smiled and started to speak but was interrupted. Young Midoriya is here. All three students turned to see their heroics teacher peeking around a corner with a business suit on. Would you like to eat with me? The large man held up a wrapped lunchbox with miniature All Might designs. Subtle as always, Toshi. Sure to All Might. Careful Seventh. I almost said his real name. Seventh blew a raspberry in his mind. I'll see you guys later. The trio didn't notice Shoto Todoroki standing a few meters behind them, staring in intrigue. Toshinori closed the door to this office and shrunk down into his regular form. So, the sports fest is tomorrow. You got any idea of who you'll be interning with? Not really. I don't know who all I'd get offers from. Toshinori and Seventh laughed simultaneously, as well as Eighth sending the feeling, funny. Young Midoriya, you've taken to one for all like a duck takes to water. What's the current maximum percentage you can maintain without injury? 15% for around an hour, and I can withstand a few minutes of 20%. You realize that you're stronger than I was at your age, right? Izuku sputtered and dropped the tea that Toshinori had made for him. Wow, what? The mentor shushed his student. It's true, my boy. I've been watching the recordings of all your training sessions, especially the ones at Might Tower. When I inherited one for all from Nana, it was only around 10% of your current stockpile. You're still a ways away from reaching my prime strength, but you're growing at a much greater rate than I did. Izuku stared at his palm, envisioning the day he'd be stronger than All Might. What I'm trying to get at here is that you'll have your pick of just about any active duty hero in the country. I'd certainly give you an offer, but I'm trying to stick to the teaching role since my power is dwindling, plus I don't think you'd gain much beyond publicity from working under me after all our training sessions. I guess that makes sense. I'll try to write down my biggest weaknesses and see if there's a hero out there that could help with them. Smart. Izuku got up and started to head back to class before Toshinori spoke once more. Oh, have you practiced your speech yet? Izuku froze, hand halfway to the doorknob. Speech? The speech you have to give at the start of the festival? You came in first in the hero course exam. No one told me about a speech. Toshinori gulped loudly. Sheet, that was my job, wasn't it? I thought it was in his acceptance letter, but I must have forgotten. He doesn't need to know that though. Oh, I'm sure Aizawa just forgot about it, huh? Don't worry, you still have tonight to prepare. All you have to do is go up there and announce yourself to the world. Just say, I am here. I'm gonna die. You need to pick hero names before the festival. It's not exactly my forte, that's why dash. I'll be here to approve them all. Midnight strutted into the room and passed out white bards for all of the students. These code names will likely follow you for life, even if you change them later on. Be sure to pick something that signifies exactly what you want in becoming a hero. I'm just here to make sure everything stays appropriate. Who wants to go first? The students looked at each other before Yuga made his way to the podium. My hero name will be I Cannot Stop Twinkling. It's an alright base, but I think you can do better. You're all about radiance and sparkle, right? The boy nodded. How about the twinkling hero, Radiant? He gasped and spun with his hand on his forehead. That sounds magnifique. Thank you, Madam Midnight. He sat down and Mina went up next. The acid hero, Alien Queen. Nemuri brought her hand to her chin and nodded in thought. Are you okay with having your name associated with that horrible monster from those old movies? Mina nodded with a smirk. Absolutely, they're some of my favorites. The teacher shrugged and approved the name. So you went next. The rainy season hero, Froppy. The entire class approved and chanted her name until she sat down. The sturdy hero, Red Riot. The whole reason I want to be a hero is because of my idol, Crimson Riot, so I want to pay homage to him. Naming yourself after someone else only raises the standards you'll have to live up to. I accept. Kyoka went next. The amped-up hero, Soundwave. The watching hero, Tentacle. The dark hero, Tsukuyami. The see-through hero, Spectre. The tape hero, Cellophane. The creation hero, Alchemist. The fresh-picked hero, Minyard. The teacher and students seemed confused by his name. Come on guys, my name is Minor Mineta, and I'm barely over 1 yard tall, and I'm going for the grape theme, Vineyard. It makes total sense. Well, it's certainly creative. I approve. The sweet tooth hero, Sugar Crash. The martial hero, Whiplash. King Explosion Murder. Midnight tensed her forehead. Definitely vetoing that. You didn't even choose an epithet. What do you mean? This name's awesome. Sit down, Bakugo. Come back up when you've got a less violent name. The boy grumbled and sat back in his seat. The fourth force hero, Uravity. The class applauded at the wordplay. The fauna hero, Anima. I'm gonna be the shocking hero, Charge Bolt. Kyoka laughed to herself, already finding ways to make fun of the boy's name. For now, I will be the 0 to 60 hero, Reciprocator. When my brother inevitably retires, I will take on the mantle of the turbo hero, Ingenium. How wonderful! Shoto. Nemuri blankly stared at the boy. You're just using your name? He nodded and sat back down without another word. I guess I'll allow it. Bakugo, have you decided on something new? Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite. Absolutely not. Ugh, fine. I'll be able to change this to whatever I want when I go pro, right? The teacher nodded. Then I guess I'll be the Great Explosion Hero, Dynamite. Midoriya, you're the last one. Have you thought of a name yet? He nodded and approached the synth. Originally, this name was meant to insult me. It meant useless. However, someone taught me that it could mean something else. Now it means you can do it. My quirk didn't manifest until earlier this year. The class gasped. Izuku's nerves began to overtake him, but Tenya and Ochako urged him to keep going. Katsuki narrowed his eyes. My whole life, I fought for the opportunity to become a hero. The only person to ever support me was my mother. Everyone else told me to call it quits. I wasn't even allowed in the gyms in my area because I would take up valuable space, so I had to train at home. I had to teach myself everything until someone important to me told me that I could do it. That through my actions, I had already become a hero. Through all of the suffering, I kept going. I am the persevering hero, Deku. The entire class applauded, save for Katsuki and Shoto. Dude, I didn't know you were quirkless. How did you get so good with your quirk? Is that why your quirk is so powerful? Because it took so long to manifest. Eraserhead stood from his sleeping bag and activated his quirk on the class. Quiet. Now. The students quickly corrected themselves. Midoriya, do you want to answer any of these questions? If not, then sit down and we can move on. Izuku nodded. Yeah. My quirk never manifested when I was younger because it would have likely killed me if I used it. I already break my bones by going just a little overboard. Imagine what that'd be like on a 4-year-old. The class nodded and the boy sat in his seat, trying to keep his mind off of the amount of eyes staring his way. Glad you finally grew a pair and admitted you were a baseline not too long ago. Seventh smacked him on his shoulder. Don't you know how hard that was for him? Quit being such an butt. Second glared at the woman. Yeah, I know exactly how FING hard it was, because I went through sheet 10 times worse about 2 centuries ago. 2 of my best friends growing up got FANG lynched for having meta abilities. The only reason I made it is because I could pass as a baseline. The worst thing this brat had to deal with was some name-calling and bullies. Seventh wanted to argue more, but she could see the glow in Second's eyes growing brighter in his frustration, so she let him be. First tried to rub his back to calm him down, but the angry vestige ended up fading back into the core. Sorry you had to hear all that, Izuku. It's just getting more volatile the closer you get to manifesting his quirk. I wish there was something I could do to help him. He just needs more time. That's all we can do right now. Izuku mentally sighed and started filling out the actual paperwork for registering his hero name with the school. Katsuki looked over his shoulder to face the boy. Deku, there's no way you seriously unlocked your quirk this late in life. You're just trying to make yourself look better by claiming to have no real experience with it. I won't be. FING fooled. Izuku sighed. I'm telling you, Kaken, please just believe me. I seriously didn't have access to my quirk until a month before the entrance exam. I want to tell you more than anyone the full story, but it's just not time yet. Katsuki scoffed and turned back to his desk. That FING liar. It doesn't matter how long you've had your shitty quirk, I'm going to surpass you. The blonde boy didn't even notice that he had already internalized the idea that Izuku was above him. When class was dismissed for lunch, Katsuki attempted to storm out of the room, however he was blocked by dozens of students crowding their door. Get the hell out of my way, extras. I need to eat. Tenya leapt from his chair and began chopping his arm furiously. Bakugo! You cannot behave this way towards other students, no matter how rude they may be acting. Ijiro looked around the outside of the classroom, confused. What are these guys even here for? Katsuki scoffed. Isn't it obvious? They're scoping out the competition. They want to see what the class that took down over 100 villains has to offer right before the festival. The boy glared at the students blocking his way, and a few of them moved to create a path for him to exit through. After he left, a purple-haired boy sauntered to the doorway. So that's what 1A has to offer? I thought you guys were supposed to be impressive. Man, thanks to Kaken, people don't like us. Some of my classmates are here to scout the competition, but I'm here to tell you that I'm going to make it into the hero course. I didn't pass the practical, but I've been training non-stop to redeem myself, so to whoever gives the weakest performance out of you and 1B, I'll be taking their spot. Good luck, heroes. His social skills could certainly use some work. Fourth and fifth nodded. Class 1A was in their preparation room, waiting to be announced to head outside for the festival. Midoriya. Oh, yeah, Todoroki? From an objective standpoint, we're the strongest in 1A. But you have all might in your corner. I don't care what your deal with him is, just know that today, I'm going to beat you. Shoto turned around to wait outside. Todoroki, I'm not sure why you're being hostile. Yeah, you and I are really powerful, but you can't discount the others. Our class, the support students, business course, gen ed, everyone that goes out there and gives it their all, is a threat to you. A threat to all of us. You can focus on me all you want, but that leaves you open for anyone else to take you down. Ijiro stepped between the two boys, attempting to placate them. Hey guys, we don't want to start anything right before the games begin. We're all friends here. Shoto scoffed and opened the door. We're not here to be friends. This is the hero course, not a playground. He left without another word. Geez, what's that guy's problem? He's always so moody. Mina was playing with the hem of her shirt. I really wish we got to wear our hero costumes. Rikido shrugged. I mean, that wouldn't really be fair to the rest of the students. Gotta put everyone on the same playing field. Yo. What's up everybody? Make some noise for the annual UA First Year Sports Festival. The crowd of families and heroes cheered for the students. First up, it's the dazzling students who withstood a villain attack, Give up for Class 1A. The students entered the field from the side tunnel, staring at the large crowd of people. Izuku was thinking to himself while Present Mike introduced the other classes. Todoroki is going to be a major threat throughout the festival. I need to come up with a way to avoid him. Seeing how hostile he was in the preparation room, he's likely to attempt a takedown of as many people as he can early on. That's the smart play with his quirk at least. I have to wait and see what the first event is before getting too lost in the weeds. The R-rated hero was on a stage in the arena, gathering the crowd's attention. For the first course of action, a speech given by the top scorer in the hero course entrance exam, the persevering hero, Deku. Izuku heard a loud squeal and a yell from the front row, turning and seeing his and Katsuki's respective mothers. It's nice that Mom's hanging out with Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru again. I'm glad she's getting out of the house. The boy took the microphone from his teacher and waited for the crowd to fall silent. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, cooling his nerves. You got this, Izuku. Just breathe. Make sure you don't come off as too arrogant or too humble. If you're being too modest, people are either gonna see it as you not believing in yourself or think you're being a tool. Make sure to chuckle a bit, that always diffuses tension and makes it feel more natural and less rehearsed. Square your shoulders and stand proud, unashamed of who you are. Put emphasis on certain words, you don't want to be monotone. Also you dash. I think he gets it fifth. You don't gotta give him your entire lecture on public speaking again. Fifth harumphed and crossed his arms. Thank you for the advice, Fifth. Last night was super useful. I want to start by thanking everyone watching, whether you're here in person or viewing a recording. Next, I want to thank all of UA's staff and faculty who arranged the festival. None of this would be doable without you. To my fellow students, every single one of you deserves to be here. No matter what course you ended up in, you earned your spot in Japan's best institution, so congratulate yourself. To the business course, you're going to graduate with connections that seasoned businessmen would kill to have. To general studies, you're going to have access to just about any university in the world you'd want to study at. To the support course, you're going to be top picks for any support company in the nation. And to my fellow hero course members, we're going to replace the heroes that hold up society. Every student, all of us, are part of the next generation. We're going to pick up where our predecessors leave off. It'll be our responsibility to ensure society keeps running smoothly. Let this competition between peers ignite your passion to do better. Let's all do our best. He looked away from the crowd of students below and towards the camera straight ahead. I'm aiming for the top, to be the greatest hero the world has ever seen. So, for my debut, I'd like to say two last things. I am here. And I'm going to win. I'm here. And I'm going to win. The audience went wild with cheers and applause. The students were riled up and ready for a challenge. For students, however, were dissatisfied in their own ways. Katsuki Bakugo was angry, furious even. He knew that Izuku meant what he said, and even worse, he knew there was a good chance he could make do on his words. Katsuki would have to fight tooth and nail in order to take home the gold. Watch your back, Death. This is my victory. Shoto Todoroki was angry, but not directly because of Izuku. He knew that his old man would be fuming at Izuku's allusion to All Might. Endeavor would be watching him even harder, scrutinizing every move. Even if he won the festival, Shoto knew he wasn't looking forward to his at-home training tonight. I'll show you that I can be a hero with just mom's ice, old man. I don't need your quirk. Nito Monoma scrunched his nose in disgust. He knew 1A was full of themselves, but declaring your victory before the festival even started was a new level. All the more reason to show them who the superior hero class is. I might even be able to shake the green boy's hand and show him how a real hero could use his quirk. Hitoshi Shinso was livid. Being acknowledged in the boy's speech was nothing more than pandering in his eyes. A powerful student with a perfect quirk, someone who pretends to be the symbol of kindness, exactly the type of person Hitoshi hated. When I win this festival without throwing a single punch, they'll have to let me in the hero course. I don't know what I'll do if they don't. For the first round, an obstacle race. Students will race each other in the 4-kilometer-long track around the stadium, but be careful. There are several obstructions scattered along the course. As long as you stay in the bounds of the course and cause no permanent injuries, you're free to do whatever you want. The area in the course is outlined by the rails on either side of the pathway. Don't step across them or else you're disqualified. Take your places. We will begin in just a few minutes. Our first obstacle isn't even one that most people would notice right away. It's the narrow passageway to get outside. Todoroki is probably going to try and freeze everyone to the ground, similar to his battle trial a few months ago. I'll use G-Direct so I don't have to touch the ground. Wait, Yamamo. Izuku quickly ran to his vice rep and got her attention. Oh yes, Midoriya? Do you want our class to all make it to the second round? Because I have a plan, and you're the most important person involved. Momo looked surprised, her face lightly blushing. If you've come up with an idea that would advance us all, I'd certainly love to hear it. Okay, well I don't think Kaken or Todoroki would join us, but that's okay. When the round starts, all of us need to hang in the back. Todoroki is almost certainly going to try to freeze everyone in the tunnel, focusing on the numbers. While we're waiting on Todoroki, Uraraka can start floating everyone except me and her. Once you're all weightless, we'll grab onto each other and I can fly us over the ice and people, and while we're above them, you can create some nebulous gas and put nearly the entire competition to sleep. I'm sure there are a few students that could avoid the trap, but will be at a significant advantage. That's quite a good plan, especially on short notice. I'm in, let's gather the others. The two of them quickly made their way to each 1A student, except Katsuki and Todoroki. They explained the plan after gathering their class in a central location, the whole group excited. Ijiro spoke up. Man, Midoriya, getting everyone together and helping us out like this, it's so manly. Mina flicked his ear. Eiji, you think everything cool is manly. Of course. If it wasn't cool, it wouldn't be manly. The pink girl rolled her eyes. I hope your bets are placed, everyone, because round 1 is starting. Now. It's illegal to bet on the festival, Mike. Oh come on, Eraser, it's yes, and when you're in the booth with me. Why did I let you drag me into this? Ochako quickly floated all of her classmates while Hanta shot a long strand of tape for everyone to grab hold of. While they were all preparing, Shoto did exactly what Izuku expected. He ran to the entrance of the tunnel and slammed his foot down, freezing it entirely. He skated across his ice and started making his way through the robot zone as Izuku started flying everyone, Ochako needing to piggyback on him so he could apply G-Direct to her. It was a little shaky, but they all made it through. Momo stayed in the very back and released the sleeping gas out of an arm, disabling a large portion of the racers. Would you look at this, folks? Class 1A has banded together to get ahead of the competition. Uravity used her zero-gravity quirk to help Deku fly everyone at once, with Cellophane using his tape to keep everyone together. And look, Alchemist is mimicking the effects of the R-rated hero, Midnight's quirk. That's over 100 participants put to sleep in an instant. What a crazy move. It's not that crazy. They're just using their brains and working together. Nothing about the rules of this round stated they couldn't team up. It'll only be enough to last a few minutes, since there's so many of them. Izuku nodded and had to land part of the way through the robot field, not expecting the amount of strain he'd experience from flying with so many people. I guess even though they're all weightless, I still experience a backlash from all the mass I'm moving around. My speed was normal though, so it's still a useful trick to have. Honestly, I didn't even know there'd be a backlash there. Never met someone else who could manipulate gravity. Izuku activated full cowling at 15% and started running. He noticed the zero-pointers were frozen at unstable angles, likely intentionally. Luckily, everyone was either asleep in the starting tunnel or already moving to the next area, so no one would get hurt when they fell. Get back here, you icy hot bastard. At least Kaken's aggression is in the spirit of the competition. After taking down a few three-pointers, Izuku made it to the next zone, the fall. He knew he wouldn't be able to carry everyone across like last time. G-Direct definitely needed a while to cool down. He jumped between pillars and lines and made his way across in no time. He was now in 4th place, just behind some girl with pink dreadlocks and, is that ODM gear? Izuku wasn't sure what that was, but it was definitely effective. She'd zipped through the pillars lightning fast, and was skating across the ground using some kind of hover shoes. And look at that! Shoto from Class 1A has reached the final obstacle, the minefield. You can see where those bombs were buried, but be careful, because they'll blow you sky high. I'm legally obligated to inform everyone that the mines are not lethal. They're just flashy and pack a punch. I said get back here. Katsuki closed in on Shoto, peppering him with small explosions, trying not to set off the mines beneath them. Shoto started freezing different parts of the blonde boy's body. They were moving incredibly slowly so as to not step on any landmines. As Izuku approached the minefield, now in third place, he noticed the dreadlock girl stomping her feet and staring at smoking tech. Hey, are you alright? What happened to your gear? The girl turned to face him for the first time. She was wearing a pair of steampunk engineering goggles, and, despite not being able to see her eyes, he could tell she was not alright. No. My babies died on me after putting them to use for the first time. I didn't design them to fail. She crossed her arms and tilted her head at the boy. You're not a support student. Why are you talking to me? The not a support student was confused. Because you look like you're having a hard time. Do you want some help getting across the field? I'd offer to fly you, but I'm pretty sure I could barely fly myself right now. The girl stared blankly for a moment before moving her goggles to her forehead and a wide smile appeared. Absolutely. You're a hero student. That means we can make a bunch of babies and I'll be super rich. Most vestiges reacted in a way Izuku didn't want. Ha! At least she's being upfront about it. Goddamn, that's funny. She's got an eye quirk and a brain. That's all it takes for her to get my blessing. See if she'll make you some more of that ODM gear. I want to see how it feels to actually zip around on one. No offense, 7th, but flying isn't exactly the same. None taken first. And Izuku, please be safe and get to know her first. She seems a little unstable. She's definitely too young to be focused on children, but I suppose having a life plan isn't the worst thing in the world. Careful. Protection. Did none of you know any support techs when you were alive? She's clearly referring to her gadgets when she says babies. Third, I expected better out of you. Third smirked. Yetimus, I get what she's saying. It's just funnier to mess with the kid. Plus, I like to give him little hints as to what my quirk is. Sixth nodded. Izuku's face was bright red, his head resembling a tomato. He sputtered out incoherent nonsense while the vestiges spoke, 6 words reassuring him that she doesn't mean that. I think we should focus on the race right now. Kaken and Todoroki are halfway through the minefield. The girl nodded and stuck a hand out. Mei Hatsum, future CEO of Hatsum Industries. He shook her hand. Is Izuku Midoriya? Okay, Greenie. What do you think we should do? Izuku put his hand to his chin and stared at the buried mines in thought and began to mutter. I could attempt to jump large distances across the field, but I'd almost certainly land on an explosive since I can't control my accuracy without the help of G-Direct. It feels like if I even try to use it, I'll injure myself. Recovery Girl won't be able to heal that kind of wound easily, so I have to get by without it. Blink Breath won't do much in this situation. Sorry, 6th. No problem, I know my quirk's limits. Izuku's thinking was interrupted by a loud explosion in front of him. He looked up to see Katsuki attempting to fly with his quirk, but he wasn't able to produce enough sweat for continual propulsion. The ice from Shoto was severely limiting his abilities. That's it. Thanks, Kaken. Izuku turned to Mei. Do you have a shovel of some kind? Something that can dig up the mines and not set them off. Mei smiled and pulled out a thick steel rod from the pack at her side. This right here is baby number 42, Life's multi-tool. It can turn into nearly any tool an ordinary person might require. An axe, blowgun, umbrella, digital multimeter, partition wall, and yes, a shovel. The manic inventor twisted and pulled different sections of the rod until it unfolded itself and became a large shovel. She handed him the tool and stood waiting. Thank you. Izuku got started digging. He was using a small amount of one for all to increase his speed, but was being careful when moving them to the pile he was creating. He amassed over 30 bombs before handing the shovel back to Mei. Can you turn it into the partition wall, please? And make it about as wide as my wingspan. She nodded and collapsed the tool back into its rod state before unraveling it like a scroll. Once it was around 8 feet long, she unfolded it to be 5.5 feet wide and handed it back to Izuku. Okay, I need you to hop on my back. We're about to go flying. I thought you said you couldn't fly right now? Izuku smirked. That's only if I use my quirk. He moved to stand behind the mines, facing the field. He gripped the sides of the thin piece of metal. This is gonna hurt. Mei hopped onto his back. One for all full cowling, 15%. Hold on tight, Hatsum. As he dived onto the mines, he saw the amount of people who had passed him and Mei while he'd been digging. It was all of 1A, and even a few members of 1B that had awoken. Out of everyone who was awake, the green and pink pair were nearly in last place. This has to work. Not for the first, and certainly not the last, time in his life, Izuku had a loud explosion go off next to him. The difference being that this time he was on top of the explosion. Him and Mei were sent barreling forward and into the sky, straight towards the finish line. What's this? Deku from 1A and Mei Hatsum from the support course have teamed up and launched themselves into the air using a massive explosion from the landmines, putting them in first and second place. Eraser, what the hell did you teach this kid? He came like that. I'm sure the support student had just as much help in the plan as Deku did, considering they're using her invention. This is so cool. How do we land? As the ground grew larger beneath them, Izuku only had one option. He dropped the ruined creation and activated G-Direct, slowing their descent. With full cowling still active and Mei on his back, he sprinted for the finish line. His gut felt like it was being ripped apart from the inside after using Seven's quirk, but he had to keep moving. Get back here, Deku. Katsuki and Shoto had both chosen to ignore one another in favor of chasing Izuku. With Shoto farther away and no longer cooling the area, Katsuki was able to generate enough sweat to fly through the air. Izuku kept running but looked back to see how far Katsuki had to catch up. It was not far. Don't worry, Greenie. I got this. Mei pulled out what looked like a handgun with a large funnel attached to the barrel. Baby number AVP2, net stun gun. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that wasn't a number. None of the vestiges corrected him. She shot a large weighted net at Katsuki. He attempted to explode it, but the blast passed right through, hardly singing the metal alloy it was made of. It wrapped around him and he fell to the ground. Mei pressed a button on the side of the weapon and Katsuki yelled as he was electrocuted. Don't worry, it's not lethal. The weights at the end house transformers that skyrocket the voltage while keeping the current down. Blondie over there is experiencing about 500,000 volts. Shoto was much further behind Izuku, moving almost sluggishly with frost on his shoulder. Izuku was in the clear. There you have it, folks. The winner of the first event is Deku, with second place immediately going to Mei Hatsum. The first place winner set Mei down and released full cowling. Thank you, Hatsum. I don't think I could have won the event without your help. Mei's unique eyes zoomed in on his body, analyzing him. Whatever, first place. Give me your name so I can be the one that works on your costume. I need to improve one by the end of the semester as part of a project. I already gave you my name. Izuku Midoriya. Great. Make sure you remind me when the festival is over. As soon as she finished talking, loud explosions rang out. Katsuki crossed the finish line in third place and was staring daggers into Izuku. He balled his fists, yet they still let out smoke and pops. He was clearly struggling to breathe, irate at his perceived failure. After a few more contestants finished, Ijiro approached him and patted his back. Hey man, congrats on third. Let's head to a food stand and get something to fuel us for the next round. The redhead grabbed the blonde's bicep and dragged him out of the stadium. Hey, isn't that the quirkless kid that told us off a while back? Death Arms and Kamui Woods were watching the festival on one of the screens throughout the stadium during their guard duty. Death Arms responded. I think so, But how the hell was he flying in sheet? You don't think he made up being quirkless to get out of any trouble, right? Got raked over the coals for too long for that to have been just a DMN cover story. Kemui Woods shrugged. We can't know for sure, he could just be a late bloomer. I might extend him an olive branch in the form of an internship. Doubt he'd sign on with any of us after that day. Now, Tamura, tell me what you've learned after their first round. Tamura was scratching his neck raw out of annoyance. He was being forced to watch this stupid festival to learn his enemies or some crap. He just wanted to play League, but Kurojiri warped his computer somewhere and he ended up stuck watching a bootleg stream in the main bar. That Deku kid is smart on his feet. Good observation, Tamura. Keep watching, I'm sure you'll thank me down the line. Yes, sensei. Whatever. I'm only doing this to get my computer back. I just want to use my new Yasuo skin. Prepare yourselves. For the cavalry battle, participants will have to form teams of 4, no more, no less, and only the top 4 teams can advance to the final round. Each team will be given a headband based on the point values assigned to the team's participants from their position in the last round. 40th place will be assigned 5 points, and 39th will have 10, and so on. The twist, however, is that first place will be worth 10 million points. Izuku's heart sank to his feet. 10 million. That's crazy. No one's going to want to team up with me. And I'll end up stuck with a random team. The rules are as follows. All headbands must be worn from the neck up, or kept in the rider's hand. If they are kept in the hand, they are not allowed to switch it to a different hand, so it's best to just put it on your head. If your team falls over, you are allowed to reform and get back up, but you must remain in the same positions as you were at the start of the match, no moving anyone around. And if you get caught intentionally knocking a team over, I will disqualify your entire team. If it just so happens to occur in the process of grabbing the headband, then so be it. Do not test the limits. You have 5 minutes to form teams. Begin. Okay, I need to think. I'm probably limited to just the people in my class, since other people don't know me very well. Maybe Kendo and Shota, since I've spoken to them a few times, but that's not very likely. Kaken and Todoroki definitely won't team up with me, and Kirishima is likely to team up with Kaken. Ashido would likely join them too, since they're friends and they all work well together. Shoji would be a good pick, since he's so strong and can reach really far. Ito would be His train of thought was interrupted when Ochako approached him. Deku, let's team up. Did his heart just skip a beat? That is precious. Shut up. Oh, okay, Uraraka. Are you sure though? Aren't you worried about everyone coming after us for the 10 million points? I mean, if we run away the whole time, we'll automatically win, right? That's a good point. I don't know if I'll be able to fly for the rest of the tournament. It took a lot out of me to move that much mass last round, but I can definitely do a lot as a rider still. I can swat away anyone trying to grab my headband. Who else do you think we should get? I think Ida and Tsu would be pretty good. Izuku nodded and looked for the 2 classmates. He saw Tsu already forming up with Minoru, Mizo, and Denki. Tenya was standing on his own, cleaning his glasses. Ida, do you want to team up with us? Tenya frowned and chopped his arm, making a fist at the end. I wish I could, but I shan't. Okay, he's gotta be FING with us. There's no way this guy talks like that when he's alone. Midoriya, I have been relying on you for much this year. You've always been 2 steps ahead of me. The entrance exam, the battle trial, the USJ, our heroics lessons, our spars, even this tournament, they've all shown one thing. You're a superior hero. I need to prove that I can succeed without your assistance. I wish you luck, newfound rival. Tenya walked away, towards Shoto and Momo. Izuku and Ochako were left dumbfounded. There you are, 10 million. I've been looking for you ever since I got back. Mei quickly invaded Izuku's personal space and shoved a large briefcase into his arms. I'm gonna be on your team, since you're sure to be getting all the spotlight this round. Then all the CEOs and support techs will get to see my babies. Oh, hey Hatsum. What's this? Izuku opened the briefcase and saw loads of devices inside. These are all the babies that I thought would be useful for this round. I had to go to my prep room to replace my broken babies, And when I heard what the next round would be, I made sure to grab more things. You like what you see? Oh man, this one is based off of Airjet, isn't it? Yes. He uses lots of support gear, isn't he awesome? Yeah. His agency is nearby my home, so I got to go on a tour one time. It was the coolest thing ever. Ochako pursed her lips. They sure are getting along. Hey, sorry to interrupt, but we still need one more person. The pair stopped their conversation and Izuku spoke. Right. It looks like everyone has a team already. There. Izuku quickly made his way to one of his classmates. I'm telling you, Fumi, quit brooding. We need to find someone quick. I don't care about your aura or whatever. Dark Shadow was tugging at their host, trying to get him off of the wall. Fumikage was leaning arms crossed with a foot propped up against it. Silence, fiend. Fate will dictate our collaborators. Tokoyami, over here. Izuku was waving at the bird boy and his familiar. Do you two want to join us? You'd complete our team. Yes. Thank the gods you showed up, Izuku. Fumi's being frustrating. The bird-headed boy uncrossed his arms and stepped away from the wall. It seems that fate has brought us together once again, Green One. I'll join your team. Am I to be the rider or a horse? Horse. Good. Dark Shadow is not adept in the art of precision. I would worry that they might bring undue harm to our opponents. Whatever. Big attacks are always better than small ones. The four of them readied themselves after acquiring their headband. Ochako floated the others so Izuku wouldn't be too heavy and everyone could move around faster. She would float herself if they all needed to dodge a large attack, but she'd have to drop it after a few seconds or else she'd get too sick. Izuku was looking at the other teams. That's strange. Ida, Yamamo, and Todoroki all teamed up with that rude guy from Gen Ed. Why do their faces look so blank? He didn't have time to continue the thought. Round 2, start. Round 2, start. Immediately, nearly everyone charged towards Team Deku. All except for Team Shinso, who slowly walked to the edge of the arena and encased themselves in an ice wall. They're acting weird. It has to be connected to the purple guy, right? Katsuki had left his team entirely, choosing to go airborne and rush Izuku. One for all full cowling, 15%. Izuku backhanded the air in front of him to create a gust of wind, knocking Katsuki slightly off course. Dark Shadow followed up by reaching out and punching the explosive boy away. He was caught by a strand of tape and reeled back to his team. Keep going for them. I'm not settling for anything less than complete victory. Their team started rushing forward, but was halted when a large hand gripped Katsuki's head from behind. It pulled off his headband, and when he turned to see who it was, he saw that their headband had become as small as a rubber band and was wrapped around Nito Monoma's hand. Geez, I thought you'd be a lot better than that, Bakugo. Your whole class has fought villains, and you've even encountered one on your own. I guess since Midoriya isn't around to save you, dash. Kirishima, full speed ahead. We're gonna kill this guy. On it, Baku bro. The red-haired boy hardened his front and ran for Team Phantom Thief. Jiroda Shishida transformed into his beast form to combat the tape and rock punches being thrown his way. Mina's acid still stung, but he could handle it. Katsuki aimed to blow up Nito, but the 1B blonde beat him to the draw. An large explosion separated the two teams, allowing enough space for Team Phantom Thief to escape. What the heck was that, Blasty? Did your quirk backfire or something? Katsuki stared at his palms for a brief moment before gritting his teeth. No. That BSTRD copied my quirk. One of his teammates has to have a quirk that can change the size of things, because there's no way he built up enough sweat for that big of an explosion in just a few seconds and they shrunk our headband. He's either swapping between quirks quickly, or he can just use multiple at once. Shield us, demon. Dark Shadow obeyed their host and wrapped themselves around the team. Denki's electricity wasn't able to pass through the barrier, despite it being weakened from all the light. As the shock faded, the Shadow Quirk ripped the adhesive spheres off of Team Deku, allowing them to flee. Texas Smash. Izuku punched straight ahead and sent Shoji off balance. This allowed Dark Shadow enough time to recover and stretch in between his arms and grab the headband off of Minoru. Ochako quickly floated herself, and through Izuku finger flicking and Dark Shadow carrying them, they were able to relocate. 1 minute remaining. Team Deku is still in first place with over 10 million points, Team Phantom Thief is second with 1005 points, Team Shinso in third with 540, and Team Real Steel at fourth place with only 140. Watch out though, Team Dynamite is making moves to get their points back. Shouldn't you just give up already? You're clearly outmac dash. Nito was interrupted as he turned around. Die! Katsuki launched forward and slapped Nito with a small explosion, and grabbed all but their original headband. Hanta pulled him back in and spoke. Okay, we have enough points to make it to the next round. We can just play defense from here. Hell no. We're getting our goddamn points back. Kirishima, start running. The boy smirked and hardened himself to his limit and rushed forward. Elbows, tape them down. My name's Zero. Hanta listened and shot a strand of tape angled to force the enemy team to the right. Raccoon eyes, throw some low-grade acid in front of us. It's Alien Queen Wen. We're out on the field, Blasty. Mina coated the ground in front of them like a runway with acid. Explosive speed. Katsuki placed both hands behind him and unleashed a massive bang that sent his team barreling forward. They were too fast for Team Phantom Thief to react, and Team Dynamite retook their original headband. That's what you get when you mess with the best shitty extras. What Katsuki didn't notice was that the first headbands he stole from Nito had been removed from his neck. Nito reeled them in by the tape he had coming out of his elbows. My, mutation quirks are always hard on my copy, but it was certainly worth it this time around. The smug boy cackled as reality set in for Team Dynamite. Alright, time to take Midoriya's points. Go! Hitoshi was feeling proud with himself. He'd clocked the power of Shoto during the first round, and seeing that he was teaming up with Tenya and Momo made it all the better. His strategy was simple: brainwash their team, kick one of them out, and wait safely until the time was almost out before rushing for the 10 million. He could easily keep Brainwash active on the 7 people at once, but he wouldn't be able to order anyone around without his concentration breaking. No matter, I can just grab the headband off of him and wait out the clock. Hey Team Deku, don't you all think it'd be easier if you just gave up? The whole team tilted their heads at once. What are yo dash? Huh? What did you as a dash? Shut the F dash. Halt, Evi dash. Hitoshi grabbed his forehead in pain. Demenit, that shadow creature counts as part of my total. I can handle it, just gotta move slowly. What's going on? Why can't I move? Izuku felt like he was staring at the world through a filter. He tried to look around but couldn't. His body was completely frozen, barely breathing. What the hell? Why am I getting all tingly? He heard voice of Fifth in his head, closer than he'd ever been outside of the vestige realm itself. Fifth, I think this guy hypnotized me or something. That must be why Ida and the others have been acting so weird this round. I can't move at all, I don't know what to do. He felt Fifth's presence grow stronger than any vestige had before. Oh shit, I think I'm in the driver's seat now. I bet I can manifest my quirk for ya too. Don't worry kid, I can handle purple pipsqueak over there. Please be careful and don't get us eliminated. And I'd like to be back in control of my body as soon as possible. I gotcha. This'll probably wear off as soon as he drops the hypnosis. Hopefully. As Hitoshi's hand gripped Izuku's headband, he felt a strange sensation spread across his head, akin to static electricity. The purple-haired teen tried pulling the headband off, but to no avail. It was firmly stuck to Izuku. Fifth moved Izuku's arm up to punch Hitoshi square in the nose, not risking using one for all. As soon as the fist connected, it felt like Izuku was in free fall for a second and blinked. Izuku and the others were back in control of their own bodies. Hitoshi was reeling back from the attack and the newly unbrainwashed members of Team Shinso were looking between themselves and their rider. What the hell did you do? The air around Shoto chilled as frost crept up his right arm. I can't recall anything from this round. Momo was observing her surroundings, trying to piece together what had happened. Explain yourself, Shinso. Tenya had checked the leaderboard to find the name of their rider based on their team's point value. Hitoshi held his injured nose and glared at Izuku. How the hell did you break free? You weren't supposed to move. Time's up. The 1A students were all staring at Hitoshi, looking for an explanation. Shoto quickly stepped away and dropped him before stomping to the student section of the arena. Hitoshi stood and brushed himself off. I got you all to the final round, that's what. The tired boy moved to the gathering crowd in front of Midnight. In first place, Team Deku with 10,435 points. In second is Team Shinso with 540 points. Third place belongs to Team Dynamite with 485 points. Finally, Team Phantom Thief takes fourth place with 420 points. These 16 contestants will go on to the final round. So, what exactly happened back there? All of us got super hazy, like 8th and 5th disappeared for a second. The other vestiges were also curious as to what occurred. Were you guys not able to see what was happening? You couldn't hear mine and 5th's conversation? No, nothing. Our connection to your senses went completely blank. It was the same as the time before we could manifest as vestiges. The only difference is that we were more aware of each other's presences. Just nothing on the outside. I think it was Shinso's quirk. He hypnotized me and I was trapped in my own body, but 5th was able to take over and pilot me for a few moments until I broke free. I also think I unlocked his quirk. That's right, kid. Sticky skin is all yours now. I can explain how to use it in the break between rounds. You got lucky I could activate it right away, or the pipsqueak would have grabbed your headband. It probably would have been over after that, since I didn't want to use one for all and risk blowing their whole team to bits. Yeah, definitely a good thing. Interesting. You were able to manifest a quirk without an intense stressor. 5th taking control of your body was certainly unexpected. It seems like hypnosis might be able to bring out aspects of one for all that none of us are aware of. Try to make friends with that kid, run some experiments and cheat. I was already planning on it. He seemed sad whenever he threatened our class yesterday. I wanted to know why. You and your goddamn messiah complex. The vestiges glanced in Second's direction, not wanting to call too much attention to his presence, lest he retreat. I just want to help as many people as I can. I don't see how. That's a bad thing. Second scoffed and chose not to reply. Now for the final round. 1-on-1 battles, tournament style. Participants will be placed against each other in fights, and whoever wins will progress to the next round. Careful, there are no losers brackets here. Come forth and draw lots to see who you'll be going up against. After the 16 of them drew their papers and Midnight confirmed them, the giant screen changed to show the order of the battles. There's no way. Hell yeah. Round 1. Izuku Midoriya vs. Katsuki Bakugo. Round 2. Nito Minoma vs. Yui Kodai. Round 3. Tenya Ida vs. Mei Hatsum. Round 4. Ochako Uraraka vs. Eijiro Kirishima. Round 5. Shoto Todoroki vs. Hantashiro. Round 6. Itsuka Kendo vs. Mina Ishido. Round 7. Hitoshi Shinso vs. Momo Yaoyorozu. Round 8. Fumikage Tokoyami vs. Juroda Shishida. I'm gonna kick your butt, Deku. Remember, this is my victory. Katsuki was pumped. He was worried he'd have to wait until finals to face Izuku in the tournament, but now he knew he'd be taking him on at full strength. I get to go all out, no holding back, no prior injuries. Just a good old-fashioned butt kicking for Deku. A sliver of doubt crept into his mind. He's gonna be at full strength too. You're fighting him at his best. Katsuki grit his teeth and balled his fists. He made his way to his preparation room. It's just Kaken. I already fought him at the start of the year. I'll be fine. Izuku didn't understand why he was so nervous for this fight. He'd tried making amends with his childhood friend all throughout the school year, but he stayed hostile. He wasn't the same useless Deku he'd been all his life. He had a quirk now. He had people cheering him on, more than he'd ever dreamt of having. But Katsuki was like an anchor tethering him to the past. He just couldn't move forward, not fully, while his old friend was still acting like this. 5th, can you teach me how your quirk works? I only have a few moments before I gotta go out there. Course kid. Sticky skin isn't that crazy on its own, but One for All made it a lot stronger. You can control the electrostatic charge on your epidermis, making yourself stick to anything you're within a few centimeters of. Be careful though, if you're stuck to something like a wall, and you try to move using enough strength, it'll tear and bring it with you. Had to pay a lot in property damage in my early days of heroics. The attraction is a lot stronger the closer it is, so you'll want to thin the fingers of your gloves and the soles of your shoes. It's pretty easy to activate, you just gotta imagine a part of your body sticking to whatever your target is. It doesn't activate through things like hair or nails, only healthy skin. Scar tissue is more difficult, and bleeding wounds are a big no-no. Also, anywhere with broken bones or internal bleeding makes it a whole lot more painful. Izuku wished he had his notebook. That's really cool. It means I can carry things while keeping my hands free, as well as forcibly remove anything a person's holding without exerting too much force through my grip on the object itself. Yeah. And I want to ask something of you. Be better than me. Heroics was far more brutal in my era. We didn't exactly have rankings like you do today, but I was pretty popular amongst the first wave. But it wasn't for a good reason. I was cutthroat. They called me Cain. I'd stick my hand to a criminal's face and rip their skin off, scarring them for life. Izuku gulped. I'm not proud of it. It's just what the time called for. Civilians liked knowing that their heroes meant business, and excessive brutality laws hadn't really been around. I know you wouldn't do something like that, but I thought it was right to inform you about the history of my quirk. It's in much better hands with you than it ever was with me. I know you'll make me proud, kid. Thank you, Fifth. I'll do my best. Demonstrate. Now get out there and kick that punk's butt. Izuku felt a resounding agreement within One for All. Even though you can't use my quirk right now, I know you'll do wonders. Go show Blasty what for. You know, Blink Breath is going to be very useful for these matches. I think you'll do great. You win this tournament and I'll give you a hint as to what my quirk is. Maybe even fourths, if he's fine with it. That's alright with me. I'd say the boy deserves a reward, and it works as an incentive to push himself further. Go on, Izuku, show everyone why you were chosen as the 9th. Successor. Determination. Strength. Izuku was struggling to wipe away all the tears when he heard Present Mike over the speakers. Hey there, sports fans, are you ready? The first match of the final round is about to begin. The green-haired boy heard footsteps behind him, and when he turned he was greeted by exactly who he'd been missing. Hey there, my boy. Sorry I took so long, but I wanted to say congratulations on how great you're doing and good luck out there. You've really made me proud, young Izuku. Toshinori pulled his student into a hug. You have everything I was looking for in the 9th. No matter what Mirai thinks. Izuku's tears were back in full force as he soaked the side of Toshinori's suit. Thank you. All might. Izuku released the tight hug he had around his mentor as Present Mic's voice echoed in the waiting tunnel. Our first fighter has taken the top spot in both rounds. That sounds like your cue, my boy. Toshinori put on his signature smile and gave a thumbs up. Go out there and remind them of your promise. Win this tournament, young Izuku. Show the world the fruits of your labor. The hero watched as his successor stepped onto the stage. Neither of them noticed the heterochromatic boy who was listening in at the end of the hall. Welcome to the stage, 1A class representative, the persevering hero, Deku. Loud cheers rang throughout the stadium. Izuku had won over most of the audience. And our second fighter has been hot on his tail this whole time. Will he finally surpass his opponent? Give it up for the great explosion hero, Dynamite. Katsuki had a look of mania in his eyes. It was taking everything in him to not launch himself at his opponent. He was rubbing his palms together, making them as sweaty as he could before the start. You ready to get your butt kicked just like old times, Deku? Izuku was surprised at Katsuki's boldness. Apparently, the noise of the crowd was enough to overpower the hearing of Midnight and Cementos. The rules are pretty simple, yo. Win by either immobilizing your opponent or knocking them out of the ring. You can also get your victory if you get them to cry uncle. Don't kill each other. That rule is pretty important too. The crowd snickered at Present Mix's sputtering reaction to Eraserhead's comment. Okay boys, I want to see good sportsmanship. Do you both understand the rules? Both boys nodded. Good. Then, let the first match begin. Izuku instantly activated Blink Breath and jumped into the air using full cowling. Katsuki dashed forwards with a twin blast and landed in the center of the ring, aiming his arms upwards for a vertical attack. The invisible boy had to dodge with 2 finger flicks, landing unharmed but losing his invisibility. How did he know I was right there? You think turning invisible is enough to fool me? Any dumbass with enough strength would dodge by jumping. The blonde whipped around and set off 2 explosions, covering over half of the arena. Izuku had to stick himself to the ground in order to stay in one place, taking a bit of damage. He heard Katsuki's voice through the smoke. Stun grenade. The smoke was replaced by a blinding light that forced the boy's eyes shut. He felt heat sink into his torso as he was blown backwards several feet. Izuku opened his eyes to a spotty vision of Katsuki charging at him. Detroit Smash. His fist connected with his old friend's chest and sent him rolling backwards. Katsuki stood and Izuku followed up his attack with a sweeping kick to the boy's ankles, knocking him down once more. They traded blows for a few moments before they both dashed back, catching their breath. I'll show you I'm better, that you were wrong to look down on me our whole lives. Izuku was angry. He'd told Katsuki over and over again that it wasn't like that, but he never believed him. It, Kaken. Listen. He upped full cowling to 20% and leaped towards the explosive teen. He tried to explode him, but Izuku gripped his jaw and slammed him into the ground. I wasn't hiding my quirk. Do you think I would have put myself through the hell of being quirkless for 10? Slam. Slam. Years. Slam. The ground beneath them had cratered. Katsuki had tears in his eyes, and Izuku wasn't sure if they were from the physical pain of being injured or the emotional pain of the injuries coming. From Deku. Izuku leaned into within a foot of Katsuki's ear. His own tears falling from his bright green eyes. His voice at a whisper. I was born quirkless. This power, this blessing was given to me. Someone I respect passed this torch for me to carry. What the F do you think you're doing? Are you actually telling him about one for all? The other vestiges were concerned, but trusted Izuku enough to let him handle this. It's not fair to them if I reveal who they are without their consent, but they gave me their quirk. I earned this power, all on my own. I never bent under the stress of wanting to be a quirkless hero. I never buckled under the pain of bullies telling me to give up. Through it all, I persevered. Izuku adjusted his grip, holding Katsuki by the front of his shirt, and dragged him to the edge of the arena. I still care about you, Kaken. I want us to be friends again. We were supposed to be #1 hero and sidekick. That can still happen, though now, it's a toss-up on who's gonna be the #1. He set his friend out of bounds. And who's gonna be the sidekick? Dynamite is out of bounds. DU wins. The medical bots came by and took Katsuki to the infirmary. Izuku saw his chest heaving, his arm covering the tears in his eyes. Izuku bowed to the audience and started back to the 1A's section. He passed by All Might on his way. That was intense, my boy. I didn't catch everything, the crowd made it hard to hear, but I could tell there was animosity in your shouts. Is there anything I need to be made aware of? Izuku raised his head and looked at his mentor. I told Kaken that I was given a quirk. All Might gasped. I didn't mention you, but I need to tell him the rest of the story. Can I? Toshinori saw the tears spilling from his successor. He was barely holding it together. Of course, Izuku. It's your quirk now, which means it's your choice who you bring in. He put his arm around the boy's shoulders and walked him part of the way to the student section, breaking off at the stairs. I have to head back to the teacher's seats, I'll be watching. He patted Izuku on the back and sent him on his way. Not long into his journey back to his co-workers, All Might ran into someone he hadn't seen in 10 years. Long time no see, Endeavor. All Might. Endeavor practically spat the name at him. Thought I'd say hello. Maybe we could catch up. Endeavor scoffed. If you think I'd agree to that, then you really are a fool. Stay out of my way. He started down the stairs as All Might bellied out his signature laugh and caught up to him. Oh, come on now. Why the cold shoulder? Shouldn't you be excited about your son making it to the 3rd round? He's one of my best students, and he only uses half of his power. You must be a great teacher. Endeavor narrowed his eyes and spoke through a clenched jaw. What the hell are you implying? All Might laughed once more. Oh, nothing really. I'm just surprised you've taught him how to use ice so well, since your whole thing is fire. I was wondering if you had a few tricks I could borrow. I'm not telling you a DMN thing about the boy's teachings. Out of my way. Endeavor shoulder-checked his rival and All Might rolled with it. Know this, brainless oaf. That child will surpass you, I'll make sure of it. It's his destiny, his purpose. Endeavor exited the stairwell, leaving All Might alone. Geez, he's even worse than I remember. That was crazy, Deku. You totally destroyed Bakugo. He barely even scratched you. Denki nodded along a few seats down from Ochako. Yeah man, you wiped the floor with him. You tanked like all of his attacks. Izuku had luckily put himself together before reaching his classmates. Thanks guys. Kaken put up a really good fight. I had to push myself to win. Midoriya. The boy in question turned and saw Shoto staring at him. He had an unfamiliar look in his eyes, almost one of compassion. I need to speak with you. Now. He turned and left the area, not giving Izuku an opportunity to decline. Oh, I'll see you guys in a bit. Good luck in your match, Ida. You too, Uraraka, in case I'm not back in time. His friends waved him goodbye and he followed Shoto to an isolated area. The two boys faced each other. Shoto stared blankly until Izuku started getting uncomfortable. So, Todoroki, what did you want to talk to me about? Shoto continued to stare for a few more moments before closing his eyes. You're just like me. I realize that now. Izuku tilted his head. What? You're the product of a Quirk marriage. Izuku was so taken aback that the back of his head slammed into the wall behind him. What? Quirk marriage? Oh no. Don't tell me. That flaming pile of sheet. Most of the vestiges were aware of Second's hatred for Quirk marriages. None of them tolerated eugenics, but Second held a personal grudge. Endeavor wanted a child with the perfect quirk, one that could surpass All Might. He purchased my mother from her family in hopes of having a child that overcame his one weakness, overheating. Shoto stared at his palm. He forced her to have kids. Their first was a set of twins, a boy and a girl. Their quirks weren't good enough for him, so he made more. My next sibling ended up quirkless. Apparently, dissimilar quirks have a chance of canceling out entirely. Then I was born, wielding both fire and ice. His masterpiece. Izuku's breathing was growing unsteady. Please tell me Kaken blew up my eardrums and I'm hearing things incorrectly. Nope. You're hearing every word. I suspected you had a connection to All Might, but I didn't want to believe he'd done the same things as my father. I overheard him calling you his boy and the knight. Holy FNG. Sheet. I don't know what your mother's quirk is, or if she's the mother of all 8 of your siblings, but I'm sure All Might went through similar channels as my father did to acquire her. Izuku was too stunned to speak. I'm sorry that you've had to live like this. It sounds like you have a better relationship with him than I do my own father, but Stop. Izuku's brain finally rebooted. I'm sorry Endeavor did all of that to you, I really am, but All Might did nothing of the sort. He's not my father. I promise, you're misinterpreting what you heard. Shoto squinted and tilted his head. Then explain it to me. You're obviously very close, eating lunches with him, sharing hugs, referring to you as Izuku. DMN it. I can't tell Todoroki about One for All, it's too risky. Sorry, All Might, but I have to share a different secret. Izuku felt a pulse from 8th. Necessary. Successor. Agreement. Injury. Can we go somewhere even more private? You have a waiting room for your upcoming match, I'll tell you there. This is something that cannot be overheard or shared, got it? Shoto calmly nodded and led the boy to his waiting room. They closed the door and Izuku took a seat at the table. Okay, explain. Izuku took a deep breath. Come on, poker face, don't fail me now. Okay, first off, All Might is my mentor, not my father. He's been training me since the summer of last year, around the start of July. That's when you and Bakugo were on the news for getting caught up in that sludge villain attack. Izuku nodded. Yes. All Might took care of the villain, and he said I impressed him enough for him to take me under his wing, even though I was quirkless. But let me finish. I'll answer your questions at the end. Shoto nodded. Okay, so he started training me. I was already in decent shape from my home training, but he corrected a lot of my bad habits and taught me a lot of useful skills, like stealth and rescue. It was a couple months in when he started noticing signs that I had a quirk. Shoto's brows furrowed in confusion. Here's the secret that, once again, cannot be shared under any circumstances. All Might's time is almost up. He's going to be forced to retire as a hero by this time next year. Shoto's eyes widened, not expecting the severity. I know, it surprised me too. All Might's injured, and has been for a while now. That's why he's been doing less and less hero work over the years. He can't hold his form for very long. Only a few hours of exertion a day. He spends most of it teaching us, barely having a handful of minutes for hero work each day. But how did he notice signs of your latent quirk? Because All Might was just like me. His quirk didn't awaken until he was 15. He picked up on a few patterns we shared: decreased recovery time, increased appetite, unexpected strength for our age. He eventually got me re-evaluated. This time, my genome was sequenced, and they found that I had a massive stockpile of energy within me that I couldn't fully access. He worked with me over the months until I could finally use my quirk. We've grown pretty close over time, and he views me as his successor, the next symbol of peace. But why did he call you the ninth? Izuku chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck. I unlocked my quirk in the 9th month of my training, and there've been a few instances of the number 9 popping up whenever I'm involved, so it became a sort of inside joke. Please believe me. Okay. Shoto stared expressionless. There's no FING way that worked. I mean, Izuku was pretty convincing. All those PR lessons helped out in the end. So, about Endeavor. I refuse to be his tool. I'm going to become the number 1 hero without his quirk. All I need is my mother's. I hate it. Every memory of her I have is of her crying. She said my left side, my eye, was unbearable. Then she poured boiling water on my face. Izuku's jaw dropped. 7th was in tears, crying into 8th's shoulder. 2nd's eyes glowed brighter than they ever had within One for All. 1st had to calm him down enough for him to retreat back into the core. I can't believe my ears. I'm going to win this festival with only my mother's ice. I'll show that BSTRD that I reject his power. We'll likely be seeing each other in the finals. And no matter how you're connected to All Might, I will defeat you using only my right side. The monitor displaying the second match showed Nito Monoma as the victor. Shoto exited the room, wanting some fresh air before his upcoming match. Izuku sat stunned for a few moments before gathering his bearings and rushing out to find Shoto. Todoroki, wait. The boy rotated his head so that his right eye was visible. I know your motivation is more serious than mine, but that doesn't mean you should be holding back. Everyone out there is giving it their all, so I don't want to hear that crap about only fighting with half your strength. If you really want to win this, you're going to have to use the entirety of your power. I can guarantee one thing. If we reach the finals and face each other, you won't have a chance at winning without your fire. Shoto faced forward once more and walked away without a word. I have to save him.